Hi, how are you this morning? Okay. Is this working? No. Hello. Are we live? Oh, great. Well, we have the trophy tradition that we started yesterday. This is your opportunity to get your picture with the trophy that you have built, along with 40,000 other competitors in the ACM program. The World Finals for 27 years, and it has nothing to do with Disneyland. On the other hand, perhaps Disneyland existing may have something to do with the UCF Knights. Thank you. Okay, we have the trophy. We got some more coaches around here. Anyone who would like to have their photos with the trophy, here we go. Trophy moment. Oh, yeah. A selfie? All right, sounds good. Thank you very much. Any kind of photograph that's fine. Okay, come on up here. Here we go. Hey, Alex, come on up. Let's practice presenting the trophy. Okay? Congratulations. Here's the trophy. All right, and now up in the air. Okay? Woohoo! That's where it's going to be. Thank you. All teams, make sure, here we have another. All teams, make sure that you sign in on the far table. Over there where the two big IBM balloons are. All teams. Okay, let's get that photo. Yes. Here we go. All right, got the photo. Her bookends. Oh, the team. Oh, yes. Come right on in here. The other side of the thing. And you're the team from? Northeastern University. Terrific. Thank you very much. Oh, here we have another. Outstanding. you. You bet. However, oh, absolutely. Here, let's put that trophy up there. Absolutely. Oh, no. There we are. Oh, that looks good on you. Well, thank you very, very much. Here we go. Let's see. There is one request here. You know, we are a family. So, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Liam Machado. Where's Liam? Where's Liam Machado? Where's birthday? Up over there. Hey, come on down here to get your picture with the trophy. This will be your birthday gift. However, it's just a rental. Okay, it's Liam Machado. Come on up here. Here you are, Liam. Today is a very, very good day. So let's get that turned over here. Happy birthday to you. Thank you very much, Liam. Thank you. Because the ICPC is a celebration of life problem solving and direction. So, my goodness, Osama, wait, you guys come on up here. We gotta get some pictures up here. Now I'm going to tell you, you never want to play water soccer with Osama Ismail. You're just going to lose. Well, thank you very much. You bet. Oh, hey, oh, absolutely. Here we have the Universidad de Sao Paulo. Okay, you hold it up and I'll be right here. Okay, let's get one picture down here with the balloons out of the way of the face. Got it? Okay, and one picture up here. Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, if we got some more. Now, if there's some folks over there, come over here if you would. Oh, Eduardo, where's Eduardo? Okay, Eduardo, let's get this shot first. Oh, Singwa. Yeah, oh, is that good? Well, all right, so Tsinghua University. Excellent, Tsinghua University. Thank you. Hold on just a second. Turn around. Now, who is the birthday person? Okay, come right on over here. Tsinghua, you're going to stay right here. Okay, because we're going to sing happy birthday to him. Okay? Okay, Eduardo? Okay, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Eduardo. Happy birthday to you. And here's the trophy. Well, let's see. There we are. But we'll go right on in here. Okay. Here's the team. Come on, Singwa. Excellent. Thank you for being a good chorus as well. And do we have more of the team together? Come on. Let's go over here. Oh, gotta get your shirt. You do not want. It's impossible to lose your shirt at the ICPC except if you take it off. You know? Come right on in. Come right on in. And here we have the Universidad de Oriente San Antonio Maceo. Thank you very much. What is the sale mean? Okay, yes, but does it have is it like a person? I see. Well, thank you very much. Oh yeah, where's our coach? Let's get our coach in here. Absolutely. Here we go. Thank you. Thank you. I always have to learn a little. Yep, here we are. Excellent. Thank you very much, and good luck today. Bye-bye. Here we have another team. But you're out of order. Okay, I'm not taking my picture with you because you've got to move that up to here, remember? Or else you won't be able to get in. Move it up to here. Oh, Vladimir, you have to move it up to here. Okay? Up to here. There we have right up to there. Now this is so if you sit down, we can still get a picture of you, and it makes it just that much better, okay? That's what we do. Also make sure your flap is down. You see the flap is down, contents covered up. So here, for instance, make sure your flap is down perfectly. All right, flaps are, whenever you take off, you always want to make sure your flaps are down, otherwise, it's hard to get off of the front. So, all right, are you ready? Okay, team, here's your trophy. There we go. Alex, come on in here. Let's book in. Here we are. Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Come on right on up. Okay, now we've got to actually move it because great, and this is Eli.
Thank you. It's okay.
Okay. Got it. Alex, if you will bring folks in, form the group, then I'll come in as a bookend real quick. Let's get this photograph in here, and then I will make a few announcements as well. We'll do a little peer quizzing. Hello, hello. Are you taking a photo? No, you're actually taking a video. Oh, okay. Hi. Okay, thank you very much. All right, Alex, if you'll bring that. Now, right now, all contestants, give the stuff that's not supposed to go into the contest area to your coaches. All of your cell phones, give them to your coaches. Your bags, give them to your coaches. Your inhalers, keep the inhaler, but everything else, give to your coach. Yes. Now the other thing is that make sure that during the first half hour of the ICPC World Finals, we want nothing to disturb anyone. So we do not want you to go to the bathroom during the period of entry until 30 minutes afterwards. So if you need to go to the restroom now, or you think that's a good preemptive move, go to the restroom now, okay? Go to the restroom now. You can use the restroom after the first 30 minutes. If it is an emergency, of course, go to the restroom. So the ICPC is not testing your bladder. However, what we're simply trying to do is to make sure that no one is disturbed in that very precious first half hour. So get prepared. Oh, hold on, let me get in here. Oh, yes. Laura, would you take the picture and have her come up here? Hey, Steve, come on over here. Let's get a picture in here.
Не бежали, конечно, потому что они вот...
For covering your nose or doing whatever it is you want to do there will be 8:45, last call, because at 9 we'll close the restrooms until we get through the contest. Of course, if there's an emergency, we'll not a problem. Now, does anyone know why we do this? Well, in 2009, we were in Sweden, and someone just before the contest started advised anyone who needed to go to the restroom to go. About 10 people went, 20 people followed them, 50 people followed them, 100 people followed them, and we actually had to start the contest a little late because of that. So that's why we're asking you to get focused on the contest and be comfortable as well. Yes. And the spectator area is open, coaches. Coaches, if you want to go to the spectator area, you can go right now and get your favorite seat. in there, make sure that you've already gotten all of the stuff from your team members, because we did notice that a number of the contestants went to powder their nose with their stuff. So make sure that you give all of the stuff to the coach. No team member will be allowed in without that. Yes. Okay. All right. Would the team Universidad Nacional de Rosario from Argentina, would you check in at the IBM balloons? They're not here? Okay, are you here? Please look to see if the team from Rosario is here. Rosario, if you're here, hold up your hand. Where will they be? At the hotel? Okay, all right. Do you have a problem of transportation? Yeah, I think. Could we have a second confirmation about Jahangir Nagar? Jahangir Nagar University. Are you here? Are you here? Okay, fine, thank you. Hey, come up here and get your picture taken. Come on up. I saw your hands. Come on. Okay, so good. What? Yes. Excellent. Let's get a photo. Where's the trophy? Let's bring the trophy over and get the photo. No, here it comes. Alex? Okay, it'll be here next. Well, we're really glad to have you here. Steve?
Oh, they're coming to me. All right. Next.
And good morning. Welcome to the live part of the ICPC live broadcast. We're in the tent flash zone at the moment with the teams getting ready, getting excited and getting nervous. So right now everybody's just touching the trophy, getting ready their stuff to their coach, make sure that they haven't got their watch or their phone on them. And Bill Pelcher, as you will have heard, has been telling everybody what they need to do, where they need to be, and just getting them ready to go up to the floor, which will happen in a little while. So for now, we'll go back to the standard cameras. Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay. Thank you again. We're here with Margarita today. Margarita, can you introduce yourself and explain how you became involved with ICPC, what you're doing here?
I work with World Finals 2 years ago in Yekaterinburg, and I have many experience about World Finals, and I want to help all of these beautiful people.
Thank you very much. Are you excited yet, or are you just tired and getting stressed?
I think it's beautiful, and I forget that I am tired.
That's great. Okay, well, enjoy the day, and thank you very much.
Check your settings, they're really hot. Like you're blowing a lot of stuff out. Like on faces and stuff. No, like it's too bright. You gotta roll that up out. Okay. Because it's, yeah, it's.
The most important folks for the ICPC are the lawns. Excellent, thank you. Well, excellent. Well, we're really glad to have you in the world. That sounds good. Hold on just a second. Does anybody have like a handkerchief or something here? You have a handkerchief? Where's that? You have a little napkin, and so just take a little water on it, and rub it, and it'll come right up. Perfect. Okay. Now, if you had in fact, I even had one. Okay. You know, there was this sticker that was put on your badge that is hard to get off. All it takes is water. It's water soluble.
I have a former PhD student in Pakistan. Yeah, Lums, the Lums.
I'm from the same university.
How are you? Naveed Arshad. Naveed is department chair, or was department chair, yes. He was my PhD student.
Really?
Yes. Please say hello to Naveed for me.
I do meet him every few months.
Okay, when you see him, please say. Yeah.
Look, you guys are be broadcasting.
Well, we'll see. So I got to move around.
Okay, so in front of you, what we can see here is the countdown. There is 1 hour, 16 minutes and 35, 4, 3 seconds until the teams actually have to start programming. Between now and then, of course, they've got to hand all of their electronics, all of their gear to their coach. There's going to be the procession up in. They will all sit down, take their places, be told not to touch anything, and nobody's going to touch anything. In 1 hour, 16 minutes and 12 seconds, the time will start, and after that, it's going to be program, program, program. 5 hours of problem solving, 5 hours of coding and testing. For the first 4 hours, the scoreboard will update, so the teams will be able to look up and see how everyone else is doing. In the last hour, that scoreboard gets locked down, so even if you want to see, you can't. And at the end of the 5 hours, the time will be up, everybody's hands off the tables, and we will see what the results have come through. And then, of course, we get the closing ceremony, the full wind-up, and all of those results that were shifting around in the last hour are suddenly going to become clearer as John Clevenger does his read-through of 128 teams and how they fell out. Thank you, and let's go back to the cameras.
Hello, ladies. How are you doing? Good, good. We still have some time. Thank you for volunteering. It's a great contest. You do tremendous work. Thank you very much for volunteering. Okay, let's see. I have an extra. Oh, here we go. I'm going to go that way. Oh, good. Oh, perfect. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Right here with my best alum thread. Okay. So, Diego, what would you like to say to everybody before the roll?
Hurry up. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Very good. Congratulations. Good luck.
Where's that $1 operation?
Get all of the stuff from your contestants and go to the arena now. Thank you. If you are a contestant, you stay. If you are not a contestant, you go. And make sure that you take your team's stuff. Okay? All right, go, Chris.
A shot of what? A shot of what?
Anybody fight? Appreciate that for you. Okay. Did you hear that? If there is a lost black
nice
case
close-up shot.
with a red
Alexander, can we get a real close-up shot of you?
Curtis Van Gant of the University of South Dakota would like to have it back. So, when you get it. In fact, if you find anything, just bring it to the ICPC staff and we'll If you lost something, send a description to manager@acmicpc.org. If you found something, do the same. I know how. If you lost a alligator bag, still $1,000 bill, the totals are $58.
I don't think they're about to do it.
So should I go back?
Yeah, this camera seems to be stabilizing, so if you want to go up.
Just so I can get the entrance from the...
Right, right.
Yeah, go for it.
There is an infirmary on the ground floor over here in Hill. Okay? There is an infirmary right here. Also, can you find a small black GoPro? Okay, please turn it in to the ACM ICPC staff so we can go back to its own. If you lost the judge's solution for the contest problems today, you're in.
How did I end up with this?
Well, we line up at 9 and Bill holds it, so you're down to 11 minutes now.
I don't know how I ended up with this.
Now, if we see a backpack, then the backpack has to be elsewhere. So everyone the only people who should be in here are the teams. The only people who should be in here in teams, everyone else should be gone. If there is a backpack, you made a mistake. You must leave now. Everyone except for the contestants must leave now. And you have to wear your neither can the camera. Okay? Bring it up to me. Okay? Yours is okay, but out there would be better. Okay? Yours has to come up 4 meters. And yours needs to come up right there. Okay? Let's take a look at yours. And they won't actually let you in. They'll stop you going in, so make sure that you get it in. They have instructions to do that. They will not get into the contest anymore if you aren't here. All coaches, you have to go to the spectators right now. All coaches to the spectator area right now. You see, you're probably okay. You need to come up and in. Get up. Get going.
All right, and this for me is one of the great moments. I've been doing this for 4 years. This is the first time I've ever got to touch the trophy, and it's probably about the only time I'll ever get to touch the trophy. Unfortunately, the guys who are going to get this trophy are way smarter than I will ever be. So this is very exciting for me. Thank you, Alexander. Take it away and look after it carefully.
All right, let's look at okay, we're doing pretty good here. sorry, but you must now, yes. And the earphones have to go with it. There you are. There you are. And there's the case. Yes.
I still see a couple of laptops in here. If you have
The team from my school can take a picture. They refuse. Yeah, so they're, they want to. No. After. I think they don't want to be jinxed. Yeah. Oh, you have to leave very quick. Oh no, you don't have to leave. You're out. Here you go. You come in the middle. Here you go. Go right there. Oh, sorry. Very good.
Let's get out of the fight. See, coaches. Okay. Move out, coaches. All coaches gone. All coaches gone.
Not quite all the coaches are gone yet.
Here we have the ACM president. His badge is perfect, so you have no excuse, right, Alex?
That's right.
Okay, got it.
Bill will be in that second tunnel. At the head of that, so we want to wind up there with this in a few minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Everything's good. Is that what they should be saying?
martial arts stuff, and the figurative the stretching in there. So actually, that turns out to be an old martial move.
Good luck. Don't touch it. Don't touch it.
Why?
Bad luck. See, that's you. Actually, just the camera. Just the camera.
They're getting the blood flow.
How's it going? Good, good. See if you get up there. See? Yeah, getting closer, getting closer. Oh, yeah, there you are, waving.
Whatever they announce.
We had some athletes in here a little bit ago. All right, here, you can be here. I'm going to demonstrate something. Okay. Now, lift your left leg. Okay. Now, lift your right leg. You want me to demonstrate? Okay. So you lift your left leg, and then you lift your right leg. Okay. You know, it's really funny thing. You're going Okay, here we are.
Sorry. It is.
Tilted.
Yeah.
I noticed that.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, it's okay now.
Yeah. Good. Chile.
Good luck. You all won the first result. You're the ones who won. You're the first result yesterday. Congratulations. Hey, we got the other team members. Here's the first to solve team right here from yesterday's dress rehearsal competition. In under 4 minutes, they solved the problem and made 1,500 in 4 minutes. Very nice. That's courtesy of Baylor University. State University and your prowess and your speed in solving that problem. So thank you very much. I'll acknowledge you during the course.
There you
Hi,
are.
honey. Cats love me better.
Come on. There you go. There. Your family watching? Is your family watching? Yeah, good. Yeah.
Okay. All right. You see this block right here? When it says 50, that's when you like it? Okay. This way, we're going in. Come on. Steve. Okay, so we're waiting to get things. Alex, come up here and we're going to head in when Steve tells us it's okay. Actually, when Kevin tells us it's okay. Actually, when Laura tells me, well, anyway, in just a few seconds, we'll be going in. Yep. Are we ready? Let's go. World Finals.
Weźcie całego stage.
We're in pretty good shape. Well, let's get the balloons out so that we don't actually bump them. Come on out to just low.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 128 finalist teams for the 2016 ICPC World Finals.
Are we just put it here for the touching? Okay, here we go. On the mark. I think we're in pretty good shape here. Thank you, Laura. All right, let's get the teams to your workstation. Thanks to all the coaches and the spectators.
Teams, as you come in, please touch the trophy one last time. Do not touch anything.
ICPC coach Jerry Kane has been in thumbs up.
Come back this way.
Teams, as you come in, please touch the trophy for luck. Proceed down the aisle to your workstation. Have a seat, and please do not touch anything. Teams, as you enter, please touch the trophy for luck. Proceed down the aisle to your workstations. Have a seat, and please do not touch anything. Teams, please come up, touch the trophy for luck. proceed down the aisle to your workstation, have a seat, and please do not touch anything.
Yeah. They show the
Ladies and gentlemen, contestants, and viewers around the world, it is my pleasure to introduce the ICPC Deputy Executive Director, Dr. Jeff Donahue.
Everybody ready for the World Finals? No? Should we just cancel it and go home? All right, let's try that again. Is everybody ready for the World Finals? All right. Well, you know, I've always been told that you start with good news, but yesterday was our dress rehearsal, and in our dress rehearsal, I started with bad news. So, you know, since that's how we practiced, and that's how we have to do it today. So I talked to the judges. I met several of you, especially on this side of the room. Met several of my team over here. Met some folks over here on Bill Poucher's team. And I told the judges that you guys seem like the best world finalists in ICPC history. And it's sort of my fault, but the judges actually made the problems even harder. So, really, that's the story. So, sorry about that. That's my bad. So now the problems are even harder than they were yesterday. The world finals problems, and I apologize, but that's the way it goes. So, you see the judges, you know, you might tell them, you know, don't blame it on me. The judges just made the problem so hard. I told them, oh, this is just right over there. It's the world finals chief judge, right between the pink and the blue. So if you know, if you're angry and you want to think of a face to be angry at right over there, standing between the balloons. All right, we are glad that you guys are all here. That was a great procession. We practiced it yesterday. And you guys did a great job today. So one of the things that we have is the tradition of, so one of the traditions we have is touching the trophy, right? And yesterday we talked about picking a finger, right? Thumbs up are number one. So how many people did thumbs up? Hold thumbs up if you did thumbs up. Oh, wow. So how many people did number one? It's about an even split. So this has been a wonderful World Finals, beautiful hotels, wonderful venue, great transportation, wonderful food, and none of this would be possible without the support of a great sponsor like IBM, and to give us all this wonderful hospitality, a wonderful host like Princeton Sunshine University. So if you join me, let's give a round of applause for PSU. I'm about to introduce the Vice President from PSU, but before I do, since I have the Catholic audience back there, I want to brag on the students. So the student workers, they always have the most amazing smile on their face, right? Every time you see them, they're sitting outside of the hotel. It's hot, right? And you walk up to the student workers, and what do they have? They have a big smile on their face. So thank you to PSU for your student host. So let's give them a round of applause for the students. So at this time, I would like to introduce from our host, Prince of St. Claude University Vice President, Pirapong. Come on up. Let's give him a round of applause. So PSU has been an amazing host. They host amazing regional contests. Thank you, Vice President.
Thank you very much, Jeff, for a very good word to us. It's very encouraging, and Pindok Songkha is fully committed to ACM ICPC World Finals 2016, and we hope that you decide to enjoy the atmosphere of the great city of Phuket. I wish you all good luck in the contest, and have a good time, all the rest. And would like to thank ACM, thank IBM, thank all the host partners and all the support for this contest to make it happen. Thank you and good luck.
All right, thank you, Prince of Songkla University. This has been an amazing contest. The hotels are beautiful, the beaches are beautiful, and this is going to be the best World Finals ever. All right, so now, I guess some more bad news. I guess all I get to do is bad news. So now I'm going to talk to you about some of the rules, right? So we went over these yesterday, so none of these will be a surprise. So, yesterday when I asked, nobody had a CD player. Did anybody go to one of the markets and buy a personal CD player that you can wear on your side? Did anybody buy a giant CD player to wear? And if so, can you hold it up? We all want to see what a CD player looks like. I don't know what they look like. All right, no CD players. All right, so listen, no electronic devices on the floor. So this is important. Everybody pay attention, because if we find your electronic device now, we're just going to put it in a bag and we're going to store it for you for later, right? So if you accidentally brought out a camera, a cell phone, one of those smart watches, a CD player, an MP3 device, flash drive, I need you to hold it up. So anybody have anything? Now's your time. Right? Somebody take a selfie of me. I guess you can't take a selfie of me. Somebody take a picture of me. Anybody? This guy's got his hand on the floor. We're going to get him off. Anybody else? All right, no electronic devices. All right, spectators. I know they're spectators. I know you feel elected because I just been talking to the teams, but now I'm going to talk to you. Wow, that's great. Great audience. So, great to have a spectator audience, but the contestants are going to have to concentrate really hard, and so we need you to be quiet, right? So spectators have to remain quiet. If you want to go talk, you can go over to the tent and watch ICPC live and chat as much as you wish, but here we need you to keep it quiet so the students can concentrate. Yesterday, we allowed coaches to come out on the floor 30 minutes into the dress rehearsal. Today, no coaches on the floor, just contestants. Right, teams? You're all by yourself. I think there's a song, all by myself, right? So that's you. Anybody know the song? All by myself? Nobody comes up here, you know the song, all by myself? You ever sing it? No? All you can do is say, do not touch anything, but apparently he has no reason to other than that. So coaches, we need you to stay at the spectator area. Contestants, all right, I'm not talking contestants, everybody pay attention. So contestants, you are not allowed to communicate with anyone other than your team. It may seem tempting to lean over and say something funny to the team next to you, but don't do that. No communication except within your team. No communication with spectators. No communication with other teams. If you have a question about anything, ask one of the marshals. Here's the deputy right here in the white shirt. Look for this guy and ask whatever questions you have. But other than that, just communication in your team. If you communicate with anybody else, this is grounds for disqualification. So make sure just talk in your team. Badges, if you go all day, you want to take it off, but you can't. You have to leave your badge on, and you have to leave it where they distinguish that. contest. So join me in welcoming to the stage John Clevenger. Professor of Non-Titanium. That's his official title. Professor of Non-Titanium.
Thank you, Jeff. So, to reiterate a few technical things, we realize that we drag things out, but it's really important that everybody understand all of the rules so we don't have any questions about those kinds of things. Again, like yesterday, if you want to print something, you must use the command print file. Any other prints are not going to work, you won't get your printout. Use the print file command, and the runners will bring you your printout. If you have any questions during the finals, raise your hand, and one of the runners will come as quickly as possible and figure out what it is that you need to know. You do not need to raise your hand to go to the restroom. Again, like yesterday, you may adjust the hardware at your workstation. You may move the monitor and so forth, the keyboard, but any changes you make are at your own risk. We will try to help if you have caused problems, but we can't guarantee that it's not going to delay you. As I said yesterday, it is vitally important that the contest results be determined by the best programming teams in the world, and that you do your programming strictly on your own machine. Do not attempt to do anything that accesses anything else on the network, any other teams, or anything like that. We monitor the network, and I really do not want to be in the position of recommending disqualification for a team. In today's contest, there will be a separate balloon color for every problem. Each time you solve a problem, you will get a balloon for that color. The first team to solve each problem will get a special balloon. The first team to solve a problem in the entire contest will get the one first problem solved balloon. There will be problem sets available for spectators after the contestants start the contest. We will deliver problem sets to the spectator gallery, and you may get copies of that. Once again, I want to reiterate what Jeff said. As soon as the contest starts, this whole area becomes a quiet zone. It's important that spectators be quiet when they're in the arena. We are not telling you that you cannot talk. We are telling you that if you want to carry on a conversation, the place to do it is outside. Do not carry on conversations in here. The problems will also be posted online. They're not there now, but once the contest starts, the problem set will be posted online at icpc.baylor.edu. As with yesterday's contest, the scoreboard will be frozen. However, unlike yesterday's contest, the scoreboard will freeze with 1 hour to go in the contest. We will stop delivering balloons to teams with 1 hour to go in the contest. The final results will be revealed at the closing ceremony late this afternoon. You may remember that at yesterday's answers to questions session, I mentioned that there was one issue that was suggested to us by a team, and we said that we would look into it. As a result of yesterday's rehearsal, we were made aware of a possible issue on the team machines. It is possible that that issue might result in different program execution times between the team machines and the judge machines. We looked into that issue, and we looked at the possible mechanisms for solving it. We concluded that there was insufficient time between last night and this morning to verify either the effectiveness or the safety of making potential changes to the team machines. Therefore, to protect the integrity of the World Finals, it was decided not to make any last-minute changes to the team machines. So we're making this announcement in the spirit of transparency and disclosure. We want to make two important points. The issue only involves the team machines. It does not affect the judge machines. And the second is that the time limits which are stated in the problem are based on execution on the judge machine. Okay? All of the problems have been timed on the judge machines, and the problem time limits are set based on that. So as far as we know, we're ready to go. I have a strong suspicion that all of you are totally ready to go. You want to get started. And so what we're going to do is we're going to accelerate. At this time, I'd like to call to the stage the ICPC Executive Director, Dr. Bill Poucher.
Oh, perfect. Okay, now let's see. I see that we have 5 minutes and 14, 13, 12 seconds left before we start. And John, if I pull this thing, what do I actually pull to release the balloons? Can you show me? John, I see some things in here. What do I actually do to release it? It looks tied, though. It's tied. So, are we certain that the balloons will release when we do this? Does someone have a knife? A scissors, okay. You know, one of the things is when I see that I've got a technology issue, I always turn to the people that I trust. So Andrew Gately from IBM, if you would come up, if you don't mind, okay? And if necessary, assist me in releasing the balloon. Just pull that. Okay, so Andrew, okay, pull that. And then the backup position, because we always succeed, we always have a deep philosophy of solving problems. Isn't that right, Andrew?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So that's at least 2 ways of doing it, and nothing else. We'll just with the number. Okay? All right. So Andrew Gately, our sponsor executive from IBM, thank you very much. We're a very fine competition made great by our competitors. Thank you. So let's take a look at 3 minutes and 32 seconds. Now when we get to 10 seconds, we're going to count down. I've always wondered why we didn't do this in my area. Oh, yes? Okay. Now is the vice president here from Princess Song? Oh, please come on down, because Princess Song University. Oh my goodness, this is an extraordinary program. So come right on up here, okay? And I think what we're going to do is this. And this is your job is to pull this. This will make it happen. And Andrew with IBM will be in the backup Now, it also takes a bunch of volunteers, so when it's about time to release those balloons, there are other people who have alternative strategies for getting this contest started down there. So, about the time that we're counting down, when I say 10, 9, 8, 7, all of you are invited up here to the stage to be a part of the release, okay? So, how are we doing? Oh, 2 minutes and 9 seconds left. 2 minutes and 9 seconds left. This is the time when most of my students in my classes are thinking, is he got to go another 5 minutes again? I'm actually pretty good. My deal is that you'll be, at the start of my class, I'll admit rather on. So I also have students who are remarkably timely. So, let's see, 1 minute and 30 seconds. We have some that they were live. We've got little dances. We've got all sorts of things to build time. But I think right now, I actually asked whether we could speed the contest up. And the answer is we can execute the contest exactly the way that we planned to. And that also was very successful. So let's give a shout out to all the PSU volunteers. Whoa! How about that? Yo! And to all of those partners who have made this possible, and for IBM that has made it possible, and ultimately will assure that this contest will go on time. And by the way, these sisters have, the reason they don't have a point is my wife is very careful with me. I fly a lot, so they won't let me have one of the obvious place. Okay. Oh, holy cow. How is that great? Okay, 15, 14, 13, come on up, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
So, hello, the World Finals have just started. This is Igor Kulikov alongside me, Fredrik Heinz. Hello, Fredrik.
Hello, Igor. Nice to be here.
Yes, so, what do you expect? How fast will be the first problem solved?
Yeah, so what we see now is that all the contestants are opening their envelopes to find the problem statements, and of course they need to go through them, divide them. So what you see here on the screen is actually one guy from the team is starting to type in probably some template for their code, while the other two are starting to read the problem statements. Considering that there are 13 problems in this year's problem set, and so it will take some time to actually go through all of them. So we'll see how quickly they will find the simple problems. So one of the simple problems that are expected to be solved quickly is problem C, actually. So it's not the problem A as last year. So it will take them a few minutes to find it, and so let's see, maybe within 15 minutes or so.
Okay, I hope we actually get some submissions within 12 minutes. Well, we'll see who are correct. So we see the teams from the Petersburg State University. They won World Championship title 2 years ago. Not this team, but the university. We also can see balloons, at least 7 of them. Each problem has different color of balloons, and when you solve it, unless it's in the last hour, you will get this balloon attached to your workstation.
Yes, you also see there that the teams are actually allowed to bring a mascot for their team. So that's one of the few things that you're allowed to bring to the team workplace.
Yes, because you are not allowed to have any electronic devices with you at all. You only have your computer that's provided by ICPC, and also a calculator that is also provided by ICPC. This is Jim from Harvard University. They won North American Invitational Programming Contest just a couple of months ago. So they're one of the teams that are anticipated to be favorite, but probably not the biggest favorite of this contest.
So they actually have some medals from previous years. So I mean, the team or the university has a tradition of actually doing pretty well, but I think it's actually further back in history.
Actually, they have two IOI absolute champions. One in 2012 and one in 2015, I believe.
Yes. So of course that's always a good indication of that they will be also a good team here.
Let's hope they do. And I believe one or two participants participated last year in the World Finals as well. You can see teams from Chula and Cornell University.
So this is their first time in the World Finals.
Yes, it is. Actually, this year we have unusually high number of teams for universities that are attended for the first time. It is 21. I don't believe there were any previous competition, including the first one, actually, that had more teams, because in the first competition there was about 9 teams totally.
So this year we actually have 128 teams, which is, as usual, a record. We always need to break those records.
Well, it's a record, but it's tied for first place with the last year finals.
True. So we will expect to see a lot of interesting activities. So here we have Comenius University from Slovak in Europe. So they also were in the finals last year and got a medal.
Good for them. They seem to be typing something. I think actually they may be typing some tests over there, or some. No. I think they are typing some batch file for executing problem on some tests.
So while we have some time in the beginning, why don't you introduce yourself? Who are you?
Oh, I'm Igor Kulikov. I work with the experts, graduated from Moscow State University. So I participated in ICPC in 2007, got the bronze medal on the usual 10th place, which is most popular place for teams from Moscow State University, tied with only second place. And so now I work here with ICPC Live. What about you, Fredrik?
Yeah, so as I already said, my name is Fredrik Heinz, and I'm the director for ICPC Analytics. And normally I'm an associate professor of computer science at Linköping University in Sweden. And I've been involved in ICPC for quite a long time. I started running the contests in Linköping in 2000 and has been responsible for both analytics since 2009 and the Northwestern European Regional Contest the last couple of years. So it's always fun to be here and see all the excitement on site. So this will be fun.
So we're now 7 minutes into the contest. Probably some teams has already read most of the problems and probably identified the easier ones. Let's hope we will get some submissions shortly. So you can now see the scoreboard. It's not very interesting for now, because everyone has solved just 0 problems. At least a good chance for universities that are earlier in alphabetic order to be like on the first place, because we have the first submission actually from University of Waterloo on the problem L. Let's see, it's not the problem that was thought to be the easiest one.
So actually problem L is a quite easy problem.
Yes, but not the easiest one, but let's see if they succeed. They got wrong answer.
Yes.
Okay, actually, yes, that problem like can lead to some incorrect solutions.
So so actually, I actually think problem L is quite an interesting problem. So basically the problem is all about finding how to replace disk drives in a data center, and you need to replace them in such an order that you need the least amount of extra swap space to be able to swap out what you currently have on your disks and then be able to swap it in again. But it seems like University of Waterloo, which is one of these universities who usually do quite well in these contests, have some minor issues with the problem. So no solutions yet. But we got the first submissions after
7 minutes.
7 minutes.
Yes, it's quite early. Actually, last year I think that we had a correct submission in exactly that time, but this year's problem seems to be much harder. At least I think so.
Okay, interesting.
Because I think there is like 4 problems that are probably harder than any problems from the last year's finals.
So I always think it's very hard to judge this, the difficulty. So of course we've looked through the problem statements, and there are a few of them that are, what should we say, relatively easy, especially
yes.
for contestants at this level. And I would say that problem L, swap space, is one of those. So the 3 problems that I believe will be the first to be solved are C, D, and L.
Well, the problem C have like. It's on one hand it's not that hard, but you can come up with the wrong solution there.
Obviously.
Yes, I mean some problems like if you write it, you probably would pass all the tests because like you only need to be accurate and things like that. But here you can come with solutions that conceptually wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So we see a team from Aleppo University, which have ID number 1, which means that they're first in alphabetic order. And because teams are seated in alphabetic order, it's quite common for teams from universities from the same city to sit together. Or like from Moscow or St. Petersburg, and also all the Indian Institute of Technology teams also are seated together.
Yes, I believe there are 6 different teams from the India Institute of Technology. So actually, I'm taking a look here at what I believe is the submission from the Waterloo team. So it seems like they are halfway correct. So then they understand that it's a greedy solution, but what they miss is that they need to separate the set of hard drives into 2 sets. So because the thing is that some of the hard drives will get a larger size after the increase, and some of them will be actually smaller. So it's not always not every hard drive will be larger after they are reformatted.
So we have also submission from Tsinghua University. And we have a first correct solution. It's exactly from the team from Chulalongkorn and Horn University on the problem C as you expected.
So this is actually a local team from Thailand, which of course generates a lot of excitement here. And of course it's really great when you have one of the local teams, especially it's actually their first time in the World Finals, and they're still the first team to solve a problem.
Yes, that's very good. So University of Waterloo tried another submission problem. I also get wrong answer, and we have submission from Harvard on the problem E, which is not one of the 3 problems you said would be the easiest. Actually,
no. So and they it's time limit exceeded on problem E from Harvard. So let's see. So problem E is called Forever Young. So it's I mean, the benefit with problem E is that it's a very short problem statement, so it's easy to quickly understand what the problem is, but it's slightly harder, so
Yes.
therefore it might not be the best choice.
We have another submission on problem C from
Kim Wilson.
Ryongnam Son. And also correct, this is a team from North Korea, I believe. So cute. The team from Chulalongkorn University is actually named Meow Meow.
So you were actually quite correct. So the first solved problem was after 11 minutes. So you said before 12 minutes, and that was a perfect guess.
Yes.
So what we need now see that after about 15 minutes, we already have submissions on 3 different problems, C, E, and L, 2 of which, at least I thought was two of the first to be solved, C and L, but we haven't seen any submissions on D yet, which I expect that they will probably maybe the second or third problem that the team
Yes,
will
that's
look
true,
on.
but I think for problem D we have it's a little bit longer, you need a little bit more time to implement it. So we have Frank Gansfer from Central Florida again on problem L, and we have probably accepted from...
Nizhny Novgorod solved problem C.
Yes.
So University of Central Florida is the first submission to be in Java. So what we saw at the dress rehearsal yesterday was that most teams submit in C++. About 2/3 of the submissions are in C++ and 1/3 in Java. So it seems like University of Central Florida is one of those Java teams.
Yes.
So University of Waterloo is
trying
again and failing. So it's actually starting to become expensive for them now with so many incorrect solutions after. So they have 2 incorrect solutions after 15 minutes. So maybe we should explain the way the scoring works.
Yes.
So in this contest, what is most important is, of course, to solve the largest number of problems. But it's also the case is that 2 teams have solved the same number of problems. Then you will count the time that they get.
So excuse me. We now have UPE award, which is for the first 2 teams that had solved the problem first in the World Finals. It is presented by UPE Society, and I believe it is $1,500. And for any team that solves any problem, first to solve problem A, for example, they got $1,050, I believe. So we have another submission on E by Harvard, and it turned out to be correct. They fixed the time limit.
So after 15 minutes, we have 2 problems solved. Problem C by 3 different teams, and problem E by Harvard University. So they will also get one of those first to solve balloons.
Yes.
And one of the prizes from the UP Honor Society.
Yes, so we see Armando Mandrigal with 3 balloons, because the team who solves the first problem, they solve the problem. They solved some problem first, and they solved first problem of the contest. So they got 3 balloons.
3 in 1. So I guess Harvard will get 2 balloons. They will get 1 first to solve balloon and 1
exactly.
Balloon for solving the problem.
We have Massachusetts Institute of Technology joined the fray for the problem L. They problem L seems to be even more popular than problem C, despite no accepted solution for now, and they resubmitted it in 1 minute and actually have all the same. Oh, actually they passed 1 additional test, but
yeah,
that's probably not enough.
And now we have
So
Moscow
Moscow
State.
State University also submitted problem E, and they actually get ahead of Harvard because Harvard solved the problem on the second attempt. So let's discuss some more about how the penalty time is calculated.
Yes, so each time you solve a problem, you get a penalty time based on which minute you solve the problem. So, for example, for Harvard, they solve the problems in after 15 minutes, so you get 15 minutes time for that. And then they also had one incorrect submission. And if you solve a problem, then each incorrect submission on that problem gives you 20 minutes penalty time. So therefore, their time is 35 minutes. So 15 minutes for 50 minutes into the contest to solve the problems, and then plus 20 minutes for their penalty. While Moscow State University had 17 minutes for to solve the problem, but no incorrect submissions. So they get 17 minutes time.
So we have University of Warsaw also tried to solve problem L and also got wrong answer. And we have some more submissions on problem C. Comenius University goes to 5th place after getting accepted. Actually, we have finally solved correct solution for problem L by MIT after 2 unsuccessful attempts. So by 18 minutes, we actually have 3 problems that are solved now.
So it seems like will be maybe a race between problem L and problem C for the most.
All right, welcome to the first of our interviews in the Flash Zone. While the competition is away and the students are working hard, we're down here in the tent relaxing with John is finally able to relax himself.
Right, yeah. Most of our work is now, so all we're doing is watching the competition pretty much like everybody else and handling the occasional clarification, which will hopefully be very few.
So
we hope Charles will fix the problems. So we now have some more correct submissions for problem C. We have one more team trying problem E and one more team trying problem L. So seems to be that the start of the contest will be dominated by these 3 problems, and teams may actually for some time not notice problem D, that is also easy. So the first submission by world champions from last year, St. Petersburg at my university, and they got problem C correctly.
So we see now that MIT was the first team to solve problem L.
And we have a new leader. University of Nizhny Novgorod solves problem L and now have 2 problems solved. That's amazing. 2 problems by 21st minute. It's very early, actually. I think even last year we hadn't had 2 solved problems by the same team in 21 minutes.
So it seems like now it will be interesting to see. It seems my guess now is that problem C and L and probably also E will be 2 of the most attempted problems. The question is how long will it take before teams realize that problem D is also relatively easy, even though, as you say, it's more time consuming to get it right.
Not time consuming, but I think by the end of the contest we probably will have more correct solutions on problem D than say on problem L or problem E.
So if we look at as part of our analytics tools, we are able to automatically get an overview of what all the teams are actually working on. And by looking at that, we can see that most teams are actually working on problem C.
Okay, so here we are with again the head of the results starting to come through. John, what was your bet for the first problem?
C. That was what we assumed would be the easiest problem this year. I mean, we started trying to make sure that every
Okay, so we have some more submissions on problem C and also one new correct submission on problem L. So after all, team seems to finally get the problem L correctly. And we also, I believe, have the first team from, we have actually two teams from South Latin America region that solved problems. Fredrik, can you tell us about Super Regional Championships a little bit?
Yes, so for the purpose of this contest, the world is divided into a number of super regions. So there's one super region for the Americas, there's one for Europe, and one for Africa and Middle East, there's one for Asia, and one for the South Pacific. And each of these super regions are then divided up or organized in a number of regions. So, for example, my own region is the Europe region. So there we have, I believe, 6 different regions within that super region. So, for example, I'm from the Northwestern Europe region. So that includes the Scandinavia, the Nordic countries, Germany, UK, Netherlands, and the Benelux countries. So just one region is actually quite a number of countries in some cases. And each of these regions are then allocated slots to the World Finals. So depending on which region you're from, you get a different number of slots so that you can actually advance your teams to the finals.
Okay. So we have first submission on problem B, but it was unsuccessful by University of Defense Technology from China. We have National University of Singapore getting the correct submission on problem C, or problem E, sorry. So as of now, we have 24 teams that solved problem C, and then 3 teams that solved problem E, 3 teams that solved problem L. Okay. Actually, it seems problem C is not that easy for all teams. There is quite a few incorrect submissions on problem C as well.
Yes. So what I was starting to say earlier was that we have this tool that we can see what problems the teams are actually working on. So one of the things that we in analytics have access to is a copy of the team's backups. So that means we actually have a copy of the files that they are currently working on. So we can see with a few minutes delays what the team is currently working on before they have submitted something. And in this we can see that very many teams are currently working on problem C. Of course, we've already seen that about 30 or so teams have solved problem C. So it will be interesting to see what they will choose. And it seems likely that will be either E or L, in my guess.
Yes, because the teams can see the scoreboard, they can see what problems are solved by the others. And we now have had submission from Harvard University on problem K, but they got a wrong answer, unfortunately. So
we also have a submission from Cornell that was just accepted, and Waterloo now is working on their second problem, problem C. So we'll see if that is successful.
That is accepted as well. So they are the second team to get 2 problems. Oh no, actually Moscow State University was the second team to get 2 problems with the problem C, and Waterloo now joins them.
So now it has to be seen whether how expensive that penalty was for them or will be for them.
Well, if you solve more problems than any other team, the penalty is not relevant. So you can always try to do that.
Of course.
And I believe this time we would not see any team that will solve all the problems. At least that's what I think.
No, I agree. So there is some problems that's really hard. So actually, Waterloo didn't solve problem L. They have three incorrect submissions.
They only have incorrect
so
submissions.
they switched. So this is actually one of the hardest things to do in a contest. I mean, to when to give up. So they actually gave up on L for now and worked on problem C and solved it.
So we also have submissions on problem G from Moscow Engineering Physics Institute. That's actually the first round finals for them. And problem G is one of the middle problems of the contest, which you expect to be solved on the end of the second hour or on the third hour, but it's not that hard to code. So if they would fix the error.
Yeah, so the problem is basically that you want to drill for oil, so you have a 2D grid, so to speak, or 2-dimensional area, and there are vertical oil fields, and you can drill one hole from the surface in any direction and basically as deep as you want. And you need to find where should I drill and in which direction in order to get the most oil from one drill. So this is a relatively straightforward problem, but of course it's also one of these geometry problems where it's always easy to get something slightly off and maybe having some floating point errors or something like that. So I have to be careful.
All right. So we have Nizhny Novgorod State University on the screen that are current leaders. Actually, Vladislav Epifanov participated in the World Finals in 2011. It was 5 years ago. So he participated on his first year in university, and now he completing his master's degree and participating in the last year. So he probably waited for teammates to join him, so to have a better chance to win the finals.
So what we see now is that MIT solved their second problem and move up in the scoreboard. But they also have two incorrect submissions on problem L. So it seems like several teams at least misjudged problem L, thought that this is just straightforward greedy solution, but missed that they have to actually have two different greedy rules, one for those hard drives that will be increased in size and one rule for the ones that will be decreased in size.
Yes. So Miffy tried once again to solve problem G, and unfortunately they failed once again with transfer. But they now have solved much more cases, test cases, so probably the third submit will be correct.
So here you have your own university, Moscow State University.
Yes.
So what can you say about this year's team?
This year's teams, actually we have two different groups in our university. One on mechanics mathematicals faculty and one on cybernetics faculty that compete somewhat. And this team is from the cybernetics faculty. So we have problem solved also by Ural Federal University. The Ural Federal that won Northeastern European regional contest. So I don't know much about them, but it's a good team. I think they have a good chance to get medals at least.
Good.
So now quite a few teams solved L by now. Yes, there's 5 teams and just 3 teams that solved E. And we have almost half of the teams solved C, the easiest problem. So we once again see Chulalongkorn University. Actually, they have two brothers on the team, and the first name differs in one character. So I think it's quite hard for their parents to call them at home.
So what we see here is also that the teams actually have the scoreboard in the background while working. It would seem a little bit distressful to me, and actually it's kind of interesting that they only have a very small editor window.
I think just for the start of the contest you want to know what problems to concentrate on, because you have like people need to prioritize reading of other problems. So National University of Defense Technology continues to try to solve problem B. We have one more team that tries to solve problem G. So, and problem D is still had not been submitted by anyone. So
here we have the MIT team that's currently in 6th position with 2 solved problems.
Yes, they have 2 IOI gold medals, actually 3 IOI gold medalists. So all the participants have at least 1 gold medal on IOI. That's also quite strong team. I think they would be battling with MIT, with Harvard for the title of North American champions. So Nizhny Novgorod seems to concentrating on problem E for now.
Which seems to be but actually seem they have done some editing also on problem D.
I believe they just created all the files, so it's more like they preemptively decided to have all the problems ready, like probably passing sample data, so they can test that easily, because when you don't have any problems solved, you need to use your computer effectively still, at least to do something. So
yeah, so each team only has 1 computer, and of course you want that to be it can be a bottleneck for your resources, so therefore you need to use it wisely. So sometimes you can just start prepare for future problems. So it seems like they probably have a reasonable approach here. So problem E is all about trying to so of course we all get older over the years, but sometimes you can just change the base and make your age look much lower than it actually is. So the problem here is to find a base that will make you look younger but not too young, because of course it will be otherwise people wouldn't believe you. So the question here is to find the lowest base which gives you an age that is in decimal number, so it just uses 0 to 9, and that's above a certain lowest level. And somewhat simplified, you can see it as searching from 2 different directions and taking the maximum of those. So it's when you just figure out what the problem really is, it's also relatively straightforward to
I
implement.
hope we will have some problem analysis from our analytic teams shortly. They would discuss the problem in more details than we do.
Yes. So another thing that we, as part of the analytics team, do is to record problem presentations. So for each problem there will be a problem presentations, and the ones that we did, so actually we almost did it in the correct order. So we started with problem C, then we recorded problem L, and then continued on with, I actually don't know if E was one of the ones that we took early. No, we actually did problem D and then problem G, oil, which we discussed briefly.
Okay, so we have Charles with some flash interview.
avidly watching the scoreboard. Behind me, of course, is John Bonemeyer, head of judging and repeat interviewee.
That's right.
John, the obvious first question is, question C, half an hour in, has been answered by more than half the teams.
Right.
Does that match your expectation?
Yeah, that's exactly what we wanted, something like that. Last year's easy problem, I don't know if this came through last time, was solved a little too quickly. We're hoping for a problem that we're fine with every team solving, as long as it takes a substantial fraction of the contest to do it. We have a sort of a subset of easy problems this year, so we're not even sure C is going to be solved by anybody, but we feel there's enough easy problems this year that every team will get at least one solved by the time everything's over.
And are we going to see a repeat of last year's episode in which some of the ITMO guys had nothing very much to do at the end of the contest, or?
We severely doubt it. There's a really hard problem this year, which we actually debated whether to include it or not because it was so hard, but we decided that we wanted to make sure that there wasn't a case where not only one, but maybe more than one team had solved all the problems. So this problem is not unsolvable, but it's going to be a challenge to any of the teams here.
And what's happening? Is it the judges are getting soft, or is it the teams are getting better over time?
The judges are not getting soft, trust me. Every year it's an arms race basically. Teams are preparing better, and they have a better set of problems to which to prepare from.
Okay, I hope that will be fixed. Thank you, Charles. Meanwhile, we have submission on problem G.
Yes, actually, Moscow Physics Engineering Institute, they solved problem G as the first team to do so after 37 minutes with 2 incorrect submissions. And we also got a submission on problem K from Harvard University. Unfortunately, it was incorrect.
Yes.
So, as part of another thing that we in analytics do is to do manual inspection of the code that the teams are working on, both submitted and not yet submitted. And what we can see is that for problem E, which was this finding the base, which makes you look much younger than you actually are, the most common problem that the teams are having is that they don't handle the case when the maximum base can be very, very large. So I think it was 10 to the power of 18 or something like that. So the numbers can be quite high there.
So yes, we have here Moscow Engineering Physics Institute that solved the first of all problem G. Actually, as you can see, it's not necessary to have 3 red coders to do good. Red coders is what we call the ratings on different sites, like topological code forces are color coded, and the reds are like the color for the best ratings.
So what we now see is that we get actually quite a long streak of wrong answers. So I guess this can be a sign that, you have the teams that are able to solve it quickly, they get it right the first time, and then they are done with that problem, and then after the initial rush of correct submissions, you usually get this, that a lot of teams are trying but not getting all the way, and therefore we get quite a lot of wrong answers now.
You can also see in the standings that there is special colors for the first 12 places. That's because the first 12 places will receive medals. After the finals, the first 4 places will receive gold medals, next 4 silver medals, and next 4 bronze medals. So we would have a team solution presentation for room C shortly. Meanwhile, you can see the current statistics on the screen. So 88 teams, 2/3 of all the teams solved problem C, 10 teams solved problem L, 6 teams solved problem E, and only the single team has solved problem G.
And we also see that the University of Nizhny Novgorod have an incorrect submission on problem E. So they're attempting their third problem. Unfortunately, it was incorrect.
All right. On National Taiwan University solved problem E. So now we have some teams that already solved C and seen problem. At first we have like some teams solve problem E and problem L and then solving problem C. But now we have teams that already solved problem C and now solving problems E and L. So now we would have video presentation for the problem C, but unfortunately it's not ready yet. Oh, we have Itmo University first to solve problem B. That was unexpected.
Yes, the problem B is called branch assignment. So the problem is basically that you want to reorganize your organization in such a way that all the branches that are together, they need to communicate through headquarters. So basically the question is, how can you partition the set of branches that you have into a smaller subset so that the amount of communication that they need to do is minimized. So it's kind of a graph problem, kind of a partitioning problem.
So Itmo University was world champions last year. This year last year's teams is all retired because they all had their second world finals last year, and you can only participate in the world finals one time.
Two times.
Two times, sorry. Oh, we have Shanghai Jiaotong University submitting back-to-back correct solutions for problem L and E and taking first place with 3 problems.
Interesting. So there you can see that they actually have 2 correct submissions in the same minute. That's quite impressive, I think. Even, I mean, just typing
but
that fast.
both of these submissions are after some incorrect submissions, so they probably just found the bugs in the same time.
So I'm actually a bit surprised. There are quite a few incorrect submissions among the top teams. I mean, Shanghai Jiaotong University has 3 penalty submissions. Nizhny Novgorod has 1, and so can be expensive towards the end.
And we have St. Petersburg State University first to solve problem K. So we now have 6 open problems, if I recall correctly. And the problem K is about the quotation marks.
Yeah, so the problem here is that you have a string, and within the strings you may have quotations. And now the question is, what is the least? So, I mean, to quote a string within another string, you need to use at least 1 fewer quotations in that substring. So the question is, given a particular string, what is the least level of quotation that's necessary to correctly parse that? So, I mean, actually, I kind of expected this because there seems to be a lot of problems that are kind of medium easy medium, and at least very good teams. So the exact order might not be that important. It's just a question of which order they happen to solve them.
So St. Petersburg State University won the finals 2 years ago, and Itmo University won the finals for the other 3 years of the last 4. So basically teams from St. Petersburg won for the last 4 years straight. And we have Chulalongkorn University, a team that solved the first problem, attempt on problem F, but unfortunately it was wrong answer.
So maybe they have a strategy of solving problems that no one else is working on. So actually there has been certain teams, such teams in the past, that they want to get this prize money for the first to solve.
Actually, problem F, I believe, is one of the hardest problems of this contest.
So it's not likely that they will succeed, but at least they'll try.
Yes, they're trying, and after all, they will get some money if they succeed. They already got some.
So here we have University of Western Australia. So this is one of 3 teams, if I believe, from the South Pacific region. And
I think it's 2.
There are 2 Australian teams, yes. and this is the first time in the finals.
So we have Shanghai Jiaotong on the first place, and we now have Tsinghua University joins them with 3 problems. So now we have two different Chinese universities with 3 problems.
And both have a lot of...
And St. Petersburg State University just solved problem E and took first place because they have all their problems solved on the first try. It seems they had some bug in E, but they discovered the bug themselves, coded problem K, and then fixed problem E.
So we see now that they actually have 57 minutes less time due to the not having any incorrect submission so far.
So we also have University of Tokyo, second team to solve problem G. University of Tokyo was gold medalist last year.
So is this a new team? So it's different team members compared to last year?
Yes, completely a new team, because I think it was the last years, the team that participated in 2015 also participated in 2013 in St. Petersburg. So we have also still some submissions on problem C, because I believe that over 100 teams already solved problem C.
Yeah, so judging from the activity graph from analytics, it seems like now, of course, most teams have already solved problem C, so not many people are working on it, but rather now it's even between E and L. So those are the 2 problems that teams are working on. So maybe we will see now that teams have solved B, G, and K, that they might start looking at those as well.
Based on this graph, it seems only problems H and I didn't get any attention at all in the latest minutes. They only have some attention at the start of the contest, but that's probably due to teams creating files for all the problems.
Yes, and of course problem H is the
we have a new leader. University of Nizhny Novgorod overtook the first place because they have their first 2 submit, despite the 1 incorrect submission, because they have the 2 first problems quite early into the contest, and you want your cumulative time to be low. So now we have gold medal if you solve 3 problems, and many other teams have solved 2 problems already.
So we can see that the University of Tokyo is almost solving problem G, oil, but they still have 1 corner case that they haven't missed. So actually we have the first team solving 4 problems, namely St. Petersburg State University, who now solved problem L. So they have C, E, K, and L all solved within the first 50 minutes.
And we have University of Warsaw attempt problem A. So it's currently incorrect, but it's like a new problem.
Yeah, at least they attempt. So
MIT also solved problem K. They can now solve problem E and would get probably to the 2nd place.
Yes, because they have already 157 minutes compared to St. Petersburg State University's 162. So in order for them to pass St. Petersburg State, they need to solve 2 problems.
Yes. And
so we can also see that Nizhny Novgorod still has about 8 minutes for them to solve 1 new problem. If they solve a problem within 8 minutes, they will take over the lead. So we'll see if they manage to do that.
Actually, University of Nizhny Novgorod has, before they fixed the problem E, they had just small error in the limits for binary search.
Mhm.
So it was quite close.
It's quite interesting that, I mean, even the really, really good teams have problems with common algorithms such as binary search. So it's
Yes,
notoriously
because
easy to get wrong.
actually, like you, despite despite I had solved many problems with binary search, I still make errors because, like, you sometimes miscalculate the boundaries. Just
What I've seen a lot of people do is not actually trying to binary search until they both ends meet, but actually just run enough iterations to be sure to...
no, I mean, it's not like in the end. It's you just set the right limit to low for binary search. That's the most common problem.
So here we can see the statistics that 109 out of 128 teams have solved C and 19 L, 15 E. So it seems L is slightly more popular, and I think that's a wise choice. It's easier to understand, and I also think easier to implement compared to problem E. But we also have submissions on A and F, which are both incorrect. So we now have submissions on 8 different problems.
So Warsaw actually one of the favorites going into the final. Many experts thought that the main struggle for the world title will be between Shanghai Jiaotong University and University of Warsaw. We have actually Shanghai Jiaotong University submitted problem G. They passed almost all test cases. Let's see if they will succeed.
Still 5 more test cases to go. We'll
Probably they have solutions that quite close to terminate, but it passes in the end, and they are now in the second place. The second team to solve 4 problems. We have Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology in the 5th place with 3 problems now. The coach actually is one of the top competitors on sites like Forces or Top Coder, but he was not able to get to his second World Finals because other team from the university had better performance last year in the regional contest, and only one team from any one university can get to the World Finals, unfortunately.
Yeah, so we see actually all the top teams are just using C++. So I think the first Java team is on place 36. So it's quite interesting that most teams, at least in the top, are highly C++ based.
And MIT got problem G correctly and are now in second place. We also have team from Innopolis University, the debutants for this year, but actually all 3 of the participants previously studied in Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology, and their coach is still from the Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology, but it's quite hard to get to the finals from there, so they moved to Kazan, and good for them.
So speaking of Russian teams, I mean, we have St. Petersburg State University has now submitted 3 correct solutions within the last 10 minutes, which is quite impressive. And we also have St. Petersburg State University of ITMO, so they are working on problem E. Unfortunately, they are doing a number of unnecessary binary searches, so therefore it's actually timing out. See, they will probably find out.
Okay, so I think the flood of submissions have slowed up a little bit because now almost all teams solved problem C. Only 16 teams still had not solved problem C. And actually, all the teams that solved anything up until now have already solved problem C as well.
So what's interesting is that MIT still has problem E left, so they should be in a quite good position.
Yes.
St. Petersburg State University has problem G that I guess they will probably be solving within, maybe will be the next problem to solve.
As a G or B, yes, probably. So we have Harvard University also solving problem G. And we have two North American universities in the top 12 for now, which is interesting.
Yeah, so we see now the top 10 is actually quite mixed. We have a number of Russian teams, we have some North American teams, we have some Chinese teams.
But still...
And one Japanese team.
Okay, so we have video with Bill Poucher.
Well, the balloons were quite interesting. What happened was that AT&T was our sponsor, and we were operating in a Unix environment, and so we decided to switch to a networked environment. Prior to that time, when you solved a problem, you wrote it on a floppy disk, put it in a run envelope, and somebody ran it to the judge. The judge made a decision, and they ran it back. So when we switched to being networked so that the submissions went by network, we lost some of the zing in the contest because there just wasn't the visible, tangible part of the competition. So what we decided to do is, rather than run submissions back and forth, when a team solved a problem, then they would get a balloon. We decided that the balloon should have a different color for different problems for a very simple reason. The first time we decided to have the balloons, they didn't have enough balloons of one color. So since we knew that there were 10 different problems, we chose 10 different colors, and that's how it started. Now the other thing is that incidentally we discovered that it was not only cool to see the balloons delivered, but it was really cool to take a look at everybody in the contest, and you could immediately tell what the score was, right? Because if there are 3 balloons here, 4 balloons here, 1 balloon here, 0 balloons here, you knew how the teams were doing. So it was an instant way to find out what the scoreboard was without using the computer. So today, we also give special acknowledgement to the first to solve problems, and we started that only a few years ago. It's very, very popular. The helium balloons are part of the festive activity, and they symbolize something that's very important. When you solve a problem, you should get a little lift in your life, and it should be a little bit colorful. But you need to remember that the next day, that balloon's not going to be quite as good as it was the preceding day. What matters in life is the lift, okay, and a little bit of color that adds quality to life. And that's what I love about the ICPC. Everybody in the ICPC is excited about life. They're excited about being problem solvers. They want the world to be a better place, and we want to encourage them to do that.
Thank you, Bill. Meanwhile, we now have the same top 3. Actually, top 3 all solved 4 problems, and they're all from different super regions. One from Europe, one from North America, and one from Asia.
And what we also see that the Nizhny Novgorod have an incorrect submission on problem G. So they're working on problem G, but didn't get right the first time.
Also, now some teams started to work on problem D, which is one of the easier problems.
Yeah, so problem D is basically that you you get the display. You have your digital watch, and you see what LEDs are on and off the LCD display, and you need to figure out what digits or LCD lamps are actually broken here. So you need to basically you can brute force this, try every possible, not every possible combination, but go through all the numbers and see what matches and what doesn't. But I mean, it's quite messy inputs and outputs. So I'm not that surprised that teams are postponing that one.
So the first hour had ended, and we have all teams but 10 by now solved problems. We have also Moscow State University, which they are working on 2 problems simultaneously, problems G and problems L. And we have St. Petersburg State University, our leaders submitted problem G. So Moscow State got the G correct, and St. Petersburg also got the G correct. And now St. Petersburg State University is leading with 5 problems.
Yes,
to be honest, I hadn't expected that at all. Not the lead by St. Petersburg State University, but that we will have 5 problems by one team basically in 1 hour.
I'm not surprised. But it will be interesting now that they have... so actually they still have problem D left. So probably we will see quite a number of teams getting up to 6 solved problems. Even though maybe K might be... but I think a lot of teams will solve C, D, E, G, and L at least. That's my guess. Actually, M is not that hard either.
Yes, but it requires first long reading and getting everything correct.
Of course. That's a challenge in this contest. You have to get things correct.
Yes,
if it hadn't been for that.
It's problems that requires accuracy. That's all it requires basically. But a lot of accuracy. So the teams are now trying to solve mostly problems E, G, and L that are the most popular problems for now, as you can see in the queue.
So what I usually in these contests, it seems like you have of course the first 10 minutes or so it takes a while before everyone's getting ready, but then you see a rush of submissions for like the first hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours, and then things to slow down a bit because now the easier problems have been solved and you have the more tricky problems left. So when do you think that point will be reached this year, considering that we have 5 solved after 1 hour?
I think actually it will be more like, I think the third hour would be with the least amount of submissions.
Third hour.
And by the fourth hour, teams will start to trying to solve more hard problems that require some to code, and also that require more than one attempt to solve. So that's why there would be more submissions.
So at the 1 hour mark we have about, or a little bit after 1 hour mark, we have 17 teams solving at least 3 problems.
Yes. So what do you think? How much problems would it take to get a gold medal?
Well, I think to win you probably need to solve 12. I think the winner will solve 12.
Okay.
Hopefully it would be, I really hope that problem H will be solved by someone. But I mean, I expect that the winners will solve 12. To get a gold medal, maybe 11 will, 10 or 11, I guess will be probably for a gold.
Here you have Belarusian State University of Informatics and Radio Electronics. They finished in 7th place in Northeastern European Regional Contest, which is quite an achievement. And they're now coding problem A, I believe.
Ah, yes. True. Problem A, okay. That's interesting.
Actually, quite a few teams decided to code problem A now, I think.
Yes, I mean, I guess a lot of teams have read problem A. So if we look at the activity graph, we see that E and L are still the two most popular. G is catching up. So it seems like that probably would be the fourth most solved problem. Quite a number of teams are solving K as well, working on K, and B and A. Some teams here and there.
Let's hope actually that someone will solve problem D.
Yes.
In the next 10 minutes, because otherwise it can be overlooked by some teams, and this is a problem that you will probably get correct if you will spend half an hour at most on it. So that's a problem that top teams may want to solve as in the middle of the contest, while some other teams can that can't come with idea to some other problems, but they would probably have the right idea for this one. It's more about implementation.
So we see now that Tsinghua University is the fourth team to solve 4 problems after solving problem K.
That's correct. Our early leader, University of Nizhny Novgorod, still can't solve any more problems, and they are currently working on both problems D and G.
So if they're working on problem D, it will be interesting to see how soon they will be able to get it correct.
Yes. So we have Zagreb University with 4 and our University of Tokyo with 4 problems as well. We also have ITMO University that have problem B, and if they solve the easier problems E and G, they can go to the second place.
And we also have University of Tokyo solving their 4th problem. So what we see now is quite a number of teams solving their 4th problem.
So out of teams that were thought to be favorites, currently we don't have Warsaw University at the top. They are on the 18th place. That's probably because they worked on problem A.
So actually we have another university, Utrecht University, who's working on a different problem, namely problem J, which was the extra problem, spin doctors, and they have been working for about 30 minutes, and it seems like they actually could be on the right track. So maybe we will have a first submission on problem J reasonably soon. And University of Warsaw that we were talking about, it seems like they're actually quite close to solving problem A. So with that, they should move up in the scoreboard.
Yes, but there is a need to catch up other teams on other problems, and at the same time they will tip other teams about the fact that problem A could be probably solved.
Yes, so they have the 3 simplest problems solved already.
Well,
so
that's quite unexpected. We have Radboud University solving problem A and getting the first accepted on that problem.
Yeah, so that's a team from the northwestern Europe region. So it's a Dutch team. So I believe it's the first world final for them. So
Yes.
Of course it's fun. Great. Another first timer being the first to solve a problem.
That's actually not the first team this year who did it. So exciting contest. We now have 7, I believe, different problems.
Yes,
that
so
are
problem
solved
A
by
is now
someone.
solved, so we have 7, yes.
but problems A and B are only solved by one team.
Yes.
Interesting. And it's strange that no one takes a hint from St. Petersburg submission. It was over a half hour ago.
On problem B, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have Harvard University solving problem K, moving up to 7th place, trying to catch up Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
Yeah. So 7 teams with 4. So here we have the University of Tokyo. We see their backsides at least, and see how they're working.
They're typing something on problem B, I believe.
Yes. Which seems to be a rational choice. So it seems like either B or maybe K would be the next problem.
I believe Nizhny Novgorod University is quite close to solving problem D.
And ITMO is submitting on in E and solving E.
And moving up to 1st place.
Yes.
Which is a gold medal place. St. Petersburg State University also started to work on problem D, while discussing problems F and H between them.
So maybe we can say a little bit more about the analytics. So in order to be able to see, this that they're discussing is that we actually have access to the cameras on their computers, so we can see what the team is looking like. We also have access to the desktop, and so from this there's actually quite a lot of information to analyze and try to figure out what is the team doing. So we can see here that they're actually working on 3 problems in parallel, D, F, and H. So actually working on. So I guess this is also a strategy. If you're one of the expected top teams, you actually will probably at least attempt maybe all of the problems.
Yes.
So even if there is a really, really hard problem like problem H, you might have to start early, so that you actually have the time to solve it. So what do you say about that strategy?
I would say that you still need to solve problems. It's better to solve problems in the order of difficulty, because you get penalty based on cumulative time of solving. Yeah. So say if you have problem that you will solve in 20 minutes and problem that you will solve in 10 minutes, you better first solve problem in 10 minutes and get a total time of 40, then in the other way around at a total time of 50. But we actually have Ryong-Nam San solving problem G and also moving to 3rd place. I don't believe universities from North Korea had any such success in the world final before.
No, that's.
I hope they will continue to keep up. They actually solved 3 problems in the last 25 minutes. As to the level of activity, we have quite steady activity on problem M, almost actually the same as on problem K, but no submissions yet.
Yeah, so problem M is about scheduling. So you basically get described a scheduling algorithm to avoid deadlocks. So basically it's a priority ceiling protocol. And the steps are defined, and you have to basically implement this and be able to execute this kind of scheduling algorithm in an efficient manner. So actually that's one of the lowest time limits in the problem set.
So we have, I believe, Warsaw University, I'm not sure, on the screens.
No, that's Radebud.
Oh, okay.
That's the Dutch team. So seem to be quite engaged discussions.
They also have Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology solves problem G, and also with 4 problems they are moving to 6th place. There is 3 teams from St. Petersburg this year and 4 teams from Moscow. And one of the teams from St. Petersburg is from St. Petersburg Academic University. That is 3rd World Finals for university. The interesting thing is that university itself was formed 3 years ago.
Ah, okay. Pretty impressive.
Yes, so they hadn't missed any World Finals yet. I think it's one of the few universities that can
boast with that.
Yes. So by now we have almost all teams solved problem C. We have 5 teams not solving that yet. And we have Harvard in the 2nd place with 5 problems.
So they solved problem L. Yeah, so this is the thing. I mean, they had one of the relatively easy problems left, which was good because now they can solve that. So I guess we will pretty soon see MIT solving problem E.
And probably ITMO solving problem G as well. And we have submission from Nizhny Novgorod State University on the problem D. Unfortunately, it is incorrect. But they are generally on the right track in their solution, so should fix it quickly, I believe.
So Harvard actually has won the World Finals once.
Yes.
So is there any possibilities for the viewers to ask questions to the commentators?
I don't know about it, but you can try.
You can try.
University of Wrocław solving problem D. It's first accepted for this problem. So they beat Nizhny Novgorod to the post on this. So we now have how much? 8 problems. 7 problems solved by teams, by at least one team. It's quite impressive. So we had a conversation about how many problems you need to get gold, but how many problems you will need to get bronze. I think it's something like 9, probably, or 8. 8 more likely.
8. Let's see. So we still have problem D. I would also expect A or M. So, well, 8 or 9, yes. I mean, considering that we already now have 11 teams solving 4, if all of them solve another 4 or 5.
Well, on the one hand, they have almost 3 hours and 40 minutes to do that. On the other hand, the easiest problem are already solved. So University of Nizhny Novgorod had actually solved problem G.
And
they found the error, and they got to the 3rd place. Now they had the best time when they had 3 problems, but unfortunately now they have worse time.
So we have the first correct solution to problem D. University of Wrocław from Poland is the first to solve problem D after 79 minutes. So now it would be interesting to see how many will follow their lead.
We have universities all over the world here. Probably the easiest title to win in the World Finals is the Super Regional Championship title for the South Pacific region, because we only have 2 teams from there. But you still at least need to do something. I believe there was a year, but probably before the Super Regional title, where there was only 1 team from that region. But there was not super regional titles, I believe, appeared the same year that medals in 2000.
So maybe you can explain the rules for awarding the medals.
So the medals are awarded based on place. It's top 4 teams get the gold medal, next 4 teams silver medal, and next 4 teams get the bronze medals. We have MIT solving problem A and moving up to second place. So now all problems but F, H, I, J and M are solved by someone. So the medals were awarded since 2000, and the first 2 years medals were awarded based on the number of problems solved. If you solve the same number of problems as the world champion, you will get gold. The teams that solve all the problems but one get silver, and the next level is bronze. But in 2001 there was 28 medalists, including 14 bronze medals. So ICPC decided that's a bit too much and decided to award medals based on place. For a couple of years it was 3-3-4, and after that it switched to 4-4-4. There was several years when either additional bronze or additional silver medals were awarded. The bronze medals were awarded if the difference between 12 and 13 teams were very small, like at most 10 penalty minutes, and the only time there was 5 silver medals is because the 2 teams in 8th and 9th place have the same number of problems solved and the same penalty time.
Interesting. Yeah, so of course everyone wants to get those medals. We see now that a lot of submissions, so actually the local university Chulalongkorn, local at least for Thailand, Chulalongkorn University now is trying to work on problem L. Unfortunately it was incorrect.
So we actually had finally, I think the flow to submissions has stopped a little bit. Now we have like only 3 or 4 submissions in the last minute. And we see the balloons. They, I believe, here in the order of problems. So the black balloon is for problem M, and
so I mean a lot of teams are now working on problem G. One problem that they run into is that they aren't aware that they actually need to be quite precise in their calculations of the angles. So they use an imprecise method. So maybe they will be able to find that out, but it can be quite hard to know that. I mean, you're having the right method, but you're using the wrong approach to actually calculate the angular value, which gives you too much error.
So we have one more first to solve balloon, additional balloon presented.
Okay, it's problem D that was solved by University of Wrocław a couple of minutes ago.
Yes, University of Wrocław participated last year, but I believe they hadn't got medals. University of Nizhny Novgorod still working on both D and G. Last time they tried to submit it D, but were unsuccessful, and submitted in the same minute again and again unsuccessful. It's actually usually quite a bad idea to do 2 submissions in a row like that, because even if you fix some error, you probably hadn't found all the errors. So it's better to print out you can print out your submissions to read through them and find all the errors at once.
Yeah, so we already mentioned that before, that the computer is a limited resource. So of course you want to use that as much as possible. And if you have some problem, your incorrect submission, then the best strategy is usually to print it and work on it offline while another person is continue working on the computer.
So we have our leaders, St. Petersburg University, switching to problem B, while still working on problem D using the printout.
So we mentioned Wroclaw previously. They actually have a silver medal. So they have a silver medal from a couple of years back. And now they're working on problem E. So let's see, they're submitting on problem E.
Yes, it's almost tested. Let's see if it's correct.
So if they move up to 12th, if it's correct, they will move up to 12th place from 16th place. And it's still judging.
That is correct. They are now 6th place, yes. As you can see, we now have 2 teams from North America in top 3, which is quite impressive. It's MIT and Harvard. Harvard University, there is 2, as we already said, 2 IOI absolute winners in Harvard University, and one of them in 2012 actually won last IOI for Gennady Karatkevich, which is quite impressive because Gennady Karatkevich had 4 absolute wins on IOI in a row. He didn't get his 5th, unfortunately for them. So, just when we thought the flood of submissions finally stopped, it recommends it again. Harvard have submission on problem A, but it failed almost on first test, like quite quickly. I hope our analytics will tell us what's wrong with it.
So, I mean, B is one of these, slightly harder problems. So I mean, definitely medium range. And it seems like they actually the teams are trying a number of different approaches, but still get it incorrect. So here we have the MIT team. So I guess that was maybe a reaction video from when they found out that they had a correct submission. So that's another thing that's interesting that we can do, and that's when the teams submit, and if that submission is correct, we can automatically start recording the team's reaction for finding out that it solved the problem.
So Shanghai Jiaotong University got to the 3rd place with successful submission on problem B, and it was closely followed by Tokyo University with also successful submission of problem B, getting to the 4th place. Now we have, I believe, 5 teams with 5 problems. Yes.
Yes. And 13 teams with 4 or more.
So for the last several minutes, now problems E, G, and L are the most popular the teams are working on. But also quite a few teams also works on problem B. So let's see.
So yeah, looking at this activity graph, it actually now a lot of teams have solved C, E, and L, and it might be hard for them to choose what will be the next problem that they will focus on. So it actually seems a lot of teams are kind of probably working on the problems on paper, trying to figure out what is the next problem to work on, because we see that the activity is quite low actually on all problems. So that's interesting. And we have Kim Il Sung University solving problem K. So the North Korean team is continuing to do well. They're now in third place.
We also, I believe, have University of Nizhny Novgorod started to typing something in some new files, so they probably started to solve new solution. You have Shanghai Jiaotong University submission problem K. If they will solve it, they will take the lead. And now, unfortunately, wrong answer on one of the last test cases. Interesting. So, Harvard University will also take the lead with problem A, but they have quite a few test cases incorrectly, unfortunately. So we can see University of Tokyo typing something furiously.
He's even rolling up his sleeves to make him faster.
Yes.
That's interesting.
The Tokyo have 2 gold medals previously on the World Finals 2013 and 2015.
So they competed last year. So this, at least one of the guys is from last year. One is a new contestant in
Yes,
ICPC.
one got silver medal 2 years ago.
So there are people from 2014 team, the 2015 team, and one new
one,
contestant.
yes.
So it seems like they have a good mix of people then.
So you can see National Taiwan University. That's one guy sit at the computer, the other two collaborating to solve some other problem. So I believe we have only 4 teams that haven't solved anything by now. 2 of them attempted to solve problem C and L, but 2 universities hadn't done any submissions at all. Do you think they're just like they're a little bit overwhelmed by the World Finals?
Yeah, I mean it can be. I mean, especially if you what should I say? Maybe you work on the wrong problem first, and you think that, oh, this is an easy problem, and then you see all the other teams working on something else, and you switch to that, and yeah. So actually, I think it's a lot of psychology in this. That I mean, you have to get off to a good start, and yeah, the better the start, the better it will feel. I mean, you get this positive feeling, and of course, you solve some problems early on, and that's always nice. So then you get in a role, and yeah, I think it's interesting, this psychology of contests in general, and of course the psychology of this type of program contests specifically.
So Pittsburgh State University hadn't submitted anything for the last half an hour, and they just submitted problem B, and unfortunately it's wrong answer. So I hope they will fix it soon. We have Stanford University solving problem L. I believe Stanford were world champions for a couple of times at least. But in the recent years, World Finals were dominated by Chinese and Eastern European teams mostly. Almost all of the titles were won by them. So
here we have Kyoto University. So they just recently solved the problem. They are on 13th place, so they have 4 solved problems. So also doing well. So they have problem G left. No, sorry, they solved problem G, but they still have problem B left. Among the
Among the more easier ones, yes.
But it seems at least that we were highly incorrect regarding problem D, which many thought would be one of the easier, or I mean the problems that were solved first.
Still think it may be the effect of the crowd, like nobody solves this, so we won't as well. We have ITMO University submitting problem K and also Tokyo submitting problem K. ITMO got it correct and moved up to 4th place, but Tokyo can probably now overcome them. And they do just that, they're in the 1st place now, University of Tokyo.
Interesting.
With 6 problems. So I think we have quite a few teams now that had a lead during the contest.
So it took 1 hour and 37 minutes to get to 6 problems.
Yes.
So now, So I think in the end, a lot of teams will solve these 6. So we probably see about, I don't know, 40 teams or so solving that.
Actually, university from South America, namely Universidad de los Andes, just solved problem D as their 2nd problem. And I think that's about the correct order for solving it.
Because that's an interesting, because I guess a lot of people will just look at the top of the scoreboard and not more towards the end, so they might not even see that this team has solved problem D.
Okay, so we have the scoreboard now on the screen. 1 team with 6 problems, 6 teams with 5 problems, and 9 teams with 4 problems.
Yeah, and 38 teams with 3 or more.
Yes. So at least this contest have enough easy problems.
Yes.
We'll see if it will fulfill all other properties of the good contest.
So ITMO solves their 5th problem and is now on 5th place appropriately.
Yes. University of Warsaw tried to submit problem A once again, but they unfortunately failed again.
So now the most popular problem overall is problem G, which makes sense relative to our previous discussion that now that L, E, and C are done, they move on to G.
Now you can see ICPC deputy with a balloon going to the team workstation.
So we have another submission by Harvard on problem A. See if they can.
They moved for to the 2nd place.
So we now have 2 teams solving 6 problems: University of Tokyo and Harvard University.
Yes. Now ITMO submitting problem G. Shortly after they submitted K. And they are getting it correct, and they are moving to the first place. Impressive.
So I do find it strange that the California Institute of Technology does not have any submissions or anything.
Yes.
I mean, they, if I remember correctly, they did pretty well yesterday at the dress rehearsal. So.
Well, you know the problems beforehand for the dress rehearsal because it's problems for the all-told finals.
Yes. So
we have Shanghai Jiaotong moving to the third place now, with also 6 problems with submission and problem K, and actually Itmo leads Tokyo, but only 3 minutes of penalty time.
So actually, Caltech had their first submission now after 1 hour and 42 minutes. Unfortunately, it was incorrect. So it seems like they are working on problem D and problem E. So it's probably the thing that they have chosen the wrong problem to work on, and they haven't switched yet.
So the only team that hasn't submitted anything is actually the host university, Prince of St. Clair.
I'm sure they will catch up.
So Moscow State University solved problem L, moving to 11th place. We have on the screen our leaders. Adam Bardashevich was on the World Finals 2 years ago. Unfortunately, that's the only year during the last 4 years that Itmo hadn't won the World Championship. And his 2 teammates are first-timers for the World Finals. So St. Petersburg State University submission problem B, they got it correct and they are moving to the first place. So we now have 2 teams from St. Petersburg on the first 2 places.
So order is restored.
Yes.
So the last couple of years we have seen a lot of battles between exactly these 2, and actually University of Tokyo has also been involved in those.
In the top, yes.
So it's interesting, and Jiaotong, Shanghai Jiaotong has also been there. So it's the usual contenders.
Yes, but Moscow State University should be in the second place, and it's not. It's strange.
You're 11th, so you can still have the 10th place.
They can still have a second place, but even they can still have a World Champions title.
Oh, of course,
it's still open.
Still 3 hours and 15 minutes to go.
Yes.
A lot of activity and a lot of things will go on. So here we can also see the cup. So here's the trophy that the teams are working so hard to have a chance to win. Of course, it's very prestigious and carries some weight. So here we can see that zooming in on all the previous year's winners. So we see 1978 MIT won, and this year they're 6th place so far. Maybe they have another chance.
I believe in 1978 it wasn't called the World Finals. World Finals title, I believe, was from 1999, but the first time international team won was in 1990 by the University of Otago from New Zealand.
So here we have the South Pacific region has had a winner. We also saw on the trophy that Harvard won in 1993. So it's been 25 years almost since the last one.
Yes. I think this year many teams have chance to win the title.
Yes, that has been your thesis the whole time, that is about a dozen teams actually have the chance to win. And I mean, considering now, in some years there has been a very clear 1 or 2 teams that have had a clear lead, but now we see there's actually 7 teams within 1 problem, and all have roughly the same time. So it will be very important to be the first to solve the 7th problem, the 8th problem, and so on. Because if you're the first, then of course the other one might have to solve 2 more problems to actually pass you in the scoreboard.
So multiple teams are now on the right track to solve problem J. We will see who will be the first one to solve it. And the University of Helsinki moves up to 12th place.
Ah, nice. That's our next door neighbors. So Helsinki, of course, the capital of Finland, doing well. I think that they have had teams in the last couple of World Finals. So I think it's interesting also this that the universities get this tradition of being able to raise or foster good teams, because you see a lot of universities coming back to the World Finals year after year, even though they're in very competitive regions.
And MIT's admissions on problem E only fails on 2 small test cases, so they seem to get it mostly correct, but hadn't checked for some boundary cases or something like that.
So in the beginning we saw that the teams have problems when there were large numbers, large inputs,
It's
but now
usually, yes.
now they have problems with the small inputs. But of course they have 5 solved problems. So when they find it, I expect that they will find it, and then they will have a chance to move up in the scoreboard. But I think they will not be able to take the lead. No, they will not be able to take the lead.
But they can still get ahead of Harvard. I think it means something for them.
Yes, of course. You have the local competition within the country.
Yes, because they not only within the country, it's actually within the same region.
Yeah.
Northeastern North America region.
The Boston area, even.
Yes.
Same city. We also see that they have about 9 minutes. So if MIT managed to solve the problem within the next 9 minutes, they will actually move up to second place and move in between the two St. Petersburg teams.
Yes.
So here we have the statistics again. So we see the problem C is almost everyone has solved it now, and L is slightly more popular than problem E, and then G is clear fourth.
Yes. The problem F have quite a few teams that sent incorrect solutions on it.
So we actually have a submission on M as well, but that was incorrect. So we have had 1 submission on M as well.
So only 3 problems without any love from the teams at all.
And those are the expected hard problems. So
yes.
Seems like teams are making their correct decisions.
So let's see. We have 1 more submission from MIT in problem E, and they seem to already pass the small test cases. And it's correct, they're moving to the second place.
So we're just a few minutes, and they were right on time to be able to squeeze in there between the two St. Petersburg teams.
Yes.
Actually, 8 minutes to go, so pretty well.
So St. Petersburg State University have quite solid leads based on penalty time, but penalty time wouldn't matter if you would actually solve more problems.
So what's also interesting is, of course, that MIT has solved problem A, which the other teams hasn't. So the question is,
actually, Harvard also solved problem A. Probably
yes.
They have something similar on some local North American contest.
Yeah, maybe it could be.
It could happen. National Taiwan University solved problem A and moved to 8th place. That's 19th final for National Taiwan University. They have 3 gold medals.
Yeah, they won, I believe they won in 2010 when it was in Harbin, China.
No. They hadn't won the title. They only have gold medals. In 2010, I believe it was Zhejiang University.
I believe that was 2011. Zhejiang University won
Then
in
Shanghai was in 2010. I'll check
So
it
we are here
out.
in Phuket, Thailand, and this is the first day of the ICPC 2016 World Finals, and we're here to register all the teams and get them started at their adventure at the World Finals. The teams are arriving. They arrived at the airport and they were greeted by the PSU student volunteers and taken out to the van and brought to the beautiful La Meridian Hotel. And so we're here at team registration. They're going to check in, they're going to get their shirts, they're going to get their badges, and they're going to have a great time. Then after they get registered, they're going to be able to go to the IBM welcome and enjoy a little food, hang out in the IBM chill zone, and learn about some of the things that are going on with our great sponsor. They should expect to meet and make some great friends from around the world. This is really an opportunity to find people that are of like spirit, problem solvers that from around the world that you can meet and make lifelong friendships. And the other thing that they're going to have is, of course, a really hard problem set, probably the hardest problem set in World Finals history. So just lots of opportunities to see what the exciting things they're going to be able to engage in once they finish that degree and graduate with their computer science degree.
Hello, back. So we have Ural Federal University, one of the favorites, solving problem K, and then almost instantly solving problem B and moving to the 8th place. Ural Federal University won Northeastern European regional contest. So they are favorites, and now we will see the problem presentation for the problem C. It seems there are some technical problems with the video of presentation for problem C. So most teams are starting to switch to problems E, G, L, K, and B. Those are the most popular problems in the last several minutes. Most problems is problem G is based on precision issues and also on corner cases. So we have 6 teams with 6 problems and 3 more teams with 5 problems. We have a team from National University of Singapore solving problem B and moving up to the 9th place. As you may know, that is 40th World Finals, or the ACM ICPC Finals, and we also have University of Nizhny Novgorod attempt on problem B. Unfortunately, it's incorrect. You can see they're trying to fix something, so probably we can expect another submission in a couple of seconds. But it seems they decided against that. So So we will now show you the video about the cups. Unfortunately, there were some problems with sound, but hope it will be fixed shortly. So we haven't had any accepted submissions in the recently, like
Yeah, the last minutes. So it's nice to have this overview of the whole contest floor. We see all the teams and all the colorful balloons, and I think it's a very nice picture. And of course, you see this close to 400 people sitting there working really, really hard on these problems. And I mean, they have put in a lot of effort to come here. So usually you have to compete in at least 2 previous contests to make it to the finals. And of course, there's many hours of practice and preparations going into this. And today is the big day.
yes, you can see Universidad de los Andes with their cute mascots. I hope they can help the team to achieve results that they want. It's fifth world final for the university. We have University of Warsaw submitting problem D and getting it correct. So I hope University of Warsaw will be able to solve some more problems, because they are one of the teams that were expected to do well in this contest, but they had not at the start. So it is now almost 2 hours into the contest. And we have here with us for now.
So yeah. So what we see is that University of Warsaw now have 4 problems solved and ranked 17, and they have some incorrect submissions on problem A. So they probably have a partial solution to that as well.
And we have with us here Bruce Murray, one of the judges. Hello, Bruce.
Hello.
So what do you want to say about the problem set this year?
Well, I'm not really sure what you're looking for.
So has the contest developed as you expected? I mean, the problems that you thought would be the easy ones, are they the ones that they're actually solving?
No, not necessarily. In fact, as the judges, we sort of took bets on which problems, on the order of the problem solving, and we all guessed different things, and we're all wrong. So it's very difficult to actually guess which problems are going to seem easy.
So at least personally, I thought that C and L would be 2 of the easy ones, and that seemed to be correct.
Yeah,
I didn't expect E to be that.
Okay, we'll now show some video about new teams, and then we will continue. Oh, or not, because there's some technical problems, so we can continue.
Yeah.
So I guess E is one of those problems which is very short. So
yeah, it is very short, but it's also easy to make mistakes on, which I think we've seen. There's multiple cases to handle. Yeah, I'm a little surprised nobody solved M yet. Although Per pointed out that it's a lot of text to read, and he thinks that's what's putting people off. The actual solution is not particularly long or difficult to implement.
Yeah, because you basically get the algorithm in the text, and you have to implement it. But of course.
Yeah.
But it requires accuracy to do that, because.
Requires what?
Accuracy.
Accuracy. Yes, and also if you think about the problems more, you can realize you don't have to implement everything it says in the text in exactly the way it is. You can actually simplify it, but that takes more time on thinking.
But we've seen, I believe, one submission, but that was incorrect. So at least been one submission on problem M.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure that'll be the next one that gets solved first.
So we also expected quite a number of submissions on problem D. That hasn't really occurred either.
Yeah, in fact, in my answer to the poll we did, I put it down as my second one, but realized afterwards that's probably the wrong choice. It's an easy problem for teams that don't have the smarts to solve the algorithmically problems, and it may end up getting solved more than some of the other problems, but I think for a very strong team, they can see how to solve some of the other problems much quicker than they can actually type in all the code to handle all the complexity of problem D.
Yeah, so it's one of those, a bit messy problems. I mean, it's conceptually quite easy, but it's a lot of code to write, and it's easy to make mistakes. And
yeah, it's a lot of code to write. You've got to code in the ASCII diagrams for each of the digits, which takes a while, and you've got to make sure you get it right, and you've got to...
It seems University of Nizhny Novgorod's solution for problem B is almost correct. They just need to increase their infinity.
Infinity is too small.
Yes.
Always happens to me.
Also, it seems that University of Wrocław is on the right track to solve problem I. They already implemented the simplex method, and it's basically all that is needed to solve that problem.
So actually, I'm a bit curious about how you think about, because last year we had an FFT problem, and this year we have a linear programming problem, which are kind of maybe not the most common algorithm that the teams have, for example, in their TCRs. Can you comment a bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, we discussed that a bit. Yeah, and that comparison was definitely something we made. That I was kind of a little bit against having a linear programming problem, so I said that's maybe something, it's really a test whether a team has come prepared for that. But same time we said, well, if we never put a linear programming problem in, then we can never put one in. So we've got to do it for the first time at one point.
Exactly. So I personally think it's good to kind of broaden the horizon, adding new types of algorithms that hasn't been that common before. So personally, I'm all in favor.
Right.
So I guess maybe it's just the first year that there might be more of a, different. I mean, some teams have it and some teams don't, and then the next year the teams will adapt.
Yeah, indeed.
So we have Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology solving problem D and moving to the 8th place. I think actually now the teams will see that problem D is not that hard, and they will I think that it would be more popular problem in the next hour. So, Bruce, can you describe the process, how the judges approach the contest, how they create the problem set?
So it all starts quite a few months before with a submission selection process where there's a call for problems, everyone can send in any problems they want, but you have to send in at least 2, but a lot of the judges who here sent in even more problems. There's a small panel that then selects a very short list of problems, which is essentially slightly more problems than we're actually going to use, and those judges are invited to come to the World Finals. And then when we meet here, we decide, well, how many problems do we want, which ones do we need, and we have lots of arguments about, getting the balance of the contest right. Don't want too many we're going to make sure that most of the problems can be solved, but we don't want everything solved, and we want some easy problems so that everyone can solve something, but we don't want something too easy so that everyone solves something in the first hour like last year. I think it's worked quite well this year with, I don't know how many teams still haven't solved C, but we didn't have every team solving something in the first hour, but we'd like every team to leave with at least one problem.
So last we checked, I think it was at least 124 teams solving problem C. So
okay.
There's still a few teams that have the chance, but most have already.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So
we also then
University solved problem K, moved up to 10th place. So they finally catching up from the middle of the pack to the top.
So it means that you have around 30 30, 40 problems to select from in this initial process?
Well, I think that's probably about how many the initial panel selects from. When we get here, we only have slightly more problems than we're actually going to use.
Okay.
So we've got some flexibility and sort of fine-tuning the balance of the contest.
So you don't spend too much effort on going into all the troubles and doing all the test cases and doing all the multiple implementations of too many problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a step in between where once the selection's been done, before we get here, we do a lot of work on creating all the test data, creating multiple solutions and all the things you have to do to get a contest problem ready to go. We still do a lot of work here to even just fine-tuning all the grammar and the exact wording and trying to make problems as clear as possible.
So when the final set is selected usually?
Well, this is my first time as judge, so I can't say usually, but it's basically we're driven by deadlines of when things have to go to be printed, and then we need to leave ourselves a day to kind of really fine-tune the ones we have selected. So sort of within a day or so of arriving here, I guess we need to decide which problems are in.
Meanwhile, Moscow State University solved problem K and moved up to 10th place, the usual place for Moscow State University, yes.
So how many judges do you have this year?
I think it's somewhere between 13 and 15. I haven't actually counted.
So we know that problems are graded by judges. Like, quite firstly, you don't want anyone at all to know problems before the contest starts. Only those people who really need it. Like, you even don't tell the number of problems, so it's usually 14 colors for balloons prepared and one of them not used this year. Is it correct?
Yeah, so I think because we don't decide exactly which problems we're using until pretty close to the contest, we specify an upper bound on how many we're going to have for purchase of buying the balloons, and then we'll usually have, well, I say usually, as I say, it's my first time. I guess the idea is we say, well, we've got this many that we could possibly use that are prepared, and then go and buy that many color balloons, and then we'll drop one or two out to set the contest to the difficulty we want.
I see.
So how do you become a World Finals judge?
Just by having one of your problems selected when you submit it. So I've submitted before, but this is the first time one of my problems has been selected for the shortlist.
Would you like to share which one it is?
It's got renamed. It's called Balanced Diet.
The problem A.
Problem A, yes.
So that has been solved by 3 teams so far. So it seems like the top 15 teams that has gone. So where did you place that on the scale?
Yeah, it's interesting because when I submitted it, I said this is going to be a really hard problem that's going to sort of decide the contest. But the way I'd solved it was a very roundabout way, which sort of took me several pages of math to kind of prove, and then the other judges found it significantly easier. They realized there's a much more direct way to get to the algorithm, but it's actually proving fairly challenging.
Yes.
But it must be kind of fun to see the teams trying to solve the problem that you've been that you suggested and worked on. And do you then actually look at the submissions and see? Because my experience from coaching students is that they have a tendency to find alternative solutions that you didn't even think of yourself.
Yeah, I haven't actually spent much time looking at the submissions for this. When you see there aren't actually that many happening yet. Other than we had a quick look at University of Warsaw, just to see why it was failing.
Are you checking like first submits on a problem to see whether there is some probable bug in tests or something like that, or are you sure that there is no bugs in tests?
Well, we're pretty confident with our tests. I mean, we do look at some of the submissions, but I think it would be if sort of no one was solving a problem and lots of teams are submitting and getting it wrong, then obviously we'd start having a look at that.
So we have here University of Nizhny Novgorod solving problem K, moving up to 8th place.
So now we have quite a number of teams solving 6. So it'll be interesting to see who will be the first team to actually solve 7 problems.
Yes.
Because of course that would be very decisive to see be the first to solve 7. So here we have university.
So we also can say that we have a parallel contest on the World Finals problem at online.acm.icpc.org. You can join it and try to see whether you can solve the problems from this World Finals.
Yeah, so I think one of the tricks for problem A was this, that you could find a repeating pattern and to be able to see if you get back to the same frequency as you had at the previous state, then you actually have infinitely, you can do it forever.
Yes.
So I think so. It seems like that is what the so that seems to be what the Warsaw team is. All their incorrect, wrong answers are those cases where it actually runs forever.
Yeah, so we had a look there. The bug is essentially they stop too early and assume that it's going to run forever.
Okay.
Before they actually have got completely around that cycle.
Okay. We have submission from University of Tokyo on problem A, but it's wrong answer. So would they solve it, fix the error quickly? They would probably take the lead.
So we'll see. We have an analyst looking into that submission now, so we'll see if they can manage to find something interesting there.
And the University of Warsaw just recently submitted 2 problems already. And University of Nizhny Novgorod solves problem D. And the University of Warsaw solves problem G, moving on to 7th and 8th place, respectively.
So now we have even more teams solving 6 problems.
Yes. Interesting.
So now we actually have 8 teams solving 6 problems, and another 9 teams solving 5.
Actually, problem G is now the most popular to work on for the last several minutes. It's overtake problems E and L because most teams already submitted problems E and L.
Yeah. So I think that's kind of a expected development. So, but what's also interesting with this Nizhny Novgorod state is that they still have problem B. So they're one of the few that have solved problem D, and they actually needed 2 or they needed 3rd submission.
We will now see a short video about C++ programming language.
Okay, so here we see Harvard University. So they're sitting, discussing the codes. You can see how they're scrolling and trying to figure out what can be the issue here. So it seems like probably, I expect it's either problem B or maybe problem D that they're working on.
Oh, finally have our video.
My favorite programming language is C++. 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 My favorite programming language is Lua because it's obscure and it drives my teammates insane.
So, Meanwhile, University of Tokyo solved problem A and got to the first place with 7 solved problems. But several other teams can still overtook them if they solve next problem correctly.
But of course, they put pressure on the St. Petersburg teams and of course MIT as well, so to really get that next problem in. So, for example, for MIT, they have another 30 minutes if they solve the problem within 30 minutes. For ITMO, they only have 22 minutes to solve it. Otherwise, they need 2 more problems to overtake Tokyo.
Yes. So in the top 8, we have 2 North American universities, 2 Chinese universities, no, 2 Asian universities. Oh, MIT solves problem B.
So MIT takes over the lead.
So ITMO now needs 2 problems to get the lead. But St. Petersburg State University still can take a lead.
If they solve the next problem within the next 77 minutes.
Okay, they have quite a few time.
So more than an hour, unless they submit something incorrectly. So then
and
that will be
unless
reduced.
MIT or Tokyo solves the 8th problem in the tower.
That too, of course. So what we have seen is that the last hour, so 8 teams moving up to 8. So now we see that as we're coming into the 3rd hour, that the team's now getting the 7th problem. So it seems probably reasonable that these top 8 teams, most of them will get their 7th problem within this hour.
Yes, probably so.
And we see that the North Korean team is still doing well. They have the best time of those teams with 5 solved problems.
Though they haven't solved anything for the last 25 minutes, but they have attempted problems. They hope they fix the bugs. Shanghai Jiao Tong University had incorrect submission on problem A. They could have moved to the 2nd place. Would they solve that? And Lviv National University solved problem K and moved up to the 9th place with 6 problems. So, Bruce, do you have any targets for number of problems that are required to get the gold medals and to get the bronze medals?
Well, I don't know about bronze, but we talked about how many we think the top team is going to solve. We don't think anyone's going to solve puzzle. We sort of split over whether the top team is going to solve 11 or 12 problems. But 11 should be enough for a gold medal, I would think. Yeah, I haven't really thought about how that's going to fall off as you get into silver and bronze.
So I agree with you. I also think that 11 probably will be enough for gold. But I do believe that one team will solve 12. I mean, this not even half the contest, and they've had quite some time to work on this problem already. So I mean, for example, take MIT. They had 6 problems before the first 90 minutes. So they still have quite some time to go.
Yeah, certainly from the start of the contest to sort of 2 hours in, I thought it became more likely that someone would get 12, but they're getting into the tough problems now. I mean, okay, I guess the top 6 teams still have problem D, which is easy to see how to do. It just takes some coding time, which will soak up some of their time. And problem M is fairly easy, but the other 4 are all pretty nasty problems.
Yes. But it seems like 9. Quite a lot of teams ought to get 9.
Yeah,
now
I think
we
a fair
have
number of teams.
video about Phuket. And we have new leader actually during the video. St. Petersburg State University submitted problem D and got accepted. They are now in lead with 7 problems. Itmar University attempted problem D, but unfortunately they got wrong answer. So would they solve it? They probably now wouldn't change even the place because of additional 20 minutes.
But of course, the MIT has, and both MIT and Tokyo and ITMO has problem D left, which should be relatively. I mean, we mentioned several times before that it's relatively straightforward.
And we have
but they have to
another
submit it.
video, it seems.
So the contestants have come from all around the world, and today is really a beach day or an acclimation day. It's to allow the students that have come from great distances, suffering a little from jet lag, to just relax a little bit on the beach as a guest of PSU, our host. The weather is beautiful here in Thailand. It is warm and a little humid, but that means that everybody needs to head out to the beach, relax by the pool, and keep cool. It's really important for the contestants to be able to relax, to acclimatize to the new time zone that they're in, to make sure that they're in peak shape for competing at the World Finals. It's going to be a really difficult competition. The problems are going to be the hardest ever in World Finals history, and so they need to be sharp. So today was PSU's way of giving them an opportunity to relax and really focus on beautiful Thailand. The students had all sorts of opportunities today. They could hang out on the beach, they could hang out by the pool, they could sleep in, they could get up early. We had quest activities that they could run around and do a scavenger hunt. There were wonderful activities in the chill zone where IBM was showing off all their incredible technology. So it was really just a day of opportunity, opportunities to relax, opportunities to learn about their future.
Okay, so we're back again, and so in the meantime, it's actually been quite a lot of action going on here. So we now have 4 teams solving 7 problems. So Shanghai Jiao Tong University got the problem A correct, and is now ranked number 4. And it also seems that St. Petersburg is working on problem J. So maybe we'll see that problem J will be the next problem for people to start working on.
Yes. So also I think Wrocław University got some good progress on that problem.
So here we have St. Petersburg State University, who's currently in the lead. We can see them working on. It's kind of hard to read which problem they're working on, but
looks like a lot of code, whatever it is.
Yeah. So they have problem A and J, I guess, are the ones that they might be working on. Looks more than like J than A.
Yes, I worked on J for last 3 or 4 minutes.
But that one seems to... this is MIT, they're working on clock. So they're now trying to figure out, get the problem D working.
Yes, exactly. We have University of Tokyo here. Actually, we have ITMO University solves problem D. Overtook Shanghai Jiao Tong University, and they are now in 4th place. Here we have Shanghai Jiao Tong University. They're testing something they do not do, or currently they don't do anything on the computer, but they're probably solving problem D.
Yeah, they see the input to problem D on the left side. So we were, as we were discussing before the break here, that we would see a lot of teams solving the 7th problem, and that's exactly what we see now.
Here's ITMO University commenting out some code and trying to solve problem D as well, I believe.
So actually we have a quite interesting situation now that the scoreboard is stable basically up to the 10th place, that all the teams that are top 10 needs to solve 1 more problem to advance.
We have some new video to show you.
This year in ICPC 2016, out of 384 contestants, we have 11 female contestants in the World Finals, and I like to cheer them, all of those 11 women, one by one. And it's awesome that you girls made it, and I really hope to see more and more girls every year, because I know you can make it. And girl power.
I think it's not really a big deal that you're a girl. Like, if you're good enough, people don't notice what gender you are. You can do anything that anyone else can.
The traditional sense of girls that they are not good at logical thinking, but I think it's fair. It's all the people are the same. Some people think it's a activity of boys, but it's okay, just try it.
I think part of it is there's less of like a social incentive, I guess, to do this sort of thing.
There are a lot of girls who don't want to get into computer science and programming because it's sort of a men's world, or because they don't think they're very good at it. And so I think sort of challenging that and saying, hey, you know, this might be a thing that you love, give it a try, is really important to make sure more people are doing things they're happy with.
We're exactly the same, and you can do the things exactly the same as the guys.
Hay menos mujeres que hombres, y en parte puede ser por los estereotipos que impone la sociedad. Entonces lo que me parece importante es que ya no se impongan esos estereotipos, y que me parece que es la principal causa por la cual hay siempre menos chicas.
What we want to prove is that maybe nothing in this world can be complete without women, so just be confident.
I really think that most of the problems that women get about they're not as good in math, or they're not as good as programming, it's just built in their mind from their childhood. And women are really geniuses, but they just get held back by what society tells them. And for all those female coders are out there, especially in the Middle East, don't let the society hold you back, and don't let people hold you back. Do what you want to do, and when you're strong enough and you're willing enough, you can do anything you want.
So we are back. Meanwhile, Nizhny Novgorod State University got the 7th problem. Also, Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology solved problem A and moved to 8th place, and we have some other video now.
We first got involved with ICPC last year, where my team attended the 2015 World Finals. We were so excited about what we saw that we then attended the Beijing Regionals, and of course we're happy and extremely excited to be here this year at the World Finals. It is such an exciting time in the industry right now. Frankly, we've been working for the last few years on solving some of the really challenging kind of infrastructure and pipe problems associated. The world is getting so much more exciting from an analytics point of view. We have so much more data to which we have access, and we have a lot of opportunity in using that data. So we have everything from network management, which is closer to our core. Security also, I would say, is a very significant area of interest for us. And of course, we all talk about the Internet of Everything or Internet of Things. We are seeing now billions of things connected, and it's causing some really interesting opportunities and challenges associated with distributed computing, analytics at the edge. Over the last year or so, we've realized that as we start to tackle some of these really exciting problems, we need new talent. We need people who are quick on their feet, who are very mathematically oriented, who are mad coders. Of course, we have our research grant program, which you can see on our website at research.cisco.com. We've also done a lot of sponsored research with universities, and as of late, we've started some new and innovative ways of working with universities, including sponsoring projects for students during their coursework. We have a load of opportunities, including all sorts of internship and hiring programs. We also have PhD internships, master's internships, postdocs, visiting professors, all sorts of other opportunities, and of course undergraduate hires as well, about which we're extremely excited. They can visit innovation.cisco.com, or they can start the international internship program process through mycip.com. That's myciip.com.
So, thanks for our sponsors. And we have another leader change, again during the video. Shanghai Jiaotong solved problem A on the 2nd attempt and is now in 1st place with 8 problems.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see that now all the top teams are converging on the same set of problems, whereas early in the contest, teams on the same scores were spread all over the place, but it now seems that all these teams are solving A through E, G, K and L, and they seem to just be filling in the gaps, whether it's problem A or problem D. Sort of interesting to see what teams go for after that.
Yes, but don't you think there may be some, like, a lot of teams with 8 problems and not really that many teams with more problems?
Yes, 8 and maybe 9 if they realize that M is easier than everyone seems to think at the moment. But yeah, I think beyond 9 it's going to become, a lot trickier.
Moscow State University is currently in 14th place, and they actually written the problem B that require you to come up with dynamic solutions that work in n squared log n time. They also coded n-cubed solution, checked one against another, and found a bug. So now they're fixing it.
So we have submissions on problem J. Unfortunately, those are both incorrect. And there is only one team that has submitted something on problem M, but unfortunately that was both incorrect and too slow.
We have University of Tokyo submission on problem D. Unfortunately, it is incorrect, and they could have took the lead, would it be correct, and they still can take the lead from Shanghai, would they solve it quickly enough?
They only have a few minutes unless they switch problems, since now they have that incorrect. So, I mean, if they find the bugs within the next 5 minutes or so, they can take over the lead.
So Ural Federal University solved problem G and moved up to 11th place with 6 problems. We have now 8 teams with 7 problems and 4 teams with 6 problems. And sorry, actually 1 team with 8 problems and 7 teams with 7 problems. So.
And about still 28 teams with 5 problems.
University of Nizhny Novgorod is working on some problems, reading code.
So we have one more team. So actually now 125 teams have solved problem C. So there are still 3 teams left, but almost everyone has solved it so far.
University of Nizhny Novgorod switched to problem A after solving problem B.
Now let's see. Moscow State University now solved problem B and are now at their traditional 10th place.
Yes, it seems that they had found the bug. They had. University of Wrocław submitted problem G and it's accepted. They moved up to 10th place because they had two accepted almost simultaneously.
Yeah,
problem G and A.
Finding the bugs.
So we have a lot of teams actually, like having fixed 2 bugs almost at the same time and submitting 2 problems. So they have also 2 accepted in the same minute. But both of these accepted are from the first try. And we have University of Tokyo once again trying to solve problem D, and it's correct.
So now they take over the lead.
They take over the lead. Let us see how many. By 5 minutes. Yes.
So I think this is also very impressive of these top teams that, I mean, they make some mistake, but then it just takes them a few minutes to find it and fix it. So.
Yeah, it's quite impressive because you get so little feedback, you just find that you've got the wrong answer, and that tells you nothing about your bugs. So. And
actually, I believe in some contests, not in the World Finals. The World Finals, you only get the verdict, like wrong answer or time limit exceeded, but you don't get the test. Which test you get it on? Like
yeah, I think you get the number. I
Yes,
think you do.
I think you don't actually.
Okay.
While in many regional competitions, you actually do get the test number, and it helps a lot. Like if you first get wrong answers, say on 10th test and then on 20th, you at least fixed something.
Yes.
So Caltech solved their first problem. So now we only have 2 teams that hasn't solved anything. So that's progress. So now 126 teams have solved problem C.
Good.
So have you been involved at the regional level as a judge before?
Yes, on and off in the Southern African regional, so I've set a number of problems for that as well, and checked other problems and so on.
So how do you compare? I mean, what's the difference between being a World Finals judge compared to be a regional finals judge?
Well, obviously the biggest difference is the problems here are way more difficult. Particularly, we're not a particularly strong region in Southern Africa, so this is a whole new level of problems. There's also a lot more care and attention given into the problems here. In the regional, there's sort of maybe only 2 people really putting effort into a particular problem. Here, sort of everyone is chipping in, even everything from grammar changes to test cases to solutions and so on. We make sure everything is exactly spot on.
So of course that's central part of the contest, because I mean, as a previous regional contest director, I know that as long as the problem set is good, I'm not worried about the contest. I know this will be a good contest if the problem set is good. So putting in the effort to actually create a good problem set is extremely important, and I think that the World Finals usually do a very good job of that.
Yeah, and I think having so many judges who are all top people really helps.
So we have Shanghai Jiaotong University on our screen. They won Beijing Regional Contest this year. As you can see, they've got 2 bronze medalists from last year and 1 silver medalist from 2 years ago to form a team this year. Interesting. Actually, I think quite a few universities this year have teams that have more than 1 person that previously attended the World Final and even different World Finals.
Do you think that's a deliberate choice to try and arrange, choose teams like that, or do you think that's just coincidence?
I think it can be based suppose you have last year student and then 2 more junior students, so the last year student then graduate and you need to find a replacement, something like that. Usually it's 2 teams merge into 1 because of some reasons.
Okay.
At least it's how it's usually done in Russia. So we hadn't had any accepted submissions for the last couple of minutes. Teams still try to solve problems. Problems G now mostly, but also there is a lot of activity on problems B and D. So finally teams discover problem D, that it's not that hard.
Yeah, I think what we discussed is it's not particularly challenging to see what to do, but as soon as you look at it, it's going to take you a long time to code it up.
So we have National University of Singapore solving problem D, and they took 9th place.
Yeah, so they actually solved I think 2 or 3 problems very recently now, so they've probably been working in parallel on that, and now that paid off.
Yes, but they are quickly overtook by Ural Federal University. Well, the last 4 years, the team that won Northeastern European Regional Contest then go on to win the World Finals. So they won the contest this year, but had a slow start. We'll see if they will continue the tradition.
So what we see now is that actually half of the D is getting solved now by most teams, so it's only one of the top 12 teams that hasn't solved it now. So yeah, as soon as they get to work on it, it's relatively quickly done. So now it be as we mentioned. I mean, we're very interested to see what will be the next problem.
Ural Federal University now working on problem A.
Yeah, because that's what they have left.
They seem to have a lot of code, so they probably have started coding it before submitting problem D.
Yeah, so as Bruce was saying before, I mean that now we're converging on the 8. I wouldn't say easy problems, but of course the 8 first problems to be solved. And I mean, by looking at the edit activity of the teams, there is basically no one working on M, and hasn't been for the whole contest. But more, it seems like J is the most popular to work on. So we'll see, and absolutely no activity on H, which is as expected. But there is basically no activity on F either.
So now we will probably watch video about system operations if it will work, but probably not.
You're such an optimist.
Well, I hope for the best. Yeah, so F is interesting because it's not terribly difficult to code, but you need to have some very clever insights, whereas J is almost the opposite, is you sort of know what you have to do, but it's geometry, and geometry is always very nasty to do. There's always lots of corner cases, lots of ways you can screw it up, so it's often a reason to avoid it.
Let's see, which one was J? Oh yeah, that was the
one with
the new
where you
problem.
need
Yes,
to implement
Spin
simplex
doctor.
method. Yes.
Sorry.
Spin doctor.
Spin doctor, exactly.
Oh, spin doctor. Oh, okay. It's one way you need to have a convex hull and then to
Finding the
have some
tangents.
points. Yes, and then find all the points that go through. Or was it?
Yeah, it's that one. So you need to find which points are outside the convex hull and what their tangents are to the convex hull. And there's a couple of ways to do that. The sort of conventional way was sort of a slightly clever binary search to search the convex hull to find where those tangents are, because it needs to be efficient. I actually had a different solution where you recursively refine the convex hull. So you start with just sort of 3 points from the convex hull spread around it, and then increase that to 6 points. And each time you do that, you recategorize where the tangents are.
Here we have team from Saratov State University. The university had won in 2005.
And Harvard has a submission on B. So may be the third team solving 3 problems. Sorry, 8 problems. And
They do, yes. They got to the 3rd place. They had the worst penalty time among the teams that solved 8.
But still, I mean, the difference between the leader and the third team is just 33 minutes. So it's very close.
Yes.
So it will be very important to be the first to solve 9. Probably solving 9 will get you a medal. Seems like.
I think it will. I think actually some teams with 8 may, with a very good time, may win medal as well.
Maybe.
There are 17 teams with 6 solved, and more than 2 hours to go. So maybe.
So
there actually seem to be quite a number of geometry problems this year. 3, if I remember. Well, depends on if you count oil as a geometry problem or not. But
well, yeah, it's a geometry problem, I would say. Yeah, it just sort of worked out that way.
So is that something you take into consideration when you decide the final problem set?
Yeah, we sort of didn't want to be quite so geometry heavy, but in order to make up the difficulty balance, we sort of needed to do it that way. Because we didn't really like the idea of making geometry always the hard problem, but that tends to be how geometry problems are.
I think it's a good tradition for the World Finals to have geometry as the hardest problem. Like 3 years ago in St. Petersburg, even Gennady Karatkevich couldn't solve the last problem.
Yeah, it's certainly one way to get problems that no one's going to solve. It'd be nice to have other really hard problems as well.
You can see the Moscow State University is getting runtime error on problem A. They're not able to move up. So actually, the popularity of problem D had decreased somewhat, probably because more and more teams had already solved it. Now the most popular problems were problems B, G, and K for the last several minutes.
So what's interesting is that St. Petersburg State University still has quite some time to solve their next problem and still have a pretty secure lead. So they have clearly the best time of all the top teams here, which is very useful.
That still can change, but yes.
But
So it seems the Moscow State University is continuing to reading the problem A from the screen. I think that's a really bad idea, but they probably don't have anything more to code.
Yeah.
That's why they hadn't switched to printout.
So MIT has about 36 minutes to solve problem D, to take the lead. So it's only St. Peter's State University and MIT that has the chance to take the lead with 8 problems. All other teams need to solve at least one more problem to take on.
Nizhny Novgorod State University, Ural Federal University submitting problem A.
And Nizhny Novgorod is incorrect.
Incorrect, but Ural seems to be correct, and they are moving up to 4th place. And MIT solved problem D.
And move up to 1st place.
Move to 1st place, yes.
So we have a new leader. MIT from the United States is currently the leader with 8 solved problems and a 734-minute time. And that puts even more pressure on the St. Petersburg State University, who now has only 70 minutes to solve the next problem.
So something interesting I've just noticed looking at the scoreboard is only 5 of the teams with first solve bonuses are in the top 12. Why do you think that is?
So it seems, I actually think that's quite a common pattern, that the top teams are not usually the first to solve. It seems like they ought to be the first to solve one problem, at least the first problem that they work on. But after that, maybe it's more efficient to actually look at what are the other teams having an easy time solving, and then go with that than to find that out yourselves.
Yeah, and perhaps also it's better to spend a bit longer making sure you're solving the right problems rather than just picking a problem and just going for it.
Actually, like the leading teams, I usually have the first problem solved first and some of the last problems first solved, because they're quite hard and the teams from the middle just can't solve them at all.
So, for example, we have an interesting case with the Chulalongkorn University, who was the first to solve in the contest, but they haven't solved anything since. So they managed to solve the first problem in the contest, but then for the next almost 3 hours they haven't solved anything.
Well, they still will leave the contest at least with some prize, while most of the teams won't get nothing.
Yeah, so you think maybe they're just very quick at typing and they happen to be very quick to spot that C was going to be the easy problem, but don't actually have the algorithmic skills to solve the harder problems.
Or, yeah, and it could also just be luck. This is the problem we will do, and it turned out to be the relatively easy problem. But actually, I think there are teams that look at the scoreboard and see what is the problem no one else has solved, and they know that they will not be able to win the contest, but at least they could be able to win
Here we
first to solve
have
prize.
on our screen team from South Dakota School of Mining Technology. They will be the host university next year.
So the 2017 ACM ICPC finals will be in Rapid Falls, South Dakota. So it will be very interesting to go back to the States, and I've never been to Mount Rushmore, so I'm really excited to go there.
Hope we will now finally see presentation for problem C. Will it work?
Luckily, the teams are faster at solving the problems.
It's like no. Okay.
It's like an excitement every time. Will it work this time or not? So maybe it's like submitting a potential solution to the judging system. You really hope this time it will work, and then, oh no.
It's almost a Schrödinger presentation.
Yes. Oh, here's something.
Hi, my name is Greg Hammerly. I'm one of the analysts and a World Finals judge, and I'm from Baylor University, and I'm here to talk about problem C, ceiling function. This is the easiest problem of the problem set, and it is designed to be solvable by all the teams. And
just look at me. Directors and super regional directors all over the world, Asia, North America, South America, Europe, etc.
Wonderful. That's great. What does, or
someone become a regional director? What's the process to do that?
Actually, if you volunteer, normally there's no criteria for selecting a regional contest director. You simply have to have an interest. You may start off as a member of a steering committee in a region and work your way into being a regional contest director when the current RCD steps down.
Well, great. How many regional directors are there, or do you know?
I don't even know. There are quite a few, and it seems to be growing. So I can't tell you the exact number.
Okay, no problem. So what exactly do regional directors do here for the contest?
Well, the teams that are here that are competing.
Okay, there still seem to be some technical problems. I hope they will get fixed soon.
But at least we could see the video, we couldn't hear the sound.
Yes, I think some people can figure out solution based on what they had seen.
Well, we have 126 teams that already figured out the solution. And actually now we have, we have 5 teams solving 8 problems. And another 5 teams solving 7 problems.
So actually, Moscow State University, for problem A, they have runtime error, and would they remove their assertion, they would actually pass. So it's not always good to have an assertions in the solutions. So Shanghai, Jiaotong, and Tokyo both moved to problem J, and Harvard is still deciding what they want to solve.
So I think this is like actually a crucial moment of the contest because, as you said, Harvard was spending a lot of time contemplating what is the next problem we should work on, because it's very important to select the right one now.
Yes, they hadn't tapped anything on their computer for 10 minutes. They just hadn't solved anything after these 8 problems.
Maybe just needed lunch.
Well, yes, the contestants on the floor are provided lunch. I believe it's some kind of sandwich. So
a lot of balloons.
Yes, a lot of balloons. Once they fly away, like with all the teams and the computers and stuff like that.
You should have a problem stating, I mean, how many balloons do you need in order to lift the contest?
Yeah, well, this year they're using these Intel NUC tiny little computers. I wonder how many balloons you'd need to fly one of those away.
It ought to be doable. Don't give anyone ideas. They might try it.
Or it
we could do binary search. We take all the balloons and see if it works. Then we just remove half of them.
Still, it may be the problem for the next World Finals.
Maybe you can use the balloons to fly them. You just need to catch the right airs and...
Oh, you mean instead of paying for all their flights? Well, I guess teams have to pay for their own flights, but...
All right, let's see what happens.
Yeah, it's been a stream of wrong answers at the moment.
Yeah. So, I mean, now we're at that stage of the contest where they're not, the good teams, or the good teams have solved all the easier problems, and the teams that are the level below, they struggling to fix the next
I guess
problem.
everyone solved the problems that they sort of find reasonably easy for them, and everyone's now being challenged.
Yes. So, as we stated in the beginning of the broadcast here, we thought that the 4th hour, which just begun now, it probably will be the hour when it's the least amount of activity, or at least the least number of solved problems.
We are now in the 10th.
So, as we stated in the beginning of the broadcast here, we thought that the 4th hour, which just begun now,
coaches and staff. We can see Andrei Stankiewicz, coach for St. Petersburg at my university, that got presented with distinguished senior coach award. We can see Petr Midlichev, who participated 2 times at the Moscow State University and got 2nd place both times. In Shanghai finals in 2006 or 5, I don't quite remember. They solved 7 problems in 1 hour and a half, and they hadn't solved anything for the remainder of the contest. And Shanghai Jiaoteng University overtook them with 8 problems in the last hour.
Yeah, sure.
Hi, my name is Greg Hammerly. I'm one of the analysts and a World Finals judge, and I'm from Baylor University, and I'm here to talk about problem C, ceiling function. This is the easiest problem of the problem set, and it is designed to be solvable by all the teams. And the key story here is to do binary search tree insertion. The story in the problem, of course, is almost irrelevant, so we're just going to ignore that in this case and focus on the data that you're given and what you're supposed to do with it. If you have studied binary search trees, you know how to insert into them. You always insert to the right if it's greater, to the left if it's less, and recursively go about that procedure. And that is actually described in the problem statement. And so the goal here is that you're going to be, or the idea here is that as input you're going to be given up to 50 sequences of integers, and each of those sequences of integers is going to have up to 20 integers. And every sequence is going to have the same number of integers. So you might get, in this case, I've shown you the first sample data, 5 sequences, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, of 3 integers each. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and so on. For each of these sequences, the goal is to build a binary search tree by inserting the numbers in order. So insert 2, then insert 7, then insert 1. So if we do this, we insert 2 at the root, and then we insert 7 to its right, and we insert 1 to the left of 2, and we get this binary search tree. If we do the same thing here, we insert 3 at the root, we insert 1 to its left, and we insert 4 to the root's right, and we get this tree. And we notice that these 2 trees, even though they have different numbers in them, have the same shape, and that is key to this problem. 1, 5, 9, if we insert in that order, 1, then 5, then 9, we get a different shape, a right-leaning tree, as opposed to these 2 balanced trees. And the goal in this problem is actually to identify the fact that these 2 trees have the same shape, which is different than this shape, which is different than this shape, which is different than this shape. And so the question is, given n sequences, each of which contains k unique numbers, unique within its own sequence, how many unique tree shapes do we get? So this is fairly straightforward. We can just implement the straightforward solution of read in all the data, insert everything into its own binary search tree, and then keep track of all those binary search trees and somehow determine their uniqueness. Now you can do this by storing them all and comparing all against all, so that would be an n squared solution. N here is small enough, as well as k is small enough, that that would be a viable solution. A slightly better solution is to sort all of the trees and look at the adjacent pairs and count only the ones that are unique. Or you could store them in something like a set or a hash table or something like that if you have a comparator on trees. So if you do this with a sort, then of course it's n log n, but again, n is so small that shouldn't matter. So we expect the first teams to have this solved first before any other problem, and I expect that this will be solved within the first 10 minutes.
So, meanwhile, we have Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology solve problem B and moved up to 5th place. We now have 6 teams with 8 problems and 5 teams with 7 problems. So what do you think? What is the problem with St. Petersburg State University? Why they can't solve problem A?
Well, it would be interesting to know. I'm sure we can find out. So maybe they have the... So actually, I'm more curious about how close the top teams are on problem J, and if Harvard has made up their mind on what problem to work on next.
Well, they had not, apparently. At least they had not edited anything. Science submitting problem B.
To work on next.
So we can see Andrei Stankiewicz once again. He probably also wonders why his own team can't solve problem A. Seems the problem A is just not in St. Petersburg style or something, because both St. Petersburg team can solve it, and I think all the other teams that have at least 7 problems. No, actually, National University of Singapore. Oh, actually, all the teams that have 7 problems and also have the same set of problems. Interesting. We have University of Wrocław in 12th place, and they still hadn't solved K, which the problem that's solved by most top teams. And during last several minutes, participants continue to work on problems L, K, G, D, and that's about it. That's the most popular problems between participants. But no correct submissions lately. Here we see MIT. They're typing quite furiously.
So the question is, so can you see what problem there it is?
It's problem J.
Rivers. No, it can be rivers.
Oh, it's
No,
problem
F.
rivers. Problem F.
From F.
So that means they probably have work on both F and J at the same time.
Which actually seemed to be a smart strategy.
If they would succeed, but if they would not, it can put them behind.
Well, I think that if they have at least one, yeah. So University of Wrocław solved problem K, now in 10th place.
Chulalongkorn University, that was first to solve problem C, struggles with problem L. They are solving it for last like 3 hours actually.
So here we see Harvard. They seem to have a lot of paper working there. So
But at
can't
least they
really
have
see which
some
problem it is.
codes. Is it on
Actually, it looked like.
some problem? Okay.
So this is Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology. So we see one person working on paper and 2 people sitting at the computer.
But they do basically nothing at the computer.
But it's interesting. I mean, now, I mean, they must have had the time to read the last 5 problem statements. And so here's St. Petersburg State University submitting on problem A.
Finally.
Getting
Seems like they have slow solution.
Hopefully it's fast enough.
Either that or judges' computers are overwhelmed with submissions, but this doesn't seem to be the case because they only judge submission is St. Petersburg State University. We also have Charles University in Prague getting compilation error, not a very usual error to get.
So the time limit for problem A is just 2 seconds. So I expect that St. Petersburg State University probably risking getting a time limit exceeded there.
We'll see. Meanwhile, University of Nizhny Novgorod.
And it was actually correct. So
yes,
they managed
moved
to.
First place.
So now I have to see if ITMO can respond to this.
Yes. So it turned out Charles University in Prague fixed the compilation error and got the problem E accepted. Actually, I think in some competitions you do not get any penalty for compilation errors, but it seems not to be the case in World Finals.
I also thought that you didn't get any penalty time for compilation errors. So we have University of Nizhny Novgorod submitting a problem A, and it's looking good. It's looking good. It's looking good.
They are moving to 7th place. So basically we have like now 8 teams with 8 problems and 4 teams with 7 problems. We have National University of Singapore on problem A, as they got wrong answer. Now we have presentation for problem E.
In this problem, a person who is very old, potentially 10 raised to power of 18 years of age, wants to lie about their age and wants to do this by using another base. For example, let's say that the person is 2016 years old. And the person has also decided that they cannot state an age below 100 because that would not seem credible. If we would pick base 16, we would get 7E0. That age contains an E. That's not a valid decimal digit, and everyone will notice that they're cheating. So we cannot pick base 16. It turns out that we have to pick base 42. That's the best option we have because 1 times 42 squared plus 6 times 42 is 2016. Obviously, the base will be between 10 and 2016 because 2016 it becomes 10. We don't want to go below that. That's according to the problem statement. We'll never report a lower age than that. So what we want to do is we want to look primarily for a base that will suit the requirement of reporting the age as 100 years. Failing to do so, we want to continue with 101, try to do that until we find an age that can be represented using only decimal digits, but in another base. What we will have to realize is that with a small base, we will have a lot of digits in the age, but if we have a large base, there will be a lot of useless ages with symbols that we cannot use. We want to handle the small bases and want to handle only valid small ages. So the first thing we do is we search for reported reported age. We do that increasingly. This is a little bit tricky for every age, starting with 100 in this case. We want to binary search. So we want to pick 2 possible bases. We want to generate the age and see is it bigger or smaller than the actual age. If the binary search doesn't find anything, we increase the age by 1, the reported age. Do it again. We stop when we find an exact match.
If we have failed this, we continue with searching for a base. We do that decreasingly. With decreasing bases, we know that every time we decrease the base, we'll get a larger, bigger age, a higher age. So we can stop whenever we find a valid decimal age. We can probably find other ages if we keep going, but they will never be better than what we find as soon as we find something that is valid. The actual cutoff point is not that important. In my solution, I tried 100,000 for both the age and the base, and that seemed to do the trick. That's it.
So, actually we looked up the St. Petersburg State University solution on problem A, and it seems that the solution tries to enlarge the sequence until it's almost time limit, and only then they say it's forever. So St. Petersburg State University, it also joins the group with 8 problems by solving A. Also have unsuccessful submission for problem F. Let's see if they can fix it. If they can fix it quickly, they probably will take first place.
So we also have National University of Singapore solving, and also having 8 solved problems. Actually now we have 10 teams solving 8 problems.
Quite a few.
And we have 40 minutes until freeze.
So it seems that it's unlikely that all teams with 8 problems will get the medals. You probably need more than that to ensure yourself a medal. We do have team from Belarusian State University of Informatics and Radio Electronics submitting problem A, getting it correct, and they are moving to the 13th place. We had such a rush of new problems solved, like during the first hour and 40 minutes. We have 8 different problems getting solved, but during the last 2 hours we have no new problem being solved. So teams just solve once another solutions. We have another submission for problem J, but unfortunately it fails.
So it seems like we see more and more submissions to problem J. So that seems to be the likely candidate for next to solve.
Well, I really think problem M is not that hard. Why people don't want to implement that problem? It's like not even
it's tried once.
Much time.
Yeah. I mean, either they I guess you could get to a situation where no one else has tried this problem, so therefore it must be hard. I don't understand why it should be hard, but I don't want to risk spending time on it.
Well, yes, but that's true mostly for like teams from the middle of the pack. I think the top teams, they are confident enough to trust their judgments.
True. Well, we just have to wait and hope that... well, it would be interesting. I hope to see a solution to either F, J, or M before the freeze time.
We have Ralph Federal University also submitting problem F, and unfortunately also they're getting wrong answer. You can see some spectators in the stands, mostly friends and coaches and as the supporting staff. We also have some Peterborough State University submitted problem J and getting wrong answer. So let's hope they will fix that. But for now they keep the lead, because you can't increase your penalty time if you don't solve the problem.
And now we have the 127th team solving problem C. So University of Utah solved problem C. So now I believe all teams except one has solved problem C.
Unfortunately, the host university is the one team that hadn't solved anything. They, I believe, hadn't even tried. I mean, hadn't even submitted anything. That's unfortunate. Let's hope they will overcome.
Yeah. Maybe they're working really hard on the hard problems, trying to go
Okay,
for a first to solve.
It would be interesting. Would they solve, for example, problem puzzle?
Yeah, that'd be cool. Then everyone would be really impressed.
Yes.
So here we see Tsinghua University.
Well, submission from Peking University, who is likely to host the finals in 2 years' time.
So it seems like problem D ought to be one of the most popular at the moment. Yeah, because now people are finally finding problem D and solving it.
It seems Shanghai University switched to problem M and now try to solve it. I hope they got it correct. We now have 35 minutes before the scoreboard freeze. Let's hope we will get some action at the top of the scoreboard until then. But we do have many teams actually either have a solution, just incorrect one, or getting close to finishing their solutions.
So it seems like ITMO is working on problem F, and they're actually also starting to write some code in problem for problem H, but it might be just boilerplate.
Here we have the screen for Chulalongkorn University. Oh, sorry, for the Prince of St. Klein University, but it disappeared.
And here we have ETH Zurich from Switzerland. Believe somewhere in the middle.
Fifth. Final for them, they had quite a smart name for the team Resync, which incorporates ETH.
So they're currently at 54th place.
And once again, the team contains one finalist from 2000 and one from 2013. So like a mixed team.
So it's, yeah, as I said, Shanghai Jiaotong is now working on problem M. So it'll be interesting to see if they will manage.
And actually, activity for problem M increased somewhat. At least several teams, three teams, worked on it in the last couple of minutes.
So it seems like the ITMO attempt on problem F is right in the right direction. So it seems like they're using the DFS front kind of approach. Or pre-order.
Here, ETH actually just looking at the monitors, so they seem not having solved the next problem.
Yeah, this is also the part of the contest where you might start to get tired, or feeling a bit frustrated if it doesn't go as well as you had hoped?
Actually, what is interesting, we hadn't really seen a real slow up of submissions like we usually see. There's steady flow of at least 4 or 5 submissions per minute. So I think we can say that at least in this regard, this is good work by judges. It's a problem set. So we have Tsinghua submissions for problem G. They got it correct and move up to 15th place. Here we see Prince of Klein University. They are hosts.
At least they're working actively, so hopefully that will help them in solving the problem. So here we see it seems
they're
like
working on problem C. It seems.
Which, of course, the right thing for them to do.
I'm sure, but I think it's force the solution for problem C. Interesting. They're finally testing. I hope they will submit shortly.
And ITMO is submitting on F. Will they be the first team to solve problem F? I think it's very likely. I mean, looking at the code, and here we see the reaction of the team, and see them slowly, and Sandria. Yeah!
And ITMO getting to the first place.
So ITMO is the first team to solve 9 problems, and they're also first to solve problem F. So now we're interested to see if anyone can this. So if we're looking at the scoreboard, what we see is that actually they have quite a bad time. So all the top 6 teams have an opportunity to surpass ITMO if they solve the problem within the next time here. So, for example, Harvard 14 minutes, while St. Petersburg State University actually have until after the end of the contest to solve it, assuming no incorrect submissions.
Yes, but that's if and only if ITMO won't solve any more problems.
Of course, under the assumption that everything else stays the same.
So we see a lot of collaboration on the floor actually. Usually one person typing something in and his 2 other teammates like discussing the problems.
So it'll be interesting to see if they switch to M now or what they will do.
Well,
I assume that they are probably working on J. Yeah, they're working on J. So it seems like ITMO is starting work on problem J. Well, probably not start working, but more continue working on problem J.
Actually, I think we may need to update our... Okay, we have a new guest with us. It is Petr Mitrichev, who won 2 gold medals, 2 second places with Moscow State University. Hello, Petr.
Hey, Igor. How's it going?
What do you think about the contest?
It's going quite well now, so it's completely not clear who is going to win. And it seems that people somehow get stuck in problem J, which is kind of relatively standard, but quite tedious. So the most complex part is finding a tangent from a point to a convex polygon in logarithmic time, which, I mean, it is not easy, but it happened so many times in past contests, so it's not clear to me why somebody didn't get it yet.
But it seems like we see a lot of incorrect submissions, so teams are submitting on it, so they're trying but not getting it right.
Submission by Ural Federal University on problem F. If they will get it correct, they would move to 2nd place, probably.
Yes, another interesting point is I think that ITMO is moving on to problem H after F.
And yes.
Which is quite unexpected, I think.
So URL, Federal University, solved problem F, moved up to second place. University of Wroclaw finally found their bug in problem B and moved up to 10th place. So you said that they were moving on to problem H, so actually going on to the puzzle, the really hard geometry problem.
Yeah, I don't know why would they do that again, but it seems that they know how to do that one.
So actually, I think it seems actually like ITMA was going to work with problem J.
Yes, they basically...
both H and J actually, so it seems they're probably just doing the template code there.
So St. Petersburg State University is currently working on problem J, and they are writing some kind of generator, I think, to test or something like that.
Well, yeah, they got wrong answer on J, so I think even 10 minutes ago we were just writing a stress test. I guess they continue to do that. Moscow State was doing the same for A, but didn't seem to lead them to a submission yet.
Why do you think teams and many try to solve problem M? It's that hard.
At least for me, I can share my experience, which was that I couldn't really grasp the problem statement in like 10 or 15 minutes. It seems to be quite convoluted, so...
So yeah, I guess that's probably the thing. I mean, it's a lot of text, and it looks like it could be complicated.
But you just need to implement what is like set in the problem statement. There is nothing.
But you have to realize it, and that's the hard part.
Yes.
Shanghai was implementing it for at least half an hour, I think, so maybe we'll go see a submission on it.
I believe it's actually about the problem about some recent new method to avoid deadlocks.
Yeah, so I also think it's based on some research paper, and actually we had Bruce Murray from the judges here, and he said that you can actually skip some of the steps, find that you don't need to do all the things. So we also see that University of Waterloo solved problem D and moved up to 17th place.
Now we have 2 teams with 9 problems, 9 teams with 8 problems, and then 6 more teams with 7 problems. So
we asked the previous guests what they thought about how many problems you need to get gold, silver, and what's your take on that?
You have it much easier because we are
closer towards the end.
More information. Yes.
I would expect that probably 9 will be required for medals, so I think with 8 probably it will not be enough.
Don't you think some top team with 8 problems and very good time
but
will get a medal?
I mean, those teams seem to be working on the problems, almost all of them, so they're likely to submit more. I mean,
exactly.
St. Petersburg would probably get a medal even with the 8, but they're going to submit 9th problem probably. And as for the win, I would expect probably 10, so I don't think we'll see
11 at least, no?
There's just 1 hour left. Well,
1
I mean
hour,
more than 1 hour
25
left.
minutes.
So we'll see.
85, yeah.
We'll see, but it can be 10, I think.
So we thought 11 earlier in the contest, especially since that first hour there was like 90 minutes was 6 solved, but it's quite a big jump in the difficulty level after that.
So what's your experience from the World Finals? Is it stressful to be from pre-contest favorite team?
Well, this year we don't kind of have one pre-contest favorite team, so maybe it doesn't apply this time.
Yes, but many people thought that the main struggle for the title would be between University of Warsaw and Haijiatong University, and they're now on 6th and 12th place. What do you think? Is the stress got on them or what?
Yeah, I think it still depends very much on the problems. So most probably what happened is that one of the or both of those teams got stuck on some problem for I don't know, half an hour, and that might be enough to put them behind the rest because they're not that much stronger.
Yes, we see that the times are quite. There's not that much difference between the top and the. I mean, for the best with 8 solved and the worst time with 8 solved. So, I mean, Warsaw has 3 incorrect on problem A. So that seems to be the problem that they have been stuck on for quite some time. They were also a bit slow in the start, so they only had 2 problems solved after the hour.
I think actually University of Warsaw had started with problem A, so they tried to solve it for the first several minutes.
In that case, they probably wasted quite a lot of time on it already. And so,
when it comes to Shanghai Jiao Tong University, I mean, then they have been up there the whole time, so they seem to be doing pretty well.
did you get a chance to see what University of Wrocław did in problem I? Are they close to solving it, or?
Yeah, according to Ilya, at least one of the analysts, he said that they should be pretty close. But they submitted it and it was incorrect, so something was apparently wrong. I haven't checked.
It seems University of Wrocław working on both problem B and problem I, and our analyst says that the approach in problem I seems to be correct. So they may solve it. Problem I believe it's the one where you need to basically have simplex method.
Yeah, so problem I is the simplex. So basically you have to generate a linear program and solve that linear program. So, I mean, the challenge here is that if you don't have that implementation, it's probably quite unlikely that you will be able to re-implement it from scratch by yourselves during the contest time. So
teams are allowed to have reference materials, so
yeah,
it's not unlikely that they have it. That might be a game changer. So if what analysts say is true, because they know the problem is much more, then problems H and I are the 2 most difficult ones. So if a team solves one of them, even if they are not in the lead now, they can take the lead at the end of the contest by solving the easier ones as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I fully agree with that view. So I mean, last year we saw the first FFT problem, and this year we see the first linear programming problem. What do you think about this kind of introducing slightly less common algorithms?
In general, I think it's good and interesting. The only, I don't know how to say, difference between this competition and all other programs going on in the world is that you are not allowed to use internet here. So in almost any other competition, people would just download the implementations of the algorithms, whereas here they have to implement them from scratch. So that probably has some limits. So as soon as we approach algorithms that require 5 hours to implement, it will probably not be impossible to do that anymore in this format.
Yes. So what would you like to see? Do you think that it's good that there is this type of contest as a counterpart towards the others, or would you like to see that you are allowed to use internet?
I think that ICPC is by far the most popular competition in the world for university students, and in particular, it's like that because it has stability, so it hasn't changed much over the years. So teams know what to prepare. Teams know that they will like it. They can know what to expect, and because of that, they can invest more time in preparing. So if the rules changed every year, then it will be much harder to prepare, and people will decide maybe it's not worth it. So I think changing the rules so radically to allow internet here certainly requires some consideration as to whether that would alienate participants. But in the future, I think ultimately it should be allowed. So ultimately, I think it should be closer to real-world programming where you do have access to internet.
So I'm not aware of any such discussions. I'm just curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Also, I believe starting next year finals we will have Python.
Yes,
as
so
programming language.
Yeah, so one change for the next World Finals is to allow Python. It's not clear whether it will be Python 2 and 3 or if it just be one of them. So it seems like I believe there's a slight favor of only allowing 3. But the verdict is still out there. So, but Python will be allowed. So what we see now is a lot of regionals preparing to support Python this year. and some have already tried it. So I think actually the experience is that not that many top teams Python, because there is no guarantee that every problem will be solvable in Python. So it will still be that C, C++, and Java, they're guaranteed to have a solution for each of those languages.
I think at least for the easier problems, starting with this introduction of Python, the judges will try to make sure that easier problems are solvable using. So we have University of Warsaw had time exceeded on problem A, but St. Petersburg State University got problem J correct. They're first to solve this problem, and they're now in first place.
Yeah, so they were the ones that actually had quite some time to prepare. I mean, yeah, they have the best time, and they have 9 solves that for ITMO. Yeah, of course, ITMO Federal University, Ural Federal University, they need 1 more, and actually for everyone else below, they need now 2 more to take the lead from St. Petersburg State University. So it's looking good for them.
Yes, but, well, it's interesting what will they do now. Will they go to the problem F because it was already solved by 2 other teams, or will they, for example, move for problem M?
In the past, the strong side of this team and probably of other St. Petersburg State University teams, what they are really don't like making mistakes, so they take time to test their solutions, and if they get the wrong answer, then what they do, usually they write a stress test against a slower but correct solution. So because of this, as we can see here, they got all problems accepted from first or second attempt in worst case. And that leads to very small penalty time, which is very important here.
Okay, we have, I believe, presentation for problem G.
First, there is a key observation that we can make, and that is that every solution that we have, we can rotate in a way that it goes through at least 2 endpoints of a deposit, except for wells that are going through only one of them. This gives a trivial algorithm in n cubed. We just try all possible pairs of endpoints, and we find deposits that will be traversed by drilling through these endpoints. However, this is not enough since the limits are too high. So the way to improve it is that we fix 1 point, then we find out all the other points that can be the second one. We do a polar sort on them, and then we traverse them clockwise. And in this fashion, we always remember how much oil we have, and depending on which endpoint we encounter, we either add the value of the deposit or subtract it. There are few things to keep in mind. There can be 2 endpoints that have the same angle to our starting point, and in that case we need to make sure that the sort puts the one that adds value before the one that removes the value. This gives algorithm in ON squared log n. And there is one last thing to remember. We can always have a drill that goes through only one endpoint, and that only happens when all the deposits are in a horizontal line. But it is trivial to address this case. We just need to take maximum of all deposits.
Okay, we are back.
Hello everyone.
Meanwhile,
My name is
Shanghai
Frederick,
Jiaotong
and I'm with
University
ICPC
solved
Analytics,
problem
and I'm here
M
to
and the
present
Sosafel, but
problem
we
L,
will have some more
swap space. So in this
problem
problem,
now.
you have been given the great responsibility of running a data center. In your data center, you have a large number of computers with associated hard drives. Unfortunately, you have not thought your capacity well enough in advance, so you need to upgrade the capacity of your data center. So what you're given is the number of hard drives, which is less than 10 to the power of 6. And for each of the hard drives, you know the current size and the new size. And all of these sizes are less than 10 to the power of 9. Because, of course, 1,000 petabytes should be enough for everyone, right? So what you then are given is a list for each hard drive, you know the current size. So for the first drive, it's currently 7 gigabytes, and you need to reformat it into a 5 gigabyte drive. So it can actually be reduced as well. In the second case, it's from a 2 gigabyte to a 2 gigabyte, so there is no change there. The third drive is currently 1 gigabyte and will be updated to a 2 gigabyte drive. So what we can see here is that some of these are decreasing. So we have this one is decreasing, this is plus minus 0, this one is increasing, this one is increasing, and that one is decreasing. So what we then can do is to divide these into two separate sets and treat them independently. So we have the increasing ones, we sort them in increasing order. So we have 1, 2, and 3. And they have the new sizes like that, and then we sort the decreasing drives in from the largest to the smallest. And now we need to figure out how much extra swap space do we need in order to be able to swap out the content of the current drive and then be able to reformat it and then reload it again. So what we now will do is to go through this list in this order and maintain how much swap drive do we currently need and how much extra space do we currently have. So I will move over to the other side now. So we say swap and extra. So in order to be able to swap out the first drive, we need to have 1 gigabyte of swap space. We then reformat the first drive and load the 2 gigabytes into it. We now have 1 gigabyte of extra space. We now come to the second drive. We need 2 gigabytes of space, and since we have 1 on the swap and 1 extra, we are fine. So we can swap that out, reformat it, and replace it. So after the second step, we still have 1 swap and 1 extra. The third step, now we actually need 3 gigabytes to swap that out. So we need to increase the swap space with 1. And after swapping that out and replacing it, we now get 3 more gigabytes there. So now we have 4 gigabytes of extra space. So an argument here that why you can do this greedy sorting is that if you had taken a larger drive first, you might actually use more swap space than necessary because you haven't added extra space. And the argument for why you can take the largest drive first here is because at this point is when you have the most extra space available. So from this point on, the extra space will just decrease. So now we see that in order to fit the 7 gigabytes, we need actually 1 more megabyte of swap. And then we replace it, so we reduce the extra space with 2. And now we need 5, and since we have exactly 5 gigabytes extra, we're fine. And now we have to reduce the space with 1. So in the end, we need 3 gigabytes of extra space, which is our answer. So this is a relatively easy problem. The challenge is to be able to convince yourself that this greedy solution actually works. And if you do that, the rest is relatively straightforward. And since we need to sort the numbers, the total time complexity of the problem will be order n log m. And since we have 10 to the power 6, this should fit within the time limit, which is actually quite high, namely 6 seconds. So, thank you very much and good luck.
All right. Meanwhile, there was quite a few events. Shanghai Jiaotong University solved problem M, and with 9 problems, they are now in second place, 78 minutes behind St. Petersburg State University, while Harvard solved problem F and moved to first place. They are currently between the North American teams and also in the gold medal zone. So now with 3 problems opened, new problems opened during like last half an hour, what do you think? Will some teams solve them all? And if yes, will they have enough time to also write simplex method in I?
Probably not both, but I believe that we will have at least one team on 11. So that means solving F and M for St. Petersburg State University, or solving F and J for Shanghai, for example.
So now we have like some period of relative like silence from top teams. We have 120 teams solved problem C, and finally Prince St. Clair University at least submitting problem C, but not yet.
And we will come up now in less than 5 minutes will be the freeze, so it means that the last hour we will not receive any updates on whether a team solved the problem or not. We will still see if they submit, but we will not get the verdict. So it means that the last hour we will be kind of in the dark.
We will not receive any updates on.
So it's my 4 problems were solved by 80 or more, but surprisingly, because judges thought that it will be the second, is this problem with only 28 correct submissions now. You can see Mr. Parfenov, who is lecturer of North European Regional Contest, also the Dean of Faculty in ICPC University.
So I mean, what I expect is, I mean, as we saw with problem D, as soon as the team started to solve it, we saw quite rapidly many teams solving it. So I expect to see something similar with M, so that probably during the last hour we will see, I don't know, 10, 15 solutions to that problem.
It's just 29 teams solve problem D. For example, Iowa State University from 94th place also solved it.
So it shows that this is a problem that most teams actually can solve. So now we can also see that the Prince of St. Clair University, who is really, really close to solving problem C, they actually only have one corner kit that haven't found. So I'll really keep my fingers crossed and hope that they will manage to find that last bug.
Also, we have University of Central Florida as a top team that uses Java in its place. Just a few years ago, you can obviously ITMO is the top city that use Java, but since then many participants in ITMO started to use C++, and it seems now all of them use C++ this year, for example.
The top teams now also face quite a difficult choice, whether basically all 3 of them should work on one problem, or they should try to pursue 2. in the last hour.
Or
Hope that not thinking. And actually, it's always not clear how to make this choice, because on one hand, if all three work on the problem, you can use your computer in a ways you didn't use it before. So for example, during the first couple hours, you usually don't use your computer to debug your solution. Instead, you print it out on paper and then read the code, and somebody else implements another problem. Whereas with debugging, sometimes it's much faster to write code, are allowed to like debug what see what parts work, like test a particular function instead of the whole solution, stuff like this. But that basically means saying I only care about this problem now, so I'm going to do something else. And you have to make this choice before you know whether you will be able to finish this problem in time. So I think that at least the very top teams at St. Petersburg State University, for probably better to actually focus on one. And for as you go in the ranks, they have to be so they have to go for trying two problems the last hour.
But you could also argue, I mean, how much faster will be if you're 3 compared to 2? I mean, I get the point with having full access to the computer, but I mean, something can be hard to parallelize work that much.
So 5 teams with 9 problems and 10 teams with 8 problems. We do have Northeastern University.
So we only have 30 seconds left, so we're looking at the last couple of submissions that we will know the verdict from before the freeze. So we actually see quite a number of correct solutions here.
I wouldn't expect.
Oh, fine. Let's see if PSU, come on. That'd be perfect too.
Yeah.
We have all teams solving problem C with 5 seconds to go to the freeze. So as we enter the freeze period.
I think this clock was a bit late, so actually the freeze was like 5 seconds ago, yes.
Well, so it means that it's guaranteed that all teams have solved at least one problem. So one of the 3 conditions of the optimal problem set has now been achieved, that all teams solving one problem. The other 2 criteria is that you want every problem to be solved. So when we enter the freeze time, we see that there are 2 problems that hasn't been solved,
yes.
Problem H and problem I.
So we see right after the freeze, University of Warsaw submitted problem F. Would they solve this problem, they will move to 6th place, but we don't know they would.
This is what some teams do, is that they keep the correct solution until right after the freeze to make others more complacent.
But suppose you then lose by 2 or 3 minutes of penalty time, it would be quite bad feeling, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
So you can see the yellow rectangle with a question mark and number of attempts. That means that the team submitted something in the last hour, and this is they submitted totally that much attempts on this problem. Moscow State University submitted problem D. We can try to deduce something by their reaction, but I don't really know what they're talking about now. Now we can see optimistic scoreboard. So this means that we assume that each team, for each problem, for each team, and the last submission of freezing time was successful. In that case, University of Warsaw would be in 6th place, Zhejiang University will be in the 7th place, and Moscow State University will be in 17th place.
So we talked a little bit about this Java versus C++, and it actually turns out that the only teams that are submitting in Java comes from the Americas, North and South America. All other continents use C++ only.
That's sad for me as Java coder, but, well.
Ultimately the language, so
yes.
No.
At least for the top teams, it's definitely about algorithms, much more than about the language.
So we see a steady stream of submissions. So all of these will be resolved after the contest is over. So I believe that after the end of the contest, what we will see is that the two judging systems, so we have a primary and a secondary judging system, is that they will compare the results from those. There were two steps. First of all is to check whether the standings of the primary CCS is considered correct by a human person, and then you compare the result of the secondary systems, and if they also are the same, then you can be pretty sure that this is the correct final standings. I think that's another strength of this contest, to have two completely independent automatic judging systems that don't share any code or anything like that, and so if there happens to be either a security issue or a bug somewhere, it's highly unlikely that both systems have the same issue, which should guarantee that the results are very, very reliable.
Yes, so we can see Universidad de La Habana trying to debug, I believe, something, because they aren't typing anything, just looking at the screen. We have University of Warsaw attempting problem F again, so probably the first.
Hello everyone, my name is Frederick,
now
and
we
I'm with
have
ICPC Analytics,
some more problem
and I'm here to
presentations.
present problem L, swap space. So in this problem, you have been given the great responsibility of running a data center. In your data center, you have a large number of computers with associated hard drives. Unfortunately, you have not thought your capacity well enough in advance, so you need to upgrade the capacity of your data center. So what you're given is the number of hard drives.
Sorry, it seems problem L wanted to be reviewed again, like for people who hadn't got it from the first try. So Peter decided he would want to tweet some more and left us. You can actually follow his Twitter at Petr Mitrichev. He had a very nice text broadcast of the World Finals. We see that mostly teams from the middle of the scoreboard currently submitting problems.
Which is less than 10 to the power
We
of
don't
6.
know if
and for each of the hard drives,
Warshaw's second submission on problem F was correct
and the new size.
Yet.
And all of these sizes are less than 10 to the power of 9. Because, of course, 1,000 petabytes should be enough for everyone, right?
Okay, so we see that Massachusetts Institute of Technology submitted problem F as well. Would they solve it correctly, they probably will overtake Harvard for North American leading team. And we also have Shanghai Jiaotong University submitting problem J. And would they solve it, they would have 10 problems.
Hi,
and
this is
the
Michael
lead.
Levin and analysis of World Finals 2016
I hope now we have a new problem
M.
presentation.
This is one of the problems considered not very hard, but the trickiest part is to really understand the problem statement. And then, if you write any reasonable solution when you understand the problem statement, it probably will pass. So let's start digging into this problem statement. This is a problem about tasks and instructions and resources and a protocol called priority ceiling, which basically guarantees that if you execute the tasks which can lock resources and block each other because of that, the programs will still go through, all the tasks will be executed, and you need to determine when exactly each task will finish its processing. So each task T has a start time S of T. It has a base priority BP of T, which is used in the protocol to make sure all the tasks will be finished at some point, and a list of instructions. Each instruction I is either a simple instruction to compute something for 1 microsecond, or an instruction to lock some resource K, which takes no time, which is immediate, or release resource K. And it is guaranteed that all the resources locked by instruction I locked and released in some reasonable order, so that you always release the resource you locked last, and so you don't get any task blocking itself and strange cycles because of strange locking and releasing order. So there are a number of resources, and for each resource we can define a set of tasks which try to lock it in the list of instructions. And then you define priority ceiling for that resource as the maximum base priority of all tasks that try to lock it during the execution. And this is the main value we use to make sure that everything will work and all the tasks will. So now what the processor does, we have only one processor on our machine. It starts with setting the current time to 0, and then it runs an infinite loop with the following 3 steps. First, it tries to identify all the running tasks, and the task is considered to be running if the current time is greater or equal than the starting time for the task, and not all the instructions of the tasks are already done, basically, so it's not finished. If there are any running tasks, then we need to determine which tasks are blocking each other and what are their current priorities. Their current priorities can be different from their base priorities. So, a task T1 blocks a task T2 if one of the following holds. First is easy. If T1 owns resource K, that is, it locked resource K and didn't release it, and next instruction in the task T2 in the list of instructions is to lock resource K. So T2 cannot do that. That's why T1 blocks T2 from execution. And second condition is a complicated one. If T1 owns some resource L and the priority ceiling of that resource L is greater than or equal to the current priority of task T2, which we don't know yet what it is. However, the definition of current priority is maximum of the base priority of this task and maximum of all the current priorities of the tasks that it blocks. So it is a kind of a circular definition, but the problem statement ensures us that we can resolve in this definition, and there is a unique set of current priorities that satisfy these conditions. So we can uniquely define which tasks are blocking each other and what are their current priorities. So after we determine that, if we have at least some task that is running, we run the task, the next instruction from it, or if there are no tasks that are running, we just increment current time. So this is what we basically need to simulate in our program. And the only problem here is to determine the current priorities and who blocks whom. And the part when some task owns some resource is easy. We just have a graph of tasks and some of them own some resources and block others because of that. And the second part is tricky with cycles, but the key insight here is that if we have point B when T1 owns L and blocks T2 because of that, then it means that the priority ceiling of resource L is greater than or equal to current priority of task T2. But we also know that current priority of task T2 is always at least the same or greater than its base priority. And from the other hand, priority ceiling of resource L is less than or equal to base priority of task T1 because of the definition of priority ceiling. And so it follows that if task T1 blocks task T2 because of point B, then base priority of task 1 is at least base priority of task 2. So we can basically resolve blocking via sorting by base priority. And we can always determine one by one which task is blocked and which task is blocking. And then when we found the task that is the lowest in the hierarchy, which is blocked but doesn't block anything, we can determine its current priority based on the definition and then proceed to the next task and so on. So this solution will do this on each iteration, basically simulate what. And the hardest part is to find the blocking and the current priorities. So how long will it work? Well, we know that at most 10,000 seconds will go before all the tasks will be running. And this is denoted by max S, max start time. And then after that, we'll need to implement at most number of tasks multiplied by maximum number of instructions in the list for task instructions, which will take the corresponding number of microseconds. And for each such iteration, we will use at most number of tasks multiplied by number of resources time to resolve the blocking and the current priorities. And this is all good enough because we have at most 20 tasks, at most 20 resources. Starting times are at most 10,000. And the total number of instructions in each list is at most 10,000 because we get at most 100 lines in the description of each task, and each line can be either lock resource, release resource, or compute for at most 100 times. So that gives us 10,000. Basically,
So, of course, there's a lot of things happening, many submissions coming in, but since the scoreboard is frozen, there's not much we can say. So what we see here is what's called the optimistic scoreboard, and that's basically assuming that all the submission, the last submission is correct. Here we see the current scoreboard, the yellow one's pending. So now we get the next video.
Imagine that you are manufacturing clocks and that you are using these standard 7-segment LCD things to represent numbers. So we can represent 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 using this 7-segment LCD. And we also have these smaller segments to represent a colon, because what we want to do is really to build a clock. So we want to be able to represent time. So let's say that we want to define midnight as 0:00, and the minute right before is 23:59. Now, it turns out that these segments could be faulty, so they could either be burnt out, permanently off, or they could be burnt in, meaning that they're permanently off working. So what we're supposed to do here is a number of consecutive minutes that a certain clock is displaying, determine which of these segments are working, are burnt in, or burnt out. And what we're given, so we're given text really, so either we have a dot or for a segment part that's off or not really part of our display, or we have an X saying that something here is on. So we're given this 7:21 display. So this is sort of representing 1 minute in time, and then we're given between 1 of these and 100 of these, and they're supposed to be consecutive. And our task then is to try to see each of these segments are working or not. And this is one of the easiest problems in the set. It's probably not as easy as sealing because it's a bit harder to code. There's a lot of details here, so the solution is sort of a bit longer, but really what you can do is take each possible starting point, starting minute, and then just check these consecutive minutes that you're given to see if they're consistent or not. So it might be that it's impossible to have these the segments that we're given as well. So for example, what we know here is that these colons, they are supposed to be on at all times. So here we see that one of the colon segments is on, while one is off. So depending on what we are given, so if we look at the next display, if on all of these minutes that we're given, let's say, that this top colon segment is always on, then we don't really know if it's working or if it's burnt in. And the same, so depending on, and this is off, obviously. Okay, and the same type of reasoning you could say this segment, but then you sort of have to have some idea about, okay, what number is this part of the display corresponding to? So it sort of looks like it could be 0. I mean, if these are working, this could be 0, and if this is working. But we don't really know yet. So we need more to discern which of these cases that really is occurring here. But there's nothing really tricky here algorithmically. So we expect a lot of teams to solve this. But it is a bit harder to code. Interesting cases are if you have, say that you have 9:59 or something here, and then the next minute is 10:10:00. So then it's sort of interesting to exercise to be able to detect that this rollover is happening. But so maybe that's the tricky cases.
Hello everyone, I'm Michal Forišek. I will be presenting problem B of these World Finals. So, problem B starts as a graph problem. We are given a graph that is the position of the headquarters, and there are n different vertices which represent some branches of a company. Now we are given a number S, the number of groups, and we have to divide them into groups. So for example, in this picture there is a blue group and a red group. The group sizes can be arbitrary. We get to choose them. And what happens after we divide those vertices into groups is that within each group, each vertex needs to send a message to each other vertex, and those messages have to travel via headquarters. The graph is directed, so those two paths can be different. So for instance, for these two vertices that are blue, one of them would be sending the message like this, here and there, and the other would be sending the message like this. So it has to reach headquarters, so it goes like this, and then it has to reach the other vertex, so it goes like that. All of the edges have different lengths, and what we are looking for is such a division of all the vertices into exactly S groups that minimizes the total length of the Courier. So here's what we have to realize when solving this task. First of all, it is a bad idea to actually count the distances between each pair of vertices, because all of those paths have to go through the headquarters. So what we can do instead is we can realize that for each vertex, there will be going from this vertex to the headquarters, some other messages, exactly the same number of messages, leaving headquarters and going to this vertex. So what we can do instead of computing all pair distances is we can just run Dijkstra once from the headquarters and twice the second time towards headquarters, and this will give us the distance from each vertex to the headquarters and back, and some of these distances is like half a cost of a courier. It's not exactly half, but conceptually. When we have these numbers, what we can do is we can forget about the entire graph. Now it becomes just a problem about numbers. So we can take all of these n distances or n costs of sending a courier to the headquarters and back, and we can sort them. This is because when we are dividing these vertices into groups, the total cost we will pay for a group can be computed like this. This is the blue formula. We can take the group size minus 1 times the sum of these costs, sum of the distances we computed in step 1. Why is this the case? Well, because 3 red vertices, each of them has to send a message to 3 minus 1, which is 2 other vertices, so everybody except for himself. And these costs will then accumulate. So into this vertex there will be incoming messages, out of this vertex there will be outgoing messages. This is their number, and we sum this over the entire group. So now what we can see from this formula is that it never pays to have a more expensive vertex, one that has the distance is larger, placed into a larger group. We always want to put the largest group will contain the some vertices with the smallest costs and so on, because otherwise we could switch them around and get a better solution. So now we have sorted distances like this. We have an array of length n, and we need to cut it into s pieces in such a way that the sum of the costs of the blocks is minimized. And now we are almost done, because this is already a fairly standard problem that can be solved using dynamic programming. So what we will be doing is we will consider all prefixes of this array. So one parameter will be the length x of this prefix, and the other parameter will be the number y of pieces we want to produce. So for each x, for each y, we are asking the question, what is the cheapest way to divide this segment into exactly y pieces? Now, the most straightforward way to approach this would be simply to try all possibilities for the size of the last piece, and then always this gives us a smaller problem and take the maximum out of those. If we did this, that runs in n cubed possibilities for x, at most n possibilities for y, and for each of them we are trying at most n possible ways where to break off the last piece. Now comes the main trick. This solution can actually be optimized from n cubed to n squared log n, and the trick how to do this is to realize that we have to use another information. Sizes of the groups, as we are going from the right to the left, from the left to the right, the sizes have to be a non-increasing sequence. So if we have a group of size 4, we never size more than 4 farther towards the right. So how can we do this? How can we use it in our solution? The trick is that we will always be starting on this right side of the current segment, and if we are dividing it, for example, into 3 parts, then we know that we don't have to try possibilities longer than x divided by 3. So we will start here, we will try these possibilities, and when we get to x divided by 3, we will end. And now if we take a fixed value of x and consider all possible values of y, then what we will be doing is we will be trying at most all possibilities, half of them, or a third of them, and so on. So this actually sums up to a harmonic number. So a single x times log x time, and if we sum it over all x, this gives us the promised solution in n squared log n time, and this is fast enough to get accepted. So that's it for problem B. Thanks for your attention.
Hello again. You had seen the videos. There was quite interesting development. Shanghai Jiao Tong University submitted both problems J and F, and considering they submitted problem F like 20 minutes or so after submitting problem, it may be that they solved problem J. And St. Petersburg State University submitted problem, Harvard University submitted problem M, and they just submitted it again. So the first submission probably was incorrect.
All right, welcome back into the flesh
heard
zone. We have
someone
here Andrew Haitley, who is
celebrating
IBM's scalability performance, and
correct
thank you for talking to
solution,
us.
but we don't know
Thank you very
who
much,
it
Charles.
is.
Glad to be here.
Now we have
I guess
Charles.
the first question is, IBM has been a sponsor of this event for 2 decades, about as long as some of these guys have been alive. Why is IBM so interested in this event? What does it give IBM?
So, I mean, part of it is really not so much just about IBM, but it's, about the industry, right? And I think there's, main thing here is really about talent. It's really about the next generation of problems we got to tackle. This is a partnership that has really helped accelerate the kind of problem solving we see from students coming out of computer science. So it's about moving the industry forward first and foremost. I would say second, what we get out of it is, we get to talk to the top talent in the industry while we're here, who we talk to at Worlds, but coming up through the regionals. There's certainly a lot of students that we get to talk to, and as they shift, whether it's, to their senior years or workforce or on into research, keeping that conversation going is kind of the main reason we're here.
Yeah, so I want to come back to that a little bit, but obviously competitive programming is a fairly particular kind of thing to do. It's not everything that, when you go into a real job, you're going to do. What is it that gives kids value from doing this, and what else do they need if they're going to go into a career in IBM?
Yeah, well, actually, I think there's a lot of skills they do get out of competitive programming. While we don't necessarily have, the clock ticking in our office every day, solving problems under pressure is a skill in and of itself. I think the second thing that we see here that I think is unique is that it's a collaborative effort. By design, this is a team, and so more and more the innovation today is done by teams, right? It's not done just in one office. A lot of it's done in open source. So that kind of really deep technical collaboration is a invaluable skill when we look at where they're going to go next and how they could help us. I mean, every problem we solve kind of comes from a team. So I think that aspect of it is invaluable. So.
And looking as you take people in and they go into a career in, say, about IBM, they're going to work collaboratively with their own employees. But what kind of problems are they going to be solving in 5 years' time? What are the sort of things that 10 years down the track they might be actually working on, and with whom will they be doing it and where?
So that's a great question. It's always hard to predict, 5 years out in the future, but there's some things we know are going to happen, right? 2020, you're going to have 75% of the new cars are going to be connected all the time, right? They'll be completely instrumented. We'll see the advent of autonomous driving. We'll also around that time are going to see around 30 billion devices connected to the internet. I mean, those many devices are out there today, but they're not all constantly feeding in information. And I would say the last one is, the actual data we get and even the algorithms themselves kind of adapt over time. So the data we've dealt with for almost the entire history of computing was really well structured stuff. The data of the future is video, it's audio, it's natural language, it has nuance, it has sarcasm, it has facial expression. So really making the interface into all this deep computing a little more human is another big thing. So a lot of these problems that are waiting for the generation of algorithms. Now the exciting thing is that there's through cloud capacity to actually run those algorithms and capture that data and act on that data. So the most exciting thing is we almost don't know what the problems are 5 years from now, because they're a new generation of problems that we've never tried to tackle in this industry before.
So you mentioned that in cloud there's this sort of almost unlimited capacity. It's like that's not quite the case, right? I mean, the guys who get the short, fast, efficient algorithms make a big difference when you're working on scale, don't they?
Oh, absolutely. So, I mean, it's unlimited from the perspective of people never had this amount of access. I mean, physics always kicks in. We've always got a limit to how much infrastructure there really is in the data centers of the world. But what I would say is it is far more accessible than it's ever been, right? It's actually, you can get just a lot of raw kind of computing horsepower. And that said, little differences, as you pointed out, in the efficiency at that base. Technology, we always innovate at the extremes, whether it's down close to the chip or it's way up in like kind of the software code. Those little differences way down in the physical infrastructure in the kind of world we're in now, we've got billions and billions of square feet of data center space. Those innovations make a massive difference in our capacity to compute and solve problems.
So, what these guys are doing today is one part of learning how to face those kind of problems, and clock ticking, you just got your boss coming to say, hey,
Yeah, well, there are real world problems where I would say the clock is ticking, right? When the world's infrastructure is consolidating, right? If there is a problem, the expectation is that we solve it faster than we ever did before. I mean, the idea of some window for your computer program or your enterprise system or your medical system, I mean, doesn't exist anymore. So, this kind of pressure they're feeling today, while it may not be quite as dramatic or intense with big clock, it's certainly there. I mean, that pressure to solve in a timely fashion is always there now. So.
Yeah, and you're talking about problems that have a real world pressure. Some big weather storm is coming and you got to do something, and now you can, right? Now you've got programs and data and stuff that enable you to actually change things and make useful responses.
Yeah, no, and that's actually, I mean, just even the thought that as something we consider in computer science is almost a new thing. The data used to be almost unapproachable except for people with access to supercomputers. Now, that was actually something, we noticed how valuable weather data had become to every kind of business, and that was actually something we went out and acquired a lot of weather data, and we see something in the order of billions of accesses to that information, whether it's from consumers or businesses trying for themselves. So, I mean, it's an interesting analogy that you used, but it's actually on the flip side of it. There's a ton of that data that helps businesses make decisions as well, and we now see people having access to that.
Excuse me. All right. Do you have any final comments before we cross back? Is there?
Well, I mean, first I just want to say it's exciting to be here again. As a sponsorship executive, it's always great to be here at ICPC. It's always great to see some of the next generation of brightest minds. So we're, excited to be here. We're excited with the organization, almost 1,600% in the 19 years we've been doing it. So now we're just eagerly waiting to see how things turn out for this year.
All right. Thank you very much. And let's go back and look at the competition.
All right. Thank you.
So, hello, we are going back. You can see at the scoreboard that both St. Petersburg State University and Shanghai Jiaotong University submitted 2 problems after the freezing time. F and St. Petersburg State University, it's F for Shanghai Jiaotong. We have Harvard submitting problem M. MIT problem F. Would they all succeed? This 10 exists.
So if the last submission made by James is correct, we get St. Peter's State University as the, with Shanghai Jiao Tong as the runner-up. So actually, I think it's interesting when we were discussing this, what problems would be solved, and we see here that we have two teams that potentially have 11 solved, which was kind of the number from the beginning.
We have universal of submitted problem. If they they want to solve that problem, and well, the construction, it's safe to assume that was solved problem.
Yeah, it looked like they were moving on to it.
Yes, but
and they also have two submitted, so they can actually be up on solved problem now, and theoretically they could be in the lead now.
Yes, it was quite a few that could be in the lead now. Or the top 4 team sides, ITMO and hasn't submitted anything after the freezing, as well as Institute of Physics and Technology.
Hello everybody, I'm Monica and I will be presenting the solution of
So what's also interesting is we have some missions on problem I. Okay,
so
time for another video.
I will be denoting it by X, and the question is to find the largest possible nesting of such a quote in the given string. So to be more precise, I have to decide what is the nesting of the quotations. So one quotation is basically a string between 2 quotes which doesn't contain any quotations. So for example, such a string would be a 1 quotation, also empty string or space between quotes is a 1 quotation. For K quotation, we define it as follows. So quotation starts with K quotes, which without space in between. It ends with another K quotes, and in between we have 1 or more K-1 quotations, which can be separated by a space, or they may not be separated by a space. And the solution for this task looks as follows. So first of all, if we have an odd number of quotes, then obviously we have no solution, because always the quotes are paired. So only for even number of quotes we may have some nesting. Then what we basically do is that we go from the biggest quotations, so in this particular case it's from 100, and we are going to check the string whether it's the K quotation. So the checking will look as follows. So if our given string is a K quotation, it has to start with K quotes, and it has to end with K quotes. And then here we might have a space, or there might not be a space, and then what is in between has to be at least 1 K-1 quotation. And then from the definition, the K-1 quotation again has to start with K-1 quotes, and it has to end by K-1. And then the same way, then here we have to have K-2 quotes, K-3 quotes, and so on. And then there will be 1 quote here and 1 quote here, and then possibly some quotes in between. So what I just said was a necessary condition, how the quotation may look like. And then also I'll show that this is a sufficient quotation, because no matter whether, for example, this K- quotation, the ending somewhere here, it's pair, we can always take this K-1 as its pair, so we can pair it this K by this K, K-1 with K-2, K-2 with K-2, and so on, these two again together. And then what we get here, we can always take the 2 consecutive quotes, and this will always form a 1 quotation, because by definition also such strings and such strings are allowed. Basically we just go from K equal to 100 up to 2, and we are just testing. And the last case is if K is equal 1, and then there are only 2 possible 1 quotations. They look like this and this, so this would be the input in the problem set. No other inputs are eligible K-1 quotations, like hundreds of ones would not be allowed, because in the string there may not be other quotation marks. So that was roughly it. Some teams were actually solving this task by dynamic. It's also another very tricky but nice solution, which uses regular expressions. And for this, we basically, what we can do is that we rewrite the input string as a such string, and then for each of the quotations, we just describe it as a regular expression, and then we use the engine for regular expressions in the language, and that should pass the actually. So thank you very much.
Hello again. During the break, we had another submission from St. Petersburg State University on the problem F. Probably hadn't solved it on the first try. We'll have University of Nizhny Novgorod potentially solve problems if both F are correct. University of Wrocław submitted more time problem I. The previous solution was probably.
So we see also that there are a number of teams that haven't submitted anything, but among the top teams, most teams have actually submitted something, and there's 2 minutes to go. So I expect to see quite some activity the remaining 15 minutes, because though your solution might correct you, don't want to take the risk. Submit it what you have. Case.
University of Stockholm submitted problem J for the first time. I don't know if they're correct. Yeah. It's hard to read here.
Hello,
Maybe they
my
haven't
name
received
is Jacob Dlugovic,
result yet.
and I will analyze problem J,
and
which
we
is
will
called
have
Spin
another
Doctor.
presentation now.
The problem itself is a binary classification problem with a function for classification set in the following way. You take scalar product of a point on two-dimensional space by a given or by vector that you can choose, and the scalar product should be in range between L and R. You have two classes of points, and for the positive class of points you are supposed to have 100%, but the problem is to maximize precision by choosing the correct vector and values of L and R. It can be noticed that point inside convex hull of points with class 1, they will always be classified correctly, because there will be points on the convex hull that satisfy the constraints listed here. So first thing we will do is hull of points with positive class. Second thing, we will notice that for points outside the convex hull, there is a range of angles of inclination of vector xy for which they will be classified incorrectly. To be more precise, let's build a tangent from every point from negative class to this convex hull. We will get two lines, and the angle that those lines will form will be precisely the angle of inclination the vector orthogonal to xy, where this point will be incorrectly classified. Now this reduces the problem to a very common one. You're given a circle and you're given some segments on this circle which corresponds to those angles. You need to find a point on the circle which is covered by a least number of segments. And this is a standard problem which can be done just by sorting opening and boundaries. So that's it.
Hello again. We saw that St. Petersburg State University just resubmitted problem M, so again they probably had in the first try. University of Wrocław submitted problem I 2 more times. So also Stanford University submitted I 2 times, I think. We don't know if they were correct. University of Tokyo submitted problem J for the 5th time, I believe.
So we see now that optimistic standing is it will require solve problems to get a bronze and 10 to get a gold.
Yes, it won't be actually 9 problems. You can have 9 solved problems, but still.
True, 9 problem, and I didn't see the time, but yeah.
Here we have Harvard University editing something.
So let's see. Wrocław submitting on I again, and hard to see what Harvard is working on.
This is Ural Federal University testing something with, like, they have quite a few tests, 37 if I read correctly. So if they pass these 37 tests, they are quite likely to, like, pass solution. They're still doing something. And St. Petersburg State University submitting problem F once again.
Here we have MIT, Tokyo.
So quite intense. I think the guys are really stressed out because it's very intensive.
So University of Pernambuco submitted 3 times on the same problem. So
well,
4 times.
They probably try different, like, thresholds for number, like when to say that it will go forever. You see how Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology got accepted on problem M on their screen. So good for them. I have screen of University of Nizhny Novgorod. They are doing some tests. Wrocław submitted I once again.
Seems like they just keep on submitting and submitting. So now with only 8 minutes left, I guess it's highly likely that the ratio of incorrect submissions is very high.
We have it more submitting problem I,
and
which they had not submitted before.
And they have not. This is their first submission after the freeze.
Yes, we have also University of Nizhny Novgorod submitted problem F. This is their second submission on this problem of this freeze. So the first one was probably incorrect.
Wrocław, one more time.
Yes, they seem, at least they are trying. They can say, we tried.
Yes, exactly. Tokyo keeps on submitting on J.
Well, I think it's just 6 minutes remaining in the contest, so there is no point of switching to some other problem.
Of course not, no.
You just have to hope that
you manage
to find that last one bug. So Ural Federal University, problem J. This is the
also their first
submit on this problem.
And also the first after the freeze.
Yes. I haven't submitted anything before. University of Tokyo, problem J again. Actually, the chances of getting some problem from the first try are much better than from the 10th try, yes.
Yes,
But I think.
But of course,
for hard problems,
things happen.
For hard problems, the top probability probably still from the second or third try, not from the first. But after that, it surely will decline. So we have just it was just announced that there is 5 minutes remaining in the contest. After the contest will end, there would be some break. I believe 2 hours.
That long?
Or 1 hour, I don't quite remember.
Oh,
and after that, we will have closing ceremony. So stay tuned. So ITMO University submitted problem J again. Wrocław University submitted problem I again.
They looked a bit nervous there.
Yes.
The ITMO team.
No, they submitted again. They actually submitted I before that. And now they submitted J. Interesting. So if they got both of these problems, they can be there with 11 problems, but they will still probably not overcome at least St. Petersburg State University if both of their problems correct. ITMO University once again submitted I. Ural Federal University submitted J, also for the second time, I believe.
So the closing ceremony starts at 4, so it'll be a 1 hour break, and then there will be the closing ceremony here in the main arena. And in the meantime, there will be an ice cream break, courtesy of the IBM in the sports arena tent, where ICPC News will also show some highlights from the finals. So I expect all the teams and staff to take a few minutes to relax, have an ice cream, and wait for the interesting conclusion of this exciting contest.
Yes, we will show you both the highlights and the closing ceremony. We now have only 2.5 minutes before the end of contest. ITMO submitted J once again, so they seem to take like turns in fixing both I and J. They hope to make them pass. So actually, I hadn't expected that. Oh, it's optimistic storyboard. So would everything pass? 108 teams would solve 4 problems. That's quite a few.
Yeah, which I think is actually a healthy sign. I think it's nice to have a lot of teams solving. I mean, 4 problems is a reasonable number.
Yes, it's
feels better.
More or less 1 problem every hour and 15 minutes. So Wrocław continues their quest on problem I.
And Tokyo on problem J.
Well, we can expect probably like 3 or 4 more submissions from them in the last
90 seconds.
Lvov tried to submit problem M. It may be the difference between the medals and no medals for them. As you can see, the queue at the last minute of the contest is getting out of control, basically.
As always.
Nizhny Novgorod submitted J. Singapore submitted some problem. I wasn't quick enough to notice which one. Wrocław submitted I again. So, as Shanghai and St. Petersburg State University can't find any bugs in their code and so don't submit, or they got the submission correctly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So the World Finals contest this year is over. Harvard managed to squeeze submission on problem J in the last few seconds of the contest.
Our hosts are providing ice cream downstairs.
Now we will
You can pick up ice cream on the way out
say
to the
goodbye to you. You will shortly start to see ICPC news highlights of the previous days and of today. That would be for about an hour, and in an hour you will see the closing ceremony where the results of 2016 World Finals will be revealed. So thank you, Fredrik. It was a pleasure to work with you.
Thank you, Igor. I think it's been a great afternoon here, and I really look forward to seeing the resolution of this and see who actually turns out to have won this contest. So thank you, and I hope to see you next year in Rapid City.
Yes, I hope so as well. Just a couple more notes. We had a submission on problem H in the end. Not sure it would be correct, but everything can happen. And I think it was one of the most excited World Finals ever, actually. So thank you, goodbye. See you in 1 year in Rapid City.
Please remember, teams and everyone, spectators, will be returning into this room at 4 o'clock for the closing ceremony. The 3 team members and 1 coach will be seated on the floor at your workstation for the closing ceremony. Everyone else will be seated in the spectator area. Please leave your balloons. You may take them after the closing ceremony. Leave them here for the moment. To exit, please go to the corner doors by the stage and go downstairs. The same doors that you came in for the processional.
Okay, welcome back to the Flash Zone. We're very honoured to have with us now the Vice Minister of ICT, Mr. Paksan Sirichatapong, and with him is Mr. Chusak Limsakul from Prince of Songkla University.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon.
First, thank you both very much for your support for this event. Obviously, this is a very big event. It takes a lot to put it together, and that's been great. In particular, both Prince of Songkla University and SIPA have been very important to provide the infrastructure, provide the patronage. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about what the ministry and what the university do to promote the development of information technology within Thailand?
Yes, actually now Thailand, we call the Digital Economy and Society Development Plan. The cabinet approved this plan since April. Within this plan, we have 6 strategies. One strategy among the 6 is very important, is human resource development. This is we would like to prepare the Thai citizen for the digital era. Within this plan, we focus both the general citizen to have a knowledge about the digital technologies, how they can use, and for everything. But in parallel, we also recognize the digital professional, especially the student in the university. We are very glad that this kind of forum and competition come to Thailand. I hope that it can trigger the Thai student to learn more and more and see what the best guy in the world do. For example, we are very pleased to host this kind of event in Thailand and especially in Phuket. Phuket, we also would like to set up as we call smart city in Thailand that can be try to promote the new technique for the citizen, for public safety, for the public transportation, and also try to raise the digital economy in this area.
Thank you. The Prince of Songkhla University is the first university in southern Thailand, I believe.
Yes. We are the first university in southern part of Thailand.
And so the university and the ministry and the Thai government together are working to raise the industry, but also the world profile of the Thai industry. Would you like to comment on how you see Thailand promoting its information technology industry around the globe?
Okay, for Prince of Songkhla University, we try to working to work with the SIPA to promote Phuket city to be a smart city, follow the government policy, Thai government policy. For Phuket smart city, we have two projects to do with Phuket city. The first one is smart people, that is for train the people for ready to for IT and train the professional in IT also. And the second one is we call the smart living community. So we have the project to create something for the people who living in the house more easy, just as a smart home. And we help the city. We hope to help the city also to make like traffic control or traffic management.
May I add a few points on this? How to invite or create a new digital industry in Thailand. Actually, our government think this is we call the new S-curve for the Thai electric industry. To realize this plan, we first of all we would like to increase we call the digital infrastructure, such as we plan to roll out the fiber optic to every village in Thailand. It's cover almost 7,000 villages in Thailand. The second point is we increase the bandwidth to international submarine cable and inland. By doing this, we hope that we will be the digital hub in the North ASEAN. And secondly, to promote the industry, we both invite we call the global player in this area come to Thailand. We try to set up the condition and regulation for create a new data center. We have the program to support we call the digital startup. And the key word of the year is how we can create a new generation, how we can work with the foreigner. We will provide some incentive and facility for the I think the technologists in this area. I hope that we would like to invite a global player come to work in Thailand with Thai people.
And
yes.
We have also the collaboration with SIPA. We try to set up we call IT Techno Park, like to promote the young generation to be entrepreneurs. So we try to set up the lab and the ecosystem for set up the new company.
Thank you. Obviously, development of an industry is a long and continuing process and never finishes. But certainly, I'd like to close by thanking you for all of the work and all of the effort that's gone into putting together this competition here and bringing the best of the best of the best, as Dr. Poucher says, to see Thailand and what Thailand has to offer and to see the best of Thailand. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, and we'll go back to the commentary group.
All teams should be off the floor. Do we have any teams left on the floor? Marshals, can you verify that all teams are off the floor? Okay. Kevin, you're free to take over the floor to do the release, whatever. Clean up.
Hi, I'm David Vennoek. I'm from Radboud University, which is in Nijmegen in the Netherlands. And we're from that empty team name too. So, well, I started programming back when I was something like 8 or 9 years old. This is my 4th ICPC year. So, in 3 previous years I've competed on regionals, but didn't make it to the World Finals. And this is the first year I make it to World Finals. It's basically the first and only chance I'll ever get to compete at Worlds, so this is basically the final year I could compete in ICPC. Next year I'm too old, and I might not even be in university anymore. Probably will be, but there's a chance I won't be. Depends a bit on how fast I am, so this was basically my last opportunity to do this. And it's really great that we managed to do it when it mattered most. At first we weren't actually sure we got it because we were 4th at regionals, and typically from our region there were only 3 teams that were allowed to go. So for us it was that meant, okay, we might not be in, we might be in. The difference was really close to the next team. It was only 7 minutes. We were 7 minutes behind the the 13th place team. So we hoped we could come in either on a wild card or because the region had grown enough, and well, we got in. So that was really great to hear. It meant the end of a period of quite a bit of uncertainty, and I was shouting at the top of my voice then.
The World Finals, well, is the final point and the most wanted point of the long run for many people, and it's very interesting to look at this process starting from the very beginning and to see the last point. So, well, final point of the long run. Well, operation groups helps all the groups to plan the event, and so we are trying together to solve everything, to build out what has been planned in course of the year. There are many problems, and it's very hard not only for ICPC team, it's very hard for the host operations team to solve all the problems. And so they are the guys that don't sleep at nights, and we just help them.
My role is to coordinate this group. The operations group needs to have some coordinator. From my perspective, every World Finals is a big project, and I like to do that. Especially for all contestants, because for them it's for some of them it will be the best achievement in their life. So that is why our role as the organizers to organize the atmosphere and make everything work smooth.
Well, the balloons were quite interesting. What happened was that AT&T was our sponsor, and we were operating in a Unix environment, and so we decided to switch to a networked environment. Prior to that time, when you solved a problem, you wrote it on a floppy disk, put it in a run envelope, and somebody ran it to the judge. The judge made a decision, and they ran it back. So when we switched to being networked so that the submissions went by network, we lost some of the zing in the contest because there just wasn't the visible, tangible part of the competition. So what we decided to do is rather than run submissions back and forth, when a team solved a problem, then they would get a balloon. We decided that the balloons should have a different color for different problems for a very simple reason. The first time we decided to have the balloons, they didn't have enough balloons of one color. So since we knew that there were 10 different problems, we chose 10 different colors, and that's how it started. Now the other thing is that incidentally we discovered that it was not only cool to see the balloons delivered, but it was really cool to take a look at everybody in the contest, and you could immediately tell what the score was, right? Because if there are 3 balloons here, 4 balloons here, 1 balloon here, 0 balloons here, you knew how the teams were doing. So it was an instant way to find out what the scoreboard was without using the computer. So today, we also give special acknowledgement to the first to solve problems, and we started that only a few years ago. It's very, very popular. The helium balloons are part of the festive activity, and they symbolize something that's very important. When you solve a problem, you should get a little lift in your life, and it should be a little bit colorful. But you need to remember that the next day, that balloon's not going to be quite as good as it was the preceding day. What matters in life is the lift, okay, and a little bit of color that adds quality to life. And that's what I love about the ICPC. Everybody in the ICPC is excited about life. They're excited about being problem solvers. They want the world to be a better place, and we want to encourage them to do that.
So the contestants have come from all around the world, and today is really a beach day or an acclimation day. It's to allow the students that have come from great distances, suffering a little from jet lag, to just relax a little bit on the beach as a guest of PSU, our host. The weather is beautiful here in Thailand. It is warm and a little humid, but that means that everybody needs to head out to the beach, relax by the pool, and keep cool. It's really important for the contestants to be able to relax, to acclimatize to the new time zone that they're in, to make sure that they're in peak shape for competing at the World Finals. It's going to be a really difficult competition. The problems are going to be the hardest ever in World Finals history, and so they need to be sharp. So today was PSU's way of giving them an opportunity to relax and really focus on beautiful Thailand. The students had all sorts of opportunities today. They could hang out on the beach, they could hang out by the pool, they could sleep in, they could get up early. We had quest activities that they could run around and do a scavenger hunt. There were wonderful activities in the chill zone where IBM was showing off all their incredible technology. So it was really just a day of opportunities to relax, opportunities to learn about their future.
My name is Placha Asawatila. I am the Phuket manager of SIPA. SIPA stands for Software Industry Promotion Agency. Our role is to promote the software industry in Thailand, and our vision is to bring Thailand as one of the global players in the world. Focusing on the smart economy, we need a lot of talented people to working here. So I think ACM ICPC World Finals have give us a chance to show the Phuket to the contestant and to every team to participate in this event. So I hope that everyone come to Phuket and love Phuket and then come back to working in Phuket in many times. We also provide the kind of incentive for you guys to have to start the business here.
Hello, welcome to ACM ICPC World Finals. I like to be a volunteer because I think I always feel happy to help people and organizations.
I'm a technical volunteer, so
My responsibility are to respond the email with ICPC news.
The student volunteers are from different faculties, like including the Faculty of Technology and Environment, Faculty of International Study.
When someone comes to travel in Phuket, I want everyone smiles because our country, everyone knows land of smile.
Well, ACM ICPC actually got started at Texas A&M in 1970. The UPE chapter there decided to invite students from other universities to come and compete. Back then, teams were 4 for a very simple reason. The number of students who showed up was 4 times the number of key punch machines, so they had to do it that way. You know, later on we changed to 3 because it turns out that 3 people are a little more productive in terms of communication than 4 in our area. Anyway, everybody loved it, and it caught on, and back then almost everything in computing in the West was done in the context of the ACM, the Association for Computing Machinery. We had 2 meetings a year in which everybody came together who are computer scientists. When I graduated from school, there were only 750 of us in the world, you know, and we had this wonderful conference. We're problem solvers, and the students would come, and we were divided up into 12 regions, and each of the regional representatives agreed to encourage a faculty member or university to host a competition. So in 1977, we had the very first finals of the programming contest that had developed, and then it just got better and better and better and better. We try to never make the same mistake for the same reason. Granted, there are a few mistakes that have 40 reasons. No, we're hoping it'll go away, but that's the fun in life. It turns out that there were great people everywhere in the world who loved problem solving, who understood what computing was as not only a sport, but as an art. You see, in the same way that musical composers compose music to be played, we compose software systems to perform lots of tasks. And of course today, we have to orchestrate different systems that we have to work in this wonderful world of cyberspace. So the contest just has evolved and evolved and evolved. And 20 years ago, IBM stepped forward and said, hey, we'd like to sponsor the ACM programming contest. And we just expanded and expanded. So today, the contest is in 102 countries. There are 2,700 universities involved, over 5,000 coaches, 40,000 contestants worldwide. And of course, they compete in the regional contests in the 4th quarter, come to the World Finals, and we shine the spotlight on them. You know, the bottom line is they create the solutions and the instruments and, in fact, the environment that other people can use to express themselves in the art of living and the art of loving, I hope.
Welcome. I want to congratulate each of you for qualifying for this event and wish you the best of luck as you all prepare for the finals on Thursday with your teams.
I think for those new teams, this is a very unforgettable experience, and you should cherish it, I think. Be brave in the contest and enjoy it.
Our coach has a lot of experience and advice to give us. For instance, he advised us not to drink tap water here.
I love this mascot, and I recommend you, a new guy, to bring your mascot.
I'm really grateful to our coaches, and I think they do a lot in helping our team to be a better team. And they help us find our weakness and strengths, and help us learn from the past contests and problems. I think they have done a great job to help our team.
Eat well, sleep well, don't take any direct sunlight, it's painful. And remember, it's not World Finals, it's World Finals.
So we are here in Phuket, Thailand, and this is the first day of the ICPC 2016 World Finals, and we're here to register all the teams and get them started at their adventure at the World Finals.
Hi, who are you?
The teams are arriving. They arrived at the airport and they were greeted by the PSU student volunteers and taken out to the van and brought to the beautiful La Meridian Hotel. And so we're here at team registration. They're going to check in, they're going to get their shirts, they're going to get their badges, and they're going to have a great time. Then after they get registered, they're going to be able to go to the IBM welcome and enjoy a little food, hang out in the IBM chill zone, and learn about some of the things that are going on with our great sponsor. They should expect to meet and make some great friends from around the world. This is really an opportunity to find people that are of like spirit, problem solvers that from around the world that you can meet and make lifelong friendships. And the other thing that they're going to have is, of course, a really hard problem set, probably the hardest problem set in World Finals history. So just lots of opportunities to see what the exciting things they're going to be able to engage in once they finish that degree and graduate with their computer science degree.
ICPC Life is very crazy this year because it's the first year we're doing it completely by ourselves. We don't use any third-party vendors to come with cameras. There are no professionals. It's all done by former world champions and world finalists. None of them have any experience in video whatsoever before, but because they're really smart guys, I know they can solve any problem that they encounter. So atmosphere is hectic, but it's really fun. We want to make ICPC just like a big sport with visual event where people would get glued to the screen watching what's going on, rooting for the teams, and just having fun. We do lots of different stuff. There's lots of programming involved to create all the overlays, scoreboards that are live stream ready. That's a big chunk of the team just doing coding and supporting all of that. There's also lots of hardware support, transmitters, encoders, decoders, video mixing, all that sort. There's also a big creative part, producing content that will go live. Figuring out the script, finding materials, just tweeting live what's going on. That's also part of what we do. I definitely remember the first year ICPC Live was born, it was in Stockholm because it kind of was forced solution. In Stockholm, the venue was enough to fit the team, but not much enough to fit the spectators. And the solution was to shoot live what's going on the floor and show to spectators outside, and by the way, to the world too. And the idea caught up, so we don't have spectators. Why not show to the whole world, the event? Because lots of people who are not here want to watch it too.
Quest is a modern version of a scavenger hunt. We're posting challenges for the participants to complete, and when they do that, they use Twitter they post it online, and it all ends up in a leaderboard. In one way, you can actually say that it's just a way of having fun, of experience the whole ICPC World Finals. We wanted all the participants to experience the city in a fun way, so friends could actually find their way through the city and see things that you normally don't see. The main goal is to have fun. Definitely to have fun. So as a participant, we hope that you will be able to experience the fun that the World Finals brings, not only the main contest, but also the days around it when you can meet people from all over the world. So we want to be able to encourage that in a good way. ICPC Quest is for everyone. So if you're looking at the leaderboard, you will see if it's a staff or if it's contestant. One of the main ideas about the World Finals is, of course, that you should remember it. You're here, it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing, and the quest can be a part of remembering it.
We gave trophies from the very, very beginning, okay? But the current trophy that we have, I believe, was first given in about 1988. From the very beginning, we decided to put on the sides the past world champions, because one of the things that is so great about the ICPC is that as soon as you compete in the ICPC, you're an ICPC contestant for the rest of your life. You know, if you medal in the ICPC at the regional level, that's yours forever. If you advance to the world finalist, you're a finalist forever. You know, if you medal, you're a finalist forever. And if you're a world champion, you're a world champion forever. And so we simply wanted to make sure that we could capture that on the sides of the trophy. So today there are 39 universities, one for every year since 1977. And of course, we're going to determine who the 40th world champion is just this next week.
Both me and my teammate were decently close in the past few years. We decided to create this team specifically to get a good shot, one last good shot at trying to get to World Finals. It's something we did, and it took effort, and we did it. It feels like a small victory in itself.
When I arrived here, I find that there are so many Chinese students. We feel familiar to talk, and that surprised me.
We just want to enjoy as much as possible, because it's a big deal for us.
Well, actually, our university has a bit of a history of being very close to winning several times, but we've never really made it, so we didn't really expect to go there. So that's very exciting for us.
We're proud to attend this competition.
It's the first time for our school to get into the World Finals, and people around us feel very proud of us. So I feel very exciting.
I've learned 10 new things just today. It's a constant learning process, and that's part of the fun of it. I'm responsible for managing the group that implements the technical solution for actually running the contest. There's a whole bunch of challenging technical problems. One of the biggest challenges is balancing the desire to provide the teams with the latest and greatest up-to-the-minute platform for them to use, and we have to balance that with tried and true. We can't just automatically use the newest thing that comes out. We have to have time to configure it, implement it, test it ahead of time. So that's one of the biggest technical challenges. We are already well into planning for next year's World Finals in 2017. Not only are we here in Phuket this week running this year's World Finals, but the team has already begun planning for next year. I'm fortunate to be able to do it, to be able to work with all of the people that I do. I consider myself extremely fortunate just to be able to be part of it.
This year in ICPC 2016, out of 384 contestants, we have 11 female contestants in the World Finals, and I like to cheer them, all of those 11 women, one by one. And it's awesome that you girls made it, and I really hope to see more and more girls every year, because I know you can make it. And girl power.
I think it's not really a big deal that you're a girl. Like, if you're good enough, people don't notice what gender you are. You can do anything that anyone else can.
The traditional sense of girls that they are not good at logical thinking, but I think it's fair. It's all the people are the same. Some people think it's a activity of boys, but it's okay, just try it.
I think part of it is there's less of like a social incentive, I guess, to do this sort of thing.
There are a lot of girls who don't want to get into computer science and programming because it's sort of a men's world or because they don't think they're very good at it. And so I think sort of challenging that and saying, hey, you know, this might be a thing that you love, give it a try, is really important to make sure more people are doing things they're happy with.
We're exactly the same, and you can do the things exactly the same as the guys.
Hay menos mujeres que hombres, y en parte puede ser por los estereotipos que impone la sociedad. Entonces lo que me parece importante es que ya no se impongan esos estereotipos, y que me parece que es la principal causa por la cual hay siempre menos chicas.
What we want to prove is that maybe nothing in this world can be complete with a woman, so just be confident.
I really think that most of the problems that women get about they're not as good in math or they're not as good as programming, it's just built in their mind from their childhood. And women are really geniuses, but they just get held back by what society tells them. And for all those female coders are out there, especially in the Middle East, don't let the society hold you back, and don't let people hold you back. Do what you want to do, and when you're strong enough and you're willing enough, you can do anything you want.
My favorite programming language is C++. 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 C++.
My favorite programming language is Lua because it's obscure and it drives my teammates insane.
Hello, welcome to ACM ICPC World Finals. I like to be a volunteer because I think I always feel happy to help people and organizations.
I'm a technical volunteer, so my responsibility are to respond the email with ICPC News.
The student volunteers are from different faculties, like including the Faculty of Technology and Environment, Faculty of International Study.
When someone comes to travel in Phuket, I want everyone smiles because our country, everyone knows land of smile. Yes.
Both me and my teammate were decently close in the past few years. We decided to create this team specifically to get a good shot, one last good shot at trying to get to World Finals. It's something we did, and it took effort, and we did it. It feels like a small victory in itself.
When I arrived here, I find that there are so many Chinese students. We feel familiar to talk, and that surprised me.
We just want to enjoy as much as possible because it's a big deal for us.
Well, actually, our university has a bit of a history of being very close to winning several times, but we've never really made it, so we didn't really expect to go there. So that's very exciting for us.
We're proud to attend this competition.
It's the first time for our school to get into the World Finals, and people around us feel very proud of us. So I feel very exciting.
ICPC life is very crazy this year because it's the first year we're doing it completely by ourselves. We don't use any third-party vendors to come with cameras. There are no professionals. It's all done by former world champions and world finalists. None of them have any experience in video whatsoever before, but because they're really smart guys, I know they can solve any problem that they encounter. So atmosphere is hectic, but it's really fun. We want to make ICPC just like to be explored with visual event where people would get glued to the screen watching what's going on, rooting for the teams, and just having fun. We do lots of different stuff. There's lots of programming involved to create all the overlays, scoreboards that are live stream ready. That's a big chunk of the team just doing coding and supporting all of that. There's also lots of hardware support, transmitters, encoders, decoders, video mixing, all that sort. There's also a big creative part, producing content that will go live. Figuring out the script, finding materials, just tweeting live what's going on. That's also part of what we do. I definitely remember the first year ICPC Live was born, it was in Stockholm, because it kind of was Port's solution. In Stockholm, the venue was enough to fit the team, but not much enough to fit the spectators. And the solution was to shoot live what's going on the floor and show to spectators outside, and by the way to the world too. And the idea caught up, so we will have spectators. Why not show to the whole world, the event? Because lots of people who are not here want to watch it too.
My favorite programming language is C++. 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 My favorite programming language is Lua because it's obscure and it drives my teammates insane.
I've learned 10 new things just today. It's a constant learning process, and that's part of the fun of it. I'm responsible for managing the group that implements the technical solution for actually running the contest. There's a whole bunch of challenging technical problems. One of the biggest challenges is balancing the desire to provide the teams with the latest and greatest up-to-the-minute platform for them to use, and we have to balance that with tried and true. We can't just automatically use the newest thing that comes out. We have to have time to configure it, implement it, test it ahead of time. So that's one of the biggest technical challenges. We are already well into planning for next year's World Finals in 2017. Not only are we here in Phuket this week running this year's World Finals, but the team has already begun planning for next year. I'm fortunate to be able to do it, to be able to work with all of the people that I do. I consider myself extremely fortunate just to be able to be part of it.
during the ceremony. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, competitors, and all participants, at this moment, we respectfully request that you be upstanding for the national anthem of Thailand. And now, please welcome to the stage the 2016 World Finals Director and President of Princess Songkla University, Dr. Chusak Nimsakun.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, contestants, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to congratulate you on a successful week of competitions at the 2016 Association for Computing Machinery International Collegiate Programming Contest World Finals. On behalf of Prince of Songkla University, I would like again to express our gratitude and thanks for the support and collaboration we have received. Thank you also to all of you for coming to Phuket. We hope you have enjoyed your time here as much as we have enjoyed having you. I would like to invite on stage the Governor of Phuket Province to welcome you all. Please welcome the Governor Jamlearn Thiriyaphongthada.
distinguished guests, contestants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Phuket Province, it is our honor to congratulate you on a successful event. It has been truly inspiring to see how skillful and innovative these young programmers are. The future of information technology is certainly bright. Please allow me to thank ACM and ICPC, the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology, Prince of Songkla University, and all who have supported this event. It has been an honor and a pleasure to have had you here in Phuket for the ACM ICPC World Finals. I hope you have enjoyed your stay in Phuket and return home with a fond memories. Thank you.
I would like also to invite on stage the Vice Minister of Information and Communication Technology, Ministry of Thailand, Dr. Pansak Siri Ratchatapong.
Distinguished guests, contestants, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on a successful event, and to the winners, congratulations on your spectacular achievement. Over the last few days, we have met many people, built new relationships, and fostered new relationships. We have been able to exchange ideas and share experiences, which has proven invaluable. It is clear that an event like this helps provide a platform for bringing young minds from all over the world to demonstrate their skills. Further development circumstances help develop the field of information access. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of the event and everyone who has played a part in making this event possible. I hope you have enjoyed your time here and we will do it again in Phuket, Thailand. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes we will invite you all to enjoy a performance of celebration to grace this grand closing ceremony entitled Fly with the Rhythm. This music, dance and acrobatic show represents the start of a journey of discovery and the impending drama, which mirrors the journey you competitors have taken to be here with us in Phuket this week at the World Finals. The show signifies desire, motivation, energy, spirit, commitment, and strength and willpower to meet a great challenge. Attributes that you have all personified in your quest to be the ACM
ICPC World Champions. After a long, hard day of competition, it is sure to get the adrenaline flowing and the heart beating faster in a build-up to discovering which team will soon be on this very same stage to collect the Wins Trophy. Please bear with us for a few moments while the show sets up on the stage. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Tom. Thank you so much, Tom. And indeed, we have been very fortunate to see wonderful, so many wonderful cultural performances. Beautiful here. Thailand. So, ladies and gentlemen, competitors, and all participants, and soon to be announced winners, please join me on stage from Midland University, ACM, and the ICPC Executive Director Bill Oucher.
Wonderful host in Mississauga University who had Thailand, my goodness, what amazing I'm ready to go about animal competent areas. So thank goodness for diversity. Again, let me thank each and every one of you for a great competition. You about wrote the budget on balloons. We're going to have to spend some more money on balloons, I guess, next year because of all the problems that were solved. And the great thing about a balloon, a helium balloon, is it gives you a little bit of a lift. So you're going to have plenty of opportunities in your life to give other people a lift by solving problems. Now, there's a particular group of folks that actually make all this possible. I want you to look around you. Imagine what it would be like if it was twice large. Okay? All right, now let's double that again so that it's 4 times as large. And let's double that again so that it's 8 times as large. And then again 16. And then again 32. 32, okay. And then 64. And we actually have to increase it up to 8 times because there were 40,000 students representing 2,700 universities in 102 countries who all competed to be right here. And you're the ones who are here, and you did a wonderful job, and thank you very much. The way you got here was because of wonderful volunteers, wonderful universities, and a great regional sponsor who has been acknowledged for that, ICM. And all of the other friends, all the other regional sponsors that made that happen for you. And the people who day in and day out made sure that you would have a regional contest. The regional directors and all of their staff, all of the volunteers are without doubt the most precious people in the world in my eyes, and definitely in James Comer's eyes, the director of the regional contest. So I'd like James Comer to come up here. James, come on up here if you don't mind. Are you here? It's a lot easier for you to succeed than me to succeed right now. So James Comer, are you here? Okay, all righty. I'm hearing. That's a good sign. Oh, I think I saw a little bit of green, sort of a favorite green, each for TCU, but I feel like the green look. However, James, if you would, take the time.
Thank you, Bill. I had been talk earlier today with Steve Warren, and I guess confirmation over having failed properly to recognize some people I think are really critical to the success of the contest on Tuesday during the opening ceremony. And for various reasons that didn't go the way I wanted it to go. Some of you know I got mixed up with my 5-year organization and it just didn't work out. Anyway, I told Steve that I could walk and sleep over that because I had failed to recognize some important people. He and my part Bill Coucher. And they graciously afforded me an opportunity to come here and try to do it again. So I said earlier yesterday that back when I was a little younger, my mind was a little bit more nimble, and when I ran into those kind of problems, I'd be able to pivot and work myself out of it. And some of you were gracious enough to say, well, you know, all right, but in my mind it did. So here's what I wish I had done. I wish I had just stopped and said, out there in the audience, if you're a situational director, stand up, raise your hand if you're in the balcony, if you're here on the floor, stand up and raise your hand and remain standing for a moment. Okay? I can't look out there and see anyone that I suspect that there are. Perfection, if you will, and now I'm going to be joined by all of the RCCs anywhere in the world, whether you're in North America, South America, Asia, China, Russian Federation, Europe, Middle East, whatever. Any RCC, please stand and join the sister RCCs at the current stand. Those of you who are contestants that have competed today, look around and see these volunteers who work tirelessly to get you here. Okay? We owe them a tremendous debt of gratitude by which you would join with me one more time and let's give them a great round of applause. And thank you, Bill, for allowing me to rectify that problem.
Thank you, James, and thank you for, I don't know if you know this, but James has actually been in the ICPC longer than the ICPC, because before the first finals, we actually had a number of regional competitions in James in this. So thank you very much, James. And now, I'd like to invite Jeff Donahue to the stage, if you would, and then let's get right down to business. There's just a little business, and then we'll be able to read out the results right. Oh, I seem to have lost my copy of the, okay. I'll have to wait to tell you who won later. I don't seem to have my copy of the final standing. So you don't mind that, right? So, Jeff Donahue, come on.
Thank you again to the PhDs. Wasn't that drum performance amazing? Can we give them a round of applause? Now, I'm a little disappointed. The rope that hung down from the ceiling, they had left that there. I was going to go up and do my own act. But I can't do it because they took the rope. Maybe next year. It would have been spectacular, trust me.
Hey, I found the results. Sorry.
Speaking of the results, I know you're all focused on who's the winner here in the 2016 World Finals, but I'd like for us to take a moment to stop and let's look ahead to the future. And that future is the 2017 World Finals. So So at this time, I would like to invite Dick Gallo, President Emeritus of South Coast School of Mines and Technology, to the stage to give us a hint about what's in store for our 2017 World Finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a special privilege to thank all of you who have engaged in making 2016 an excellent World Finals. I also would like to take a moment and recognize the world's best computer programmers. Those of you that are contested and sitting out there, ladies and gentlemen, join me in a round of applause. Thank those who are here. Now it is a very special privilege to invite you to come to another World Finals in 2017. We're going to look forward to all of you joining us in Rapid City. Now I'd like to give you a glimpse of coming to Rapid City and let us show you the hospitality of America, of South Dakota, and of Rapid City. So ladies and gentlemen, let's go to Rapid City. Thank you so very much. Welcome to the ACM ICPC 2017 World Finals in Rapid City, South Dakota, the home of the South Dakota School of Mines and Technology. The 2017 World Finals will be in the award-winning Russian Plaza system, with the opening and closing ceremonies in the theater, and the 2017 World Finals competition in the hockey arena. The tech track, chosen, and team activities will be provided by the ACM ICPC major sponsors, IBM. Team equals powers, hotel adjacent to Civic Center. The Rushmore Plaza Holiday has a dramatic 8-story. The newly renovated Alex Johnson provides all the features that are in today's most modern hotels. The Rushmore provides an exceptional example of a beautiful world-class energy efficient hotel. Howard Johnson is the latest addition to the hotels overlooking the city. The Red Kuga Hotel will be the home of the activities of the regional contest directors. Experience the rich heritage and culture of America through the people of South Dakota and the world's newest underground lecture, the study of neutrinos and dark matter, and the innovations of the South Dakota School of Mines and Technology that produce new industries, such as precision laser deposition for aerospace and defense. Mount Rushmore and Crazy Horse Memorials celebrate exceptional leaders of America. To welcome you to the 2017 ACM ICPC World Finals, the Governor of South Dakota, Dennis Stewart.
On behalf of the people of America and the great state of South Dakota, I look forward to welcoming the ACM ICPC at the 2017 World Finals in Rapid City. Best wishes to the teams and coaches as you prepare to compete in the shadow of Mount Rushmore in Rapid City, South Dakota. We'll see you there.
Thank you, Jake. It is really going to be an exciting 2017 World Finals, and I look forward to joining you there in just a little over a year. possible without a staff that has come together to make this an amazing worldwide news. And I want to introduce the ICPC staff, but before I do, I want to tell you about a friend that I've made over the last 2 years, over the last year of PSU. And that friend is Ruberat. And you have all worked with Ruberat because any of you that got a visa, you were communicating with her at the visa email address. She is part of the International Affairs Office, and that office worked tirelessly to make sure that we all got to get. And I just want to give a round of applause to Ruberat and the International Affairs Office for all of their hard work. It truly seemed like she never slept, so thank you, Ruberat. Of course, having the world finals here takes an incredible team. From the marshals, to the judges, to the systems team, to operations, to contest control system, to ICPC News, to ICPC Live, the list goes on and on. And of course, the list is not complete without ICM, a great sponsor that send their volunteers here to work with the ICPC team and the host team to make this an amazing world finals. So if you will, join me in giving a big round of applause to all the marshals, the judges, etc., too many to mention. And I'd like to ask all the staff to stand up and let's recognize them one last time. Thank you. All right, so now you can all go to sleep. Just kidding. So next, I would like to introduce the new award that we've done this year, the Dress Rehearsal Purchase Hall Award. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to call your name, and you're going to stand up, and we're going to give a round of applause, and then later we'll give you your prize. So, drum roll please. Who is our first song? We need the drummers out there.
And that was in what? Under 4 minutes, 3 So congratulations of the Baylor CPC. And I'd like to put a second extreme book represents the great folks. So stand up. Okay. You know, wow, these teams and there's a song.
Dress rehearsal first song. At this time, I would like to invite the ICPC Director of World Final and the judge.
Quick comment on the problems. One of the problems that we were able to do that this year, problem C, every team solved that problem. In fact,
we think we reached problems with artists, etc. This year we had solutions. We thought the problem. We also thought that considerably easier than you found.
All the problems, yes, we wrote solutions on or just using URL.
To announce the first software.
The people who deal with judging, examine the problems. I know Jeff didn't see us here today, but there were problems and judging problems. Anyway, judging right now is that being still a problem C, we'll be looking at the problem set. It's more than a page long. Anyway, the team is stuff.
we'd like to, when we call your name, you just please stand to accept the applause, and later after. The second problem will be solved in 15 minutes.
In 18 minutes by MIT.
Level and by Moscow Engineering Physics Institute.
5 minutes later, university.
And the next problem is St. Petersburg State University.
And that world's law.
And then there was a long break. Problem F was solved by St. Petersburg.
Problem J was solved by St. Petersburg State University.
And there were 2 minutes after that, it was the 25th minute, problem F. There's still 2 problems left, but that was after the 4-hour mark, so we'll just have to wait.
Being an usher over there, you know, the fun jobs are here and with you. So let's take a look here. We've got our judges' comments, everything. It's time for me. That's happened, right? I've been introduced. Okay, let's see. That is unbelievable about the ACM International Collegiate Program. 40th annual ACM International Collegiate, and the very best one in history is Gonzaga University. It's a science and it is a use together. And there's just no better way to do that than to compete with problem solvers we possibly can. And after we compete, we talk from others is really good to learn from others. Now, it turns out by the time we get to the World Finals, you know, there are not a whole lot of people as you are, you know, and it's just absolutely in the early days of the World Finals, we wouldn't get a position until after 5 hours. It was a completely different world than the world traffic people. You see, they get out there, they compete, they learn how to play better, they build companies, they build friendships, they build academia. So, if you don't mind, right now, why don't you the past 39 champions of the ACM program.
And now let's reflect on 1977, Michigan State University, University of St. Louis, who repeated in 1980. In 1981, University. In 1983, the University of Stanford University was champion. And Caltech in 89, UCLA took the honors in New Zealand. In 91, Stanford University won. Harvard University won. In 94, Harvard University Freiburg took the championship in Europe. Harding College. In 98, Charles University. In the year Petersburg, St. Petersburg State University. 2002, Shanghai Jiangnan University took it. St. Petersburg ICMO the second time. In 2006, Savannah State champs. In 2008,
Stacy. Your third guy said no. Did it a third time. In 2010, Shanghai, 2011, Zhejiang University. The third time repeated in 2013 for the fifth time, and the third time. And in 2015, for the sixth time, surpassed world champions of the ACM International Collegiate University. And some finals resolve and watch the march toward the medal in each location. And now I'm going to break through. We have more than one coach, and that other coach might need more, and you think you bring it up. Jeff is the deputy. Oh, well, that's the next paper. So, if you would like to do the other team, we do not have a lot of chairs, so you might need to sort of, you know, to come down. Okay? So, Jeff, why don't you take it away and let me be.
Well, a little bit ago we talked about 2017 and we're all listening. Find out about the results of the 2016 ACM ICPC World Final. So to help us get those results, I would like to, at this time, invite to the stage and Dr. Chusak Vincent.
It's almost the time we will announce the winners. Invite the award presenters on stage. IBM, ACM, and Kim Benny Hall, Andrew Henry. We are ready to start first.
To run the ICPC result and find
competition. However, the results John.
the scoreboard was frozen with 1 hour to go. At that point, with 4 hours into the contest, these were the standings. The result of all of the pending runs, everything. So what we do is we're going to go down to what it looked like, and we had our posts graffiti. Problem. Let's find out. Yes. Islamic Azad University is done. Universidad Nacional de Colombia, Citrine University is done. Princess Samaya University has 3 pintos, although University has 2 pintos. University of South Dakota has 2 and South Dakota University of the Longhorn University is the first to solve any problem in the 2016 World Final. Is finished. Caltech has a pending run and they move up. Both has a pending run. Illinois University in China has a pending run, but it's a no. Shahid Beheshi, and pending runs, yes, and the second one is
yes. University of Cape Town, 2 different venues. Capitol Hill is done, and we move on to the Atlantic Columbia. They're University of New South Wales doesn't know the second problem making. Jamaica Henry is done, La Habana is done, University of British Columbia doesn't know they're finished. Polytechnic Nacional doesn't know they're done. Sao Paulo has a pending run there. Yes, they move up to Charles University in Prague is finished. Alexandria University, yes, and yes, they move up. Minnesota Twin Cities has yes, and they move up. Especially Phoenix says yes, and they have a pending problem also. USC has 2 pending problems. The first one is yes, and they move ahead. New South Wales has a yes, and they move up. Buenos Aires FCEN versus a no. Unfortunately, they're done. Iowa University is a yes, and they move up. East Normal University has a no. They're finished. The Hungry Nagar moves up to get in. And 2 more pending problems. Illinois Institute of Technology also moves toward the top. Aleppo has a pending one, and they move upward. American Academy of Science and Technology in Alexandria is a yes, and they move up. University of Wisconsin and Madison has 2 pending problems. The first is a no, the second is a no. Unfortunately, they're finished. British University in Egypt is finished. Polytechnic of Catalonia is a yes, and they move up. We have a problem to go. The Imperial College in Dublin has a no, and another no. They're finished. Indiana University moves up to the yes. Domenico has a pending yes, I guess. University has a pending one, and Tennessee has to move toward the top. Korea has 2 pending problems. Versus yes, they move up. IIT Bombay, a pending problem, they move up. And we're back on Northern Arctic Federal. Unfortunately, as you know, they're finished. University of Chicago is done. Alexandria is done. Carnegie Mellon is done. Sao Paulo is done. Aleppo is finished. Jahangianagar moves up. Manila is done. Minnesota Twin Cities is done. And there goes the federal content. Arabic Academy for Science and Technology in Alexandria is done. South China University is finished. New South Wales is done. They have no more pending runs. Well, actually, pause right here, Roman, because the University of New South Wales is South Pacific champion. English is my native language, unlike many of you, it is my only language. So I apologize for destroying some of your university names. I'll do the best I can as we continue. You've already heard some of my trips. And so we move on. We've got Deer Law Institute of Technology and Science, Milwaukee campus. And yes, they go up. University is faculty of computers and information. They have no more pending runs, but the results are stopped here. You know why? Because Cambridge University, faculty of computers and information is African Middle champion. We All right, going back and looking at the standings, we're getting closer. Moving on, currently in 79th place is the University of Southern California. They Korea University has a yes move on over. Red Rock University has a yes move on. Electronic Science and Technology has 3 different pending levels. The first one's a no, the second one's a yes, and then the Venus is done. The Anchor moves up on the stage. National University of Science and Technology is done. Carolina Institute of Technology, Milwaukee is done. University of Federal, Bahia is done. Korea University moves up on the stage. Ho Chi Minh City University is finished. Polytechnic California is finished. IIT Kampur is done. Bootstrap has 2 pending problems. Both nodes, they're done. IIT Delhi has 2. They're both nodes. Zaporizhia National is done. IIT Allahabad is done. Shanghai is done. Rice University is finished. And Normal is done. Chinese University of Hong Kong. First problem is a node. That's actually yesterday. Stanford University, they have a no on the first problem. The second problem is a yes. Here's Cornell. The first problem is a yes. They've got another opinion run still. We pause to remind everybody that they were the first to solve problem G. Moving on with 2 pending runs at the University of California. First is a yes, and Cal moves up. California University has 2 runs over from the yes and Prometheus University has a no. They're finished. Harrison Pico has a yes and another problem. Young University, 2 problems up first. With a yes, they move up. The Anglo University is finished. University, they get yes, and they go up. Cornell University, another pending run, and Cornell moves up. Chinese University of Hong Kong has it, and they move up also. Here is Stanford University, and Stanford University, we pause there, done, but we recognize them as the first to solve problem I, and they solved it in the last hour. So for Stanford University team, please stand up and be recognized. Stanford University, please stand up. Conclusion of the ceremony. So, going back, we're looking at what's that Google. They have a pending run, and it is a yes, they move up to the technology is done. Beijing University is done. KASP is from the second yes, another is good. Here's Cal, and Cal, they move up into the top 25. Korea University moves up into the top 25. Young University, and they move up into 23rd place. They're up in Martina Grande, it's a no, they're finished. Lucian State is a yes, they move on up. Keanu University has a yes, they move up. Paris Rico has a no, and they're finished. Annapolis University, 2 different pending problems. The second one is a yes, they move up. Jagiellonian University, Krakow has a yes, they still have another pending one. Fudan University with 3 pending problems. Yes, they move forward. Currently in 10th place, the University of Warsaw, with one pending run. Let's take a look at what that pending run is. It's a yes! Currently in 10th place. They also have a pending run. In fact, as you might be able to tell if you can read the screen carefully, they have 3 submissions on this one problem. Let's see what happens with this. Unfortunately, no, that means you're on.
Yeah, Ross Kelly, is the number of State University. Ross Kelly, is the number of State University.
Moving on, well, you can all read the screen. The next place, the university in 9th place, currently no remaining pending runs for Vermont. You know what that means?
It's the University of Rockwell bronze medalists that are also first of all. Yeah, welcome to the stage. University of Rockwell. Bronze medalists, welcome to the stage. Where are you? Welcome to the stage. Welcome to the University of Rockwell. That's the first bronze medal on the left of your field. Great going from the University of Rockwell. Great going. Congratulations, University of Rockwell.
Congratulations, University of Rockwell, bronze medalists. Well, now we're in the top 8. The silver silver and gold medalists, the top 8 teams in the world. Currently in 8th place is Federal University with 1 pending run, 3 submissions on it. Let's see what happens.
Wait. They're the 2014 host of the World Finals. Should they get extra credit? No.
You'll have to talk to the judges about that. All right, let's take a look at this. The pending runs, unfortunately, no. Vermont, you know what that means?
That's their silver medalist. World University silver medal. That's the first silver medal for the University. Also for the Honor. Excellent. World University silver medal for ACM 2016. Welcome, World University.
Congratulations, Federal University silver medalists. Well, moving on. Currently in 7th place, Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology. They have 1 pending problem with 2 submissions on that problem. Let's take a look and see what happens here. It's a yes! All right, well, we'll go back here. We've got Harvard University currently in 7th place in the silver medal position. They have 2 pending problems. Let's take a look at that first problem. We had 2 runs submitted on this problem, and they were submitted at minute 2:99 in the contest. 1 minute before the end. Let's see what happened. Unfortunately, they didn't know. They still have another pending run, however, and they have 4 submissions on that problem. So let's take it. Well, is it? Seventh place is the St. Petersburg University. They have 2 pending problems. Let's take a look at that first one. The first one is a no. Unfortunately, let's take a look at the second one. Second one is also a no. That means congratulations to my team, silver medalists in the ICPC World Finals. So let's see what we got here. We're up to the top 5. Currently in 5th place, Shanghai Jiaotong University, a former world champion, I might point out, and previous host of the ICPC World Finals. They have pending runs on 2 different problems. Let's take a look now at the first one of those. If you get this, you'll jump into first place. Yes! So let's go back and see what's happening down in 5th place. St. Petersburg State University currently also has pending runs on 2 different problems. Let's take a look at the first one. The first one is the yes. Well, we're still looking for 5th place, but Roman, guess what? I think we found it.
It's the University of Warsaw. It's still a medalist this year. University of Warsaw, silver medal. That is the 13th medal. Your grade is normally
the podium, Dr. Kuzak Musical.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce back on stage the Governor of Phuket Province and the Vice Minister of ICT Ministry. Please welcome them to their award to the gold medalists. And now, let's welcome back John.
All right, we are into the top four, the gold medalists. There's no mystery if you can read a screen. Roman.
Most sophisticated technology, gold medalist, fourth place. That's the third gold medal and second medal ever. Amazing. This is the way to go. Most sophisticated technology. Did an amazing job this year. Got the gold medal for the first time. Congratulations. And also most sophisticated technology, our gold medalist in fourth place.
Congratulations, Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology gold medalists. Well, we're down to the top three in the world. And again, if you can read the screen, there's no mystery because Roman, what we've got is
Harvard University gold medalist in North American Kenya. They're also first globally. Harvard University. Excellent job. There's your third gold medal. There's the second North American Kenya title. And this is the first gold medal for North America since 2008. Congratulations. That's wonderful. Harvard University gold medalist. North American champions versus globally. Excellent job of Harvard University. He was a Harvard University gold medalist. North American champions versus globally. Third place. Congratulations to Harvard University. Wonderful. Excellent job.
congratulations, Harvard University gold medalists. Well, and then there were two. And as you can see, they both have pending runs on different problems. Each of them has two pending runs, two submissions on those problems. So currently in second place, guaranteed a gold medal. Let's see what happens. Shanghai Jiaotong University. Well, it can't get more exciting than this. It all comes down to this right here. St. Petersburg State University has two pending runs on problem M. What's going to happen?
They won Asia.
Congratulations, Shanghai Jiaotong University gold medalist and Asian champions. Well, of course, that means the last thing is to declare we're on.
From here, take the 4 students and competitors. We want you to take the 4 exits, and in Thailand's tradition, it's time for a beach party. So please join us.
Sorry, also I was giving $50,000 to the medalists, and we'll make sure that they get them in a check from ACM, and we'll make sure that they're here. Okay?
Absolutely. Well, that's it. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you for a wonderful 2016 ICPC. We'll see you on the beach. Thank you.
all for attending and participating so energetically. Congratulations to you all. We hope you had a wonderful time in Thailand, have a safe journey home, and we hope to see you again in 2017. Thank you, good evening.